Shameless. What a waste of a good face. I must have been blind back then. I hadn't even opened my eyes before a foot kicked me clean off the bed. A woman with a high ponytail and pale, fair skin clutched the blanket and glared down at me. Even buried under the quilt, her figure was impossible to hide. This is the last time I'm letting you sleep here. From now on, we go our separate ways. The bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. Next time we cross paths, you call me by my full name. Zhao Hongmei. My head buzzed. A flood of unfamiliar memories poured in. I'd been reborn, back to 1980, and somehow I'd come into 3 ex-wives who never existed in my old life. 3 of them. Everyone a knockout. Everyone devoted to me heart and soul. Crazier still, all 3 lived under the same roof, and they actually got along. The one in front of me was Zhao Hongmei, my earliest ex-wife. She'd divorced me 4 years ago, after giving me a sweet little daughter. She stood 5'7", and motherhood had only added to her. I caught myself staring. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. She drew back a fist, aiming for my chest. I snatched her by the wrist. Her face went scarlet. She wrenched free and bolted. That dead-eyed look on him, like he wanted to swallow me whole. I got dressed and walked out into the yard, sighing the whole way. 3 ex-wives and a kid dropped on me out of nowhere. Feeding them all was going to be no small thing. The man whose body this used to be never farmed a day in his life. He spent it running shady little schemes with a pack of no-good buddies. Never made a dime. The police station was practically his second home. The whole burden of the household had fallen on his old mother and his 3 ex-wives. No wonder Zhao Hongmei hated my guts. I was still standing there in a daze when my mother came through the gate with a vegetable basket. The sight of that familiar face made my eyes sting. I never thought I'd lay eyes on her again. "Ma, what do you want? There's no money left in this house." She sighed. Zhao Shufang next door just came around asking for that 30 yuan back. 2 women trailed in behind her. One was Tang Xiuxiu, my old deskmate from middle school, heart-shaped face, sparkling almond eyes, a pair of dimples when she smiled. The dream girl half the boys back, then had pined over. In this life, somehow, she'd ended up my ex-wife. The other was tall and willowy, with clear, lovely eyes. Chen Tao, a sent-down city girl who'd never made it back to the city. These days she taught Chinese at the village school. 3 women, every one a flower. What on earth had possessed me to divorce them? Did I have rocks in my head? What are you gawking at? My mother's temper flared. The rice jar's nearly empty. You go drinking and gambling with that crowd one more time, and I'll split the household. After that, whatever becomes of you is no concern of mine. Stop dragging everyone down. Look at Xiuxiu's hands. I looked. Tang Xiuxiu's hands were covered in cracks and chilblains, frozen raw from digging river mussels out of the creek in the dead of winter. Something caught in my throat. "Ma, and all of you. I was a worthless bastard before. Starting today, I'm changing. I swear it. I'll make sure none of you ever go hungry or cold again." "Never go hungry or cold," Zhao Hongmei scoffed. "If you'd just stop spending our hard-earned money, I'd thank heaven and earth. Young Lin, all you have to do is stay home and quit running wild. Things will get better." Chen Tao worked up the courage to say it. "Look at your cousin, peddling odds and in street to street, and he's got fish and meat at every meal." My mother shook her head at me, exasperated. "Your father was a real hunter, for God's sake. How did he raise a wastrel like you? A hunter." Those words snapped something into place. In my past life, I'd spent more than a decade scraping a living out of the greater Xing'an range. That skill set hadn't died with me. I'd carried it through the rebirth. If I wanted to keep these 3 women, I'd have to go up the mountain. "Ma, I'm going hunting. Right now? You'll all have meat on the table tonight." In the corner stood an old single-barrel hunting rifle, its barrel worn to a shine, my father's, and the most valuable thing this family owned. I took it down and ran a practice check over it. "Wait for me. Ma, don't listen to him." Zhao Hongmei rolled her eyes. "He's just saving face, putting on a show. He'd never have the nerve to actually go up there." I didn't look back. As I headed out, Tang Xiuxiu chased after me and draped a padded coat over my shoulders. "It's getting dark. Just dig up some wild greens and come home. Don't go deep into the mountains." That little flash of unguarded concern burned in my chest. Behind her, Chen Tao stood gripping her pen, staring blankly after me, unable to write a single stroke. The mountain trail was rutted and broken, the dirt softened to mud by snow melt. Every step sank into a wet pit. My rubber shoes were full of holes, soaked through long ago, the cold creeping from my soles up to my ankles. I didn't have time to care. If anything, my grip on the rifle only tightened. In my past life, this was the very gun I'd carried into the Shingon. The thought opened a floodgate. A decade and more of memory came rushing back. Which ridge had rabbit warrens? Which gully held roe deer trails? Which stand of timber the wild boar had rooted through? Even where the finest ginseng grew, were to find lion's mane mushrooms. All of it crystal clear. I lightened my step, treading the fallen leaves almost without a sound. The more noise you make in these mountains, the farther the game runs. That was a lesson burned into me a lifetime ago. I remembered it exactly. This evening, a lame, dim-witted roe deer would turn up at the foot of the mountain, under that lightning-split birch. In my past life, it had been her lazy, the village deadbeat, who lucked into it. He'd happened by, grabbed a rock, and finished off the fallen deer, sold the meat, married a pretty girl from the next village over, and bragged to anyone who'd listened that heaven had handed him a meal. He coasted on that story for half his life. That deer ran a good 100+ pounds. This time around, it was mine. I could walk this range with my eyes shut. 10-some years in my last life. Every gully, every saddle, every shaded slope and sunny one. I knew them all. The last sliver of daylight was fading at the horizon. The forest shifted from gray-green to dark violet, then settled into deep black. The wind moved through the pines in long sighs, like distant mountains catching their breath. After about 20 minutes, I picked out the old birch from far off. Its trunk cleaved straight down the middle, one half dead and bare, pointing naked at the sky, the other half still alive, hung with thin, scattered leaves. A charred lightning scar ran from the crown all the way down to the roots. I softened my steps and moved in, rifle raised. I could already hear it, a faint, broken cry, squeezed up from deep in the throat, heavy with the despair of something dying. I came around the birch and looked down. A dim-witted roe deer lay on its side by the roots, one hind leg bent at an unnatural angle. Broken. Its gray-brown coat was caked with mud and dead leaves, its round belly rising and falling. Those big, round eyes glowed amber in the dusk, wet, fixed on me. I didn't disappoint it. I slung the rifle onto my back and drew my knife. Hand up. Knife down. Clean and final, one stroke. The deer twitched once, went slack, and the light drained out of its eyes. I turned it over and opened the throat with one cut to bleed it. The blood ran hot, steaming where it hit the icy mud. Fresh game has to be bled while it's still warm, or the whole carcass turns rank. Once it had mostly bled out, I started skinning. The knife tip ran along the membrane between hide and flesh, SSHD, SSHD, light and even. The wrist has to be steady. Too hard, and you nick the hide. Too soft, and it won't peel. That kind of touch takes years to earn. The whole hide came off in one piece, the inside clean, barely any fat clinging to it. I shook it out and gave a nod. A fur coat for Tang Xiuxiu. Those cracked, frozen hands of hers flashed through my mind again. Then I gutted it. One cut from the breastbone down to the tail, and the heat and smell of the organs spilled out together. Hunting in my past life, meat was the one thing I never lacked. The heart and liver of a roe deer were too gamey for me. I always tossed them. This time, I thought of Chun Ying Tao's frail little body, and I carefully cut out the heart and liver to take home for her. That girl, a city kid sent down to the countryside, hadn't had a single good day since she married me. Thin as a kindling stick, like a breeze could knock her over, and still she walked that muddy road to the village school every day to teach, then sat up grading papers deep into the night. I bound the deer's 4 hooves with hemp rope, knotted it into a loop I could sling over my shoulder, gritted my teeth, and heaved the near 100-pound carcass up. Too heavy, I nearly lost it. The trail was slick, too. I clenched my back teeth, the veins standing out on my forehead, forced my balance back, and started for Xiushui village one step at a time. It was full dusk by the time I came down the dirt road into the village mouth, the deer on my shoulder. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, the usual knot of people had gathered to chew the fat, 7 or 8 of them, puffing pipe tobacco and trading gossip. When they saw the deer on my shoulder, every one of them froze. One man's mouth hung open and forgot to close. Another nearly dropped his pipe. A third shot to his feet and knocked his stool over. The air went dead still for a full 3 seconds. Yonglin, you bagged a roe deer. Wang Lianhua's voice came out sharp and loud, snapping everyone back to life. The crowd surged in around me. Yonglin caught that? Isn't he good for nothing but drinking and cards? The wastrel turned over a new leaf. That deer's 100 pounds easy. He carried it down alone. Erlazy shoved his way in, a skinny pheasant dangling from his hand. Barely 2 pounds, tail feathers half plucked out, a sorry-looking thing. He'd come to show it off, but one look at the deer on my shoulder turned his eyes red. A drunk like him, bagging a roe deer? His voice came out shrill and sour, spit flying. Bet he stumbled onto some old hunter's snare and lucked into it. I say he stole it. His crony, De Gang, eyed me sideways. A useless lump like him, hunt a deer? Only if the sun rises in the west. I didn't spare either of them a glance. I just stood there, the deer steady on my shoulder, and let them finish. Wang Lianhua's eyes lit up. She pushed forward and grabbed my hand, her face crinkling into a grin. Yonglin, your mother owes me 30 yuan. You give me 30 pounds of venison to settle it, deal? Deal. Bring the IOU. I want 5 pounds. Another villager dug out 5 yuan and pressed it into my hand. He'd done the math. Pork at the supply co-op in town ran 8 mao a pound and still needed ration coupons. And even with money, you might not get any. Venison at a yuan a pound was 2 mao dearer, sure, but it took no coupons, and it was tender and fragrant. One pot of it stewing, and the whole yard smelled of it. Yonglin, give me 2 pounds too. 3 for me. Taking it home to put some color back in the wife. Money and ration coupons shot up over their heads. They had me hemmed in tight. Even De Gang sidled over, stiff and awkward, face turned away from me, and muttered it like a mosquito. Give me a pound. I set the deer down in someone's yard and borrowed a cleaver. I kept back about 6 pounds of meat, plus the heart and liver, and sold the rest. 6 pounds would feed the family 2 or 3 days. The heart and liver I was saving for Chun Ying Tao. Roe deer liver is tender and good for the blood. I took Wang Lianhua's 30 yuan IOU, folded it, and tucked it into the pocket against my chest. The pocket was already stuffed, 56 yuan and 70 fun in there, paper notes and coins jumbled together. The moment my fingertips touched that money, for the first time, something in me settled. The crowd thinned out. I pocketed the cash, picked up the venison and the hide, and headed for the village commission shop. Inside, I bought 10 pounds of white flour, 6 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of brown sugar. Remembering Chun Ying Tao's chilblained hands, I threw in a tin of clamshell balm too. The old shopkeeper measured the flour with a wooden scoop, the scale beam tipping high, not an ounce shorted. Pipe clamped in his teeth, he gave me a second and third look, probably surprised the village's famous wastrel could actually lay down money today. Take the sack. Bring it back tomorrow's fine. I loaded everything, the leftover venison included, into the burlap sack, hooked the rolled-up hide in my left hand, and hauled the heavy half-sack of grain in my right, and headed home grinning ear to ear. White flour, rice, brown sugar, all luxuries in this house. In my memory, the table held nothing year-round but cornmeal mush and a knob of salted pickle. White flour buns showed up only at New Year. Rice came out only when one of the kids was sick, and brown sugar was strictly for a woman in her postpartum month. This time, I was going to show them what a real provider looked like. Dim yellow light leaked through the crack of the main room's door. I drew a breath and stepped into the yard. Zhao Hongmei was the first out to meet me. She'd changed into clean clothes, retied her ponytail, water still beading on her hands. The second she saw me, her face shifted, from cold indifference to surprise, then quickly back to that frosty mask. My mother, Tang Xiuxiu, and Chun Ying Tao came out behind her. The sight of me, a hide in one hand, a sack in the other, stopped all 3 of them cold. Ma, look at this. I lifted the deer hide. The fur side was thick and dense, top grade at a glance. You really got a roe deer? There was a careful, testing note in Zhao Hongmei's voice. She came over and ran a hand across the hide, fingers sinking into the pile. Not a single hole. I told you I'd put meat on the table today. I did. I looked her in the eye. We're having roast tonight. I opened the sack, pulled out the venison, and held it up where they could all see it. The meat was bright red, the grain clean and sharp, fresh killed, plainly. Just then a voice like a cracked gong came crashing in from the gate. "Yang Lin, you home?" A tall man strolled in like he owned the place. Filthy army overcoat, long face, a peanut-sized wart on his left cheek with a few black hairs sprouting out of it. His gaze swept the yard and landed on the pile of goods, and his eyes lit up. His throat bobbed. "Look at all this good stuff. Lady Luck's smiling on you. Win it at cards, did you? Deer hide. Venison." My head buzzed. Lu Taiju, the original owner's drinking and gambling buddy, the village's most notorious loafer. They'd drunk together, gambled together, stolen chickens together, two of a kind. That one line of his, in Zhao Hongmei's ears and the others, was as good as a confession. Zhao Hongmei's face changed on the spot. The little softness from when she'd touched the hide vanished without a trace. She threw the hide to the ground, knuckles white around her fists, eyes rimming red in an instant. She'd actually believed I'd turned over a new leaf. "You worthless bastard, gambling again." My mother rushed at me, her thin, dry palms slapping my arm again and again, each blow harder than the last, each one weighted with years of stored-up disappointment. Her hand shook, her eyes brimmed, and still she refused to let the tears fall. The beating left me dazed. It took several blows to my arm before I came back to myself. I was about to explain when I glanced up and saw Lu Taiju standing off to the side, enjoying the show. The words jammed in my throat. This dog had done me dirty. I'd gone up the mountain, and the second he opened his mouth, he had me down as a gambler. "Yang Lin, which old huntered you when the card's off of? That deer hide, that venison, real fine stuff." He was still eyeing the meat, licking his lips, with no idea how big a hole he'd just dug me. I looked around at the ring of faces. My mother's, heartbroken. Zhao Hongmei's, furious. Chun Ying Tao's disgust she couldn't begin to hide, like she was looking at a heap of muck. Only Tang Xiuxiu's eyes still held a scrap of worry, though that, too, was laced with doubt. "You've got it all wrong. I really did go up the mountain." My words came out twice as fast as usual. "Make it up. Go on, keep making it up." Zhao Hongmei cut me off, her voice cold as wind scraped out of an ice cellar. "The day you bag a roe deer is the day the sun rises in the west. Yang Lin, you've gambled this family down to nothing. Yaya can't even get a white flower bond." Chun Ying Tao pressed her lips together, biting off every word. "You said you were going hunting. Turns out you were off gambling again. Are you even human? What kind of father acts like this?" Tang Xiuxiu, eyes red, pleaded for me in a small voice. "Yang Lin, just apologize. Ma and the sisters all waited for you to come home for dinner and worried about you going up the mountain, it being dangerous." One sharp glare from Zhao Hongmei, and the words died in her throat. She lowered her head, tears dropping one after another. "We don't want meat you gambled for." Zhao Hongmei forced each word out through her teeth. "I'd sooner eat chaff and weeds." She turned to go, took 2 steps, then looked back at me once more. Anger, disappointment, and some pain I couldn't name. Sack in my left hand, meat cradled in my right, my arm still burning where I'd been hit. I stood stuck in the middle of the yard like a felled stump, unable to go forward or back. "You don't want it, give it here. Your family turns its nose up. I won't." Lu Taiju reached out to grab the bright red venison. I shoved him off. There was force behind it. He stumbled 2 steps, the hem of his overcoat flaring, and nearly sat down in the dirt. "Yang Lin, what the hell?" He caught himself, still grinning. "I'll take it home and cook up a feast. Come on over. I've got half a bottle of the good stuff at my place." And he leaned toward the meat again. "This is for my wife and kid, to build them back up. There's none for you." I moved the meat behind me and pinned him with a stare. The same one-eyed worn watching game in the mountains a lifetime ago. Calm, focused, carrying a warning that brooked no crossing. The grin froze on his face. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. I turned to my mother and the 3 of them and pulled open the front of my padded coat. "Ma, Ying Tao, Xiuxiu, I swear I didn't gamble. This is a wounded deer I came across up the mountain. I killed it with 1 cut. Look." The front of the coat was streaked with several large patches of dark red, half dried to brown, the cotton stiffened with it. Blood from the bleeding splashed across the chest and cuffs. I carried the deer to the village entrance, and the neighbors fought to buy it. I sold most of it, paid off what we owed the Wong family, and got the IOU back. I drew the neatly folded slip from my chest pocket and opened it. The 30 yuan IOU, my mother's thumbprint pressed at the bottom. With what was left, I spent 4 yuan 30 buying flour, rice, and brown sugar. And there's 52 yuan 40, right here. I opened my palm. A fistful of crumpled notes and coins, every color, near to spilling over. The yard went quiet. You really got it up the mountain? Zhao Hongmei's voice had changed, the anger and contempt gone. Only a careful, scared disbelief left. Yaya slid down a little in her arms. She caught the girl without looking, eyes locked on the cash. Tang Xiuxiu lifted her head, tears still on her face, almond eyes wide as saucers. Chun Yingtao took half a step forward, gaze flicking between the money and the IOU. My mother came over quick and seized both the IOU and the cash. She turned the IOU over and over. It was Chun Yingtao's handwriting, the neatest small script of all the sent-down youth back in the day. 30 yuan even, signature and thumbprint and all. The money she cupped in her hands and counted twice. The notes one by one, the coins clinking. 52 yuan 40, plus the 30 on the IOU. That much money was 2 months' wages for a worker in town. Her hands shook harder. She looked up at me, lips trembling, unable to get a word out. This good-for-nothing son of hers had really bagged a roe deer? But the IOU was real, the money was real. He'd left empty-handed, gone little more than an hour. What would he have gambled with? And how could he possibly have won this much? You never saw him gamble with your own eyes. So what gives you the right to say he was off playing cards? Zhao Hongmei turned and asked Lu Taizhu coldly, that calm somehow more chilling than her anger had been. I guessed. Lu Taizhu shrank his neck, eyes darting elsewhere. What else does he do besides drink and gamble? Hunt. Even a dog wouldn't buy that. He forced out a dry laugh. Nobody laughed with him. Young Lin, let me help you sort all this out. We're brothers, no need to stand on ceremony. He reached for the meat again, more brazen this time, as if half of whatever I owned was his by birthright. Just then a small figure slid down out of Zhao Hongmei's arms. Daddy, is this meat for Yaya? Yaya hasn't had meat in forever. Yaya rubbed her sleepy eyes and threw herself at me, wrapping both arms around my leg. Her flowered padded jacket was washed near to white, her 2 little pigtails uneven, one higher than the other. Her face was so thin the cheekbones jutted out, like a sprout of bean shoot. I looked down at her, and my heart clenched. The girl had her mother's brows and eyes, my nose and mouth. Thin as this. Plainly she hadn't tasted meat in far too long. I bent down and lifted her, pinched that soft little cheek. Nothing but bone right under the skin hard. Something twisted in my chest, sharp and aching. Good girl. Tonight you eat all the meat you want. My voice went soft, a different man entirely from the one who'd faced down Lu Taizhu. Yaya's eyes lit up like 2 polished black grapes. Course I came by to get you for cards. Lu Taizhu, left hanging too long and losing face, shoved his way back and shameless as ever, his gaze sliding off the meat onto the leaf-wrapped bundle of heart and liver beside it. His eyes brightened another notch. Take that dear heart and liver back to my place, and we'll have a couple of drinks, you and me. His hand was already reaching. Ma Yingtao's frail, badly anemic. That heart and liver are for her blood. Yaya in one arm, I turned my body to block him. I shot Zhao Hongmei a look. Take the meat and the organs back inside. She blinked, looked into my eyes, and the old, guilty, shifty flicker was gone from them. Clear. Open. Above board. She turned and went in. At the doorway of the main room, Chun Yingtao paused, just slightly. She probably never expected this man, who hadn't given her a straight look since the divorce, to remember she was anemic. She glanced down at her own pale fingernails, then flicked her eyes up at me, lashes trembling. That's way too much. Your ex-wife can't finish it all. Lu Taizhu had skin like a city wall, turned down twice, and he kept pushing in. Figures. With the man this body used to be, he'd had it easy. Borrow money, borrow grain, ask for anything and get it, more generous than bloodkin. But the man standing in front of him now wasn't that young Lin anymore. I handed Yaya to Zhao Hongmei and drew the knife from my belt. The blade still carried the dark brown blood from killing the deer that afternoon, flashing cold in the last of the light. I held it level in front of me, the tip pointing dead at him. Are you blind? My voice climbed sharp. Can't you see I've got 3 ex-wives and an old mother to feed? You want meat? Go up the mountain and hunt it yourself. The yard went silent. Lu Tieju's face flushed red to the hairline, the wart twitching. I just called him useless and a freeloader to his face. Hit him where it hurt. Young Lin, what the hell's that supposed to mean? He jabbed a finger at my nose, hand shaking. Bag one lousy deer, and you forget your own name? I'm your sworn brother. You won't even spare me a bowl of broth. Aren't you scared the whole village will talk behind your back? The instant sworn brother left his mouth, I went calm instead. Scared they'll talk. I stepped forward, looking him dead in the eye. Back when you had it good, whining and dining. Did you ever spare me a mouthful? His lips moved. When I came to borrow money off you, did you ever hand over a single fun? His eyes started to dodge. When my daughter was sick and I had no money for a doctor, and my mother went to you to borrow, what did you say then? He went dead silent. I remembered it for him. That day he'd said, your kid being sick is no business of mine. No money. And now you see me carry meat home, and suddenly we're sworn brothers? I bit off each word. You think you've earned that? That's right. Young Lin's got it right. Somewhere along the way, Zhao Hongmei had set Yaya down. She snatched up the bamboo broom from the corner and held it crosswise in front of her. You're not welcome in this house. Get out. The broom came down over his head and shoulders, the twigs cracking against his pant legs. Lu Taiju backpedaled fast. What my wife says, I say. I gripped the knife and added it heavy. From now on, you're not welcome here. Get out. He stumbled, came down rump first, and sprawled flat on his back at the gate, the overcoat flapping open to show pants patched on patches. A pitiful sight. He scrambled up, face going red then white, wanting to curse and not knowing what to curse, wanting to throw a punch. Then he caught sight of the knife in my hand, the broom Zhao Hongmei held high, and Chun Ying-tao in the doorway staring him down cold. His bluster died out completely. Fine, young Lin, you just wait. He threw out the line to save face and scrambled off, rounding the corner of the lane and out of sight. The yard finally went quiet. I put the knife away. Seeing me stand so firm, and seeing that fistful of money in her mother-in-law's hands, Zhao Hongmei smiled for the first time. Not a sneer, not a smirk, but the kind that unfolds from somewhere deep, softening even the corners of her brows. Tang Xiuxiu still hadn't come back to herself. She clutched the ties of her apron, almond eyes round, looking from the money to me and back. 50-some yuan, plus the 30 yuan IOU paid off. That was 80 and more. I'd gone out for an hour and earned 80 plus. She pinched her own palm on the sly. It hurt. Not a dream. Believe me now. I spread my hands, eyebrows raised high. Tang Xiuxiu pressed her lips and smiled, and the dimples came out whole, sweet as if they'd been soaking in a sugar jar. Chun Ying-tao stood in the doorway, smiling faint and quiet, like the first thread of spring breeze melting through winter. I took the money back from my mother, counted out 20, and held it out to her with both hands. Ma, this is for you. It's not much this time. I'll do better by you from here on. My mother, Yang Chunhua, faltered. Her hand shook. She didn't take it right away. Her eyes reddened again, her lips trembling a long moment, and at last she heaved a heavy sigh and reached out her calloused hand to take it. I counted out another 10 and handed it to Zhao Hongmei. I don't want your money. She tipped up her chin, all stubbornness. It's not for you. It's for Yaya. Make her some new clothes. Buy her a little sweet something to put a taste in her mouth. Only then did she take it, closing it in her fist. She pressed her lips, gave a soft little then folded it and tucked it into the pocket against her chest. Tang Xiuxiu and Chun Ying-tao I gave 10 apiece too, even-handed, no favorites. Xiuxiu, this is yours. When Tang Xiuxiu took the money, her fingertips brushed my palm and snapped back as if scalded, her face flushing to the ears. Ying-tao. Chun Ying-tao raised her eyes to me. They were calm and quiet. None of Hongmei's stubbornness, none of Xiuxiu's shyness. She just took it, fingertips cool, and said softly, thank you. All three of them still wore patched clothes. Hongmei's cuffs frayed to fuzz, Xiuxiu's knees mended with 2 tight rings of stitching, Ying-tao's collar washed pale. But right now, all three were smiling. Hongmei holding hers back, the corners of her eyes curving. Xiuxiu smiling without a shred of cover, like a kid handed candy. Ying-tao smiling faint, her whole face easing open, like a river thawing in spring. A man who can earn a living and feed his family. That's a man who stands tall. For the first time, I had something to aim for. The three women put everything away. Then Tang Xiuxiu suddenly grabbed my arm. Come here. I've got something to ask you. Her grip wasn't strong, but it was firm, and she pulled me into her bedroom. Yang Lin, did you sneak off and get into bed with Sister Hongmei while the rest of us were out? She pouted, almond eyes round, cheeks puffed up like an angry hamster. An interrogation, supposedly, but so sweet it carried no menace at all. The corner of my mouth twitched. You don't even have to say it. I already know. The tips of her ears were red enough to bleed. She dropped her voice lower. When Sister Hongmei was washing clothes this evening, I caught the smell of it. A woman's instincts really are something. Even sweet, dim Xiuxiu had sniffed it out. But I was the one calling the shots now. From here on, that kind of thing, I'd handle it myself. Xiuxiu, I let my voice go gentle. I've got room in my heart for you too. She lifted her head, almond eyes glistening. That deer hide today, I'm saving it for you. My eyes went to her cracked, frozen hands. It's thick and soft. I'll have it made into a fur coat, and you won't be cold this winter. Her eyes went wide. She jerked her face away, but the tears wouldn't stop. Not tears of grief, the kind that come when someone holds you in their heart. They rolled down her cheeks and into her dimples. And if you still feel shortchanged, I reached out to wipe them away, and at the brush of my fingertips she gave a small shiver. I'll make it up to you properly tonight. She let out a little "Aya" and buried her face in both hands. My mother came in with a portion of brown sugar, saw the scene, and the creases at the corners of her eyes smoothed right out. You wastrel, you finally did one decent thing today, even thought to buy brown sugar. She was scolding, but her tone was all delight. Xiuxiu, Yang Lin bought this for you. Put it away safe. Tang Xiuxiu took it, blushing, and opened the cabinet to tuck it inside. A few garments stacked in there folded with painstaking care, and beside them a small cloth bundle that was probably the sum of everything she owned. Once it was put away, she ducked her head, not daring to look at anyone, and hurried off to the outer room to help with dinner, nearly tripping over the threshold on the way. My mother chopped the venison into the smallest cubes she could manage. Yai is still little. Cut the meat fine and stew it longer, so it's easy for her to eat. She muttered as she worked. Hongmei, tonight we'll do rice with the stewed meat. Ma's going to feed her 3 good daughters upright. At the stove, Zhao Hongmei was rinsing rice. The pale white grains hit the basin with a rushing sound, a sound you used to hear only at New Year. But Ma had cut less than a pound of meat in all. 6 pounds, in her eyes, had to stretch over several meals. Stewing a whole pound in one go was already extravagant. Ma, this many people, that little won't be enough. I took the cleaver from her and brought it down, slicing off another good pound and dumping it in the pot, nearly doubling the meat. You wastrel, you've got to make things last. Flustered, Ma slapped her thigh and reached in to fish some back out. Who knew whether this no-good son would revert to his old self by tomorrow? Meat today, and maybe tomorrow not even mush. I went for the deer liver next, and Ma snatched the cleaver back. Taking all that meat isn't enough? Now you're after the liver too? Ma, the liver's for Chuning Tao. She's anemic. This builds the blood back up. Tending the fire below the stove, Zhao Hongmei let out a heavy, drawn-out humph, sour around the edges, and jabbed the firewood hard into the firebox. Sparks crackled up and lit half her face red. The meaning was plain, building up Ying Tao's blood. Aren't you the tender one? Tang Xiuxiu raised her eyes at me too, a wounded look, her mouth pursing until the dimples disappeared. Only then did Ma relent and agree to add a dish of stir-fried deer liver. She washed the liver, sliced it thin, and cut a few slices of ginger. Teaching wears the mind out, and Ying Tao's anemic on top of it. She does need building up. Hongmei, Xiuxiu, you two eat plenty too. In Ma's heart, these 3 daughters-in-law were the real pillars of this household. I'd done one decent thing today, but whether it would last, she had no faith in that yet. There was nothing for me to do, so I lifted the curtain and stepped into Chuning Tao's room. It was a small room off the east side of the main room, bedroom and study both, a blue cloth curtain hanging at the door. A desk sat by the window, a stack of student workbooks on it, a kerosene lamp polished to a shine. She was grading papers and set down her pen when I came in. Did you need something? I bought a tin of clamshell balm. I went over, took out the little white clamshell, and drew her hand to me. Her hand was thin, the knuckles sharp, the back of it covered in purple-red chilblains. In places the skin had split, the tender red flesh showing through, the edges of the cracks gone white. It hurt just to look at. I scooped out a dab of the balm, bent over her hand, and worked it in carefully. The back of the hand first, the pads of my fingers circling to press it into every crack. Then each finger one at a time, not missing the spaces between them. I'd never done this before. My pressure went uneven, too hard, and I'd pull back fast and blow gently on the spot. Your hands are all split. This'll help. Her hand was trembling, not from the cold. In my memory, these hands had only ever held a wine cup and shuffled gambling tiles, stealing money out of the house to throw away. That gentleness had long since gone out of them. I knew her story. A sent-down city girl, parents unwilling to let her come home. And later, when the others got their transfers back to the cities and everyone cleared out, she had nowhere to go, so she stayed on as a community-hired teacher, 20-some yuan a month, boarding in someone else's house. Leave this place, and she didn't even have a roof. As I worked the bomb in, she lowered her head, and the tears fell drop by drop, no stopping them. Yingtao, why are you crying? I fumbled, abandoning the bomb. Did I hurt you? I let go of her hand at once and turned it over, looking. No. Her voice was thick with tears, but she was smiling through them. Got some dust in my eye, crying and laughing at once, like a little girl who'd been wronged and then coaxed back to happiness. She wiped at it with the back of her hand, smearing the fresh balm in a shiny streak across her face. I finished both her hands, twisted the cap back on the shell, and pressed it into her palm. Keep this. Use more tomorrow. She closed the workbook and came out with me. The main room was lively. The big pot bubbled away, steaming, the smell of the venison so thick it wouldn't dissolve, the kerosene lamp throwing long shadows. Yaya clung to the edge of the stove, up on her tiptoes peering into the pot, her big eyes watering in the steam, her little nose sniffing and sniffing as if she could inhale the whole smell into her belly. My heart melted. I crouched down to her level and teased. Yaya, when the meat's done, will you give Daddy a bite? There's none for you, Ma said from the stove without turning around, feigning disdain. Feeding you any is a waste. Yaya tilted her little head, looked at her grandma, then at me, baffled. Grandma, Daddy wants meat too. Having said her piece in that milky little voice, she patted my cheek with her small hand. Daddy, can our family eat meat every day from now on? Something caught in my throat. Meat every day. To her, that was the grandest thing to hope for. Before this, she couldn't even get a white flour bun. Give Daddy a kiss, and I'll let you eat meat every day. I leaned my cheek toward her. Her eyes lit up, and she grinned wide, showing a few baby teeth like grains of rice. She planted a fierce kiss on my cheek, half my face dripping with drool. That's Daddy's good girl. My heart went sweet, like I'd drunk honey. In my past life, I'd lived most of my years a man alone. While everyone else gathered for the holidays, I ate instant noodles by myself in front of the TV. Sick, no one to pour me water. Drunk, no one to scold me. Reborn into this life, I'd come into 3 ex-wives and a daughter out of nowhere. I'd made out like a bandit. An hour and more later, a big basin of venison was stewed to falling apart tenderness, the broth bright with fat, a plate of stir-fried deer liver beside it. The thin slices curled at the edges from the heat. Yaya hung over the edge of the Kong, chin resting on the surface, all but drooling. Ma, can I have one piece first? Go call your dad to eat. Zhao Hongmei's tone was still hard, but those 2 words, your dad, had softened a notch. Not one of the 3 women had picked up her chopsticks. They were all waiting for me. Daddy, Ma says come eat. I lifted the curtain and went in. The low table sat in the middle of the Kong, Ma in the place of honor, Zhao Hongmei on the left, Tang Xiuxiu on the right, Chun Yingtao beside Xiuxiu. Whose side should I take? Tang Xiuxiu patted the mat next to her. Chun Yingtao watched me with a soft look. For a moment I was stuck. Daddy, sit here. My daughter rescued me again. Smiling, I settled in next to Yaya, and she climbed straight onto my lap and wriggled into a comfortable spot. I picked up Ma's bowl first, ladled meat, poured broth, ladled more meat, heaping it into a peak, and handed it to her with both hands. Ma, you've had it hard all these years. Eat plenty. Ma took the bowl, her eyes welling, her lips trembling a long while. She'd scolded me for 20-some years, beaten me, begged me, She probably never once imagined a day when I'd hold out a bowl of meat to her like this. Ma can't eat this much. Her voice came out hoarse, and she scraped most of the bowl over to Yaya. Yaya stuffed her mouth full, cheeks bulging, eyes narrowing into two little crescent moons. Zhao Hongmei sat across from me, sipping a bowl of plain broth, small mouthful by small mouthful, not a scrap of meat in it. I couldn't stand it. I scooped up a brimming spoonful of the softest meat and tipped it straight into her bowl. Eat, don't just drink broth. Have some meat. The hand holding her bowl went still. She stared blankly at the heap of meat in it. She probably never expected me to serve her. She had a fiery temper, always scolding me, and in the old days I'd kept my distance. As far as she knew, the one first in my heart had always been my middle school desk mate, Tang Xiuxiu. But today, I'd serve my mother first, and her second. Zhao Hongmei's fingers tightened on her chopsticks. She couldn't tell whether what she felt was surprise or something warmer. This man who went up the mountain to hunt, who faced down Lu Taizhu, who bought clamshell bomb for Ying Tao, was a stranger, nothing like the Yang Lin she knew. And yet those eyes no longer dodged hers. They were steady now, and that, somehow, made her feel safe. She dropped her head abruptly. A scalding tear splashed into her bowl, then a second, then a third, no holding them back now. Her shoulders shook faintly. She gripped her chopsticks, and for a long moment couldn't lift a single piece of meat. Hongmei, don't cry. I let my voice go gentler still. I was a bastard before. From here on I won't gamble, won't drink. I'll work hard and take care of this family. Take care of all of you. Things in this house are only going to get better. She lifted a sleeve and wiped her eyes, fast and rough, as if afraid of being seen. I served Tang Xiuxiu a bowl next. She smiled, sweet and syrupy, her almond eyes curving into crescents, and put a piece of meat in her mouth. So good. Last I served Chun Ying Tao, adding a slice of liver too. Yang Lin, the mountains are dangerous. Don't go again next time. She raised her eyes to me, worry edged with careful pleading. As long as you don't gamble, we'll manage. It's fine. I'm plenty capable. I'll be going back. Capable isn't something you brag about. It's something you do. Zhao Hongmei dried her tears, her steel back in place. I nodded quickly. I'll work hard, I swear. I'll get you all to a good life. Seeing her two elder sisters busy eating, Chen Yingtao scooped a spoonful of meat into my bowl. You eat too. Just 2 words, light and plain. But when those eyes looked at me, there was a glow in them. Under the kerosene lamp, her neck was luminous pale, and though her face was wan, her eyes were bright, and you couldn't look away. Someone this gentle, this lovely. How had the old me ever overlooked her, even sniffed at her for being too quiet and earning too little? The moment Tang Xiuxiu caught me looking at Ying Tao, the jealousy rose right up. Her mouth pursed, and she jabbed the meat in her bowl to shreds with her chopsticks. Brother Yang, are you going up the mountain again tomorrow? You're not thinking of going to scrounge another lucky find, are you? Her voice was sweet, but she bit down hard on the word scrounge. Huh, a fine lying right there, and not take it? Only a fool wouldn't. Looking at that little face that said I'm displeased in every line, I found it both funny and adorable. Relax, tomorrow I'll show you what I can really do. I'll have you all blooming and well-fed, guaranteed. In my last life, I was too straight-laced, gave people my whole heart, and got written off as wooden and dull. One by one, they ran off with other men. This life, I was going to live a different way. With a mouth like yours, not one word's true. Zhao Hongmei curled her lip, but the corner of her mouth ticked up, and she dropped her head fast to drink broth and hide it. Yaya poked her head out of her mother's arms and held up a half-gnawed piece of meat to my lips. Daddy, you have it. I opened my mouth and took it, drawing out an exaggerated Meat from my girl tastes the best. She clapped with glee, then grabbed another piece and held it to Zhao Hongmei's mouth. Ma, you eat too. Zhao Hongmei took a bite and gathered Yaya into her arms, resting her chin on the little head, her eyes red but the corners of her mouth tipped high. Just as I was about to toss out another line or two, a roar exploded outside in the yard. Yang Lin, you dog, you dared hit me? Get out here. Lu Tieju's voice, coarse and hoarse and thick with drink, dropped like a rock into a still pond at night. The neighbors' lamps lit up one after another, and the dogs erupted in a chorus. Every chopstick in the room stopped at once. Zhao Hongmei's face darkened. She set Yaya down and bolted for the kitchen to grab the cleaver. I was faster. One stride and my arm was across in front of her. Hongmei, I'm here. You don't have to go risk your neck. I gave her a smile. Keep Yaya with you. Don't come out. She froze. In the old days, I always shrank to the back. When Lu Taiju came to take advantage, I'd put on a grin. When someone brought trouble to the door, I'd hide indoors. When somebody so much as said 2 words against Yaya, it was her who charged out to fight. I was forever the coward cowering behind the women. This time, I'd stepped out in front of her. Young Lin, better let Sister Hongmei go. Folks in the village are scared of her temper. Tang Xiuxiu's voice quavered, her little face white. Chun Yingtao gripped her chopsticks, held them suspended in midair, unable to set them down, as if she no longer knew me. Can you handle it? Zhao Hongmei asked, hesitant. It wasn't that she doubted whether I could. She just wasn't sure whether to put her faith in me one more time. She'd been let down too many times. Why couldn't I? A man can't ever say he can't. I grinned, pulled her behind me, pushed the door open, and stepped into the yard. 3 men stood there. Lu Taiju in front, 2 thugs behind him. On the left, Zhang Degay, famous in the village for brute strength. 1 punch could shatter half a brick. On the right, Li Laosi, tall and lean, long-limbed, the kind who fought dirty and went for below the belt. The 3 of them spread out in a line, sealing off the gate. The commotion had woken half the village. 20 or 30 people pressed in 3 layers deep to watch the show. Wang Lianhua craned her neck with a padded coat thrown over her shoulders. Old Sun squatted against the wall with his pipe in his teeth, eyes narrowed, enjoying the drama. You bastard, didn't hide behind the women this time, dared to come out. Lu Taiju spat a thick gob, the slabs of muscle in his face twitching. Bag one, dear, and you think you're a big man? You dared point a knife at your big brother. I don't loosen your hide tonight. You won't learn who runs Xiushui village. He'd lost serious face today, so he'd brought Zhang Degui and Li Laosi along to back him up, wanting the whole village to see that Lu Taiju was not to be crossed. I stood in the middle of the yard and let out a cold laugh. For Yaya, my eyes held tenderness. For Hongmei, reassurance. For Xiuxiu, fondness. For Yingtao, an aching care. But for him, my eyes were cold as the winter wind off the mountain, without a degree of warmth in them. He'd do nicely to establish a reputation. Don't give him a hard lesson tonight, and everyone would take me for a soft persimmon from here on. You done? The voice wasn't loud, but it bored clearly into every ear, calm as if I were asking a child whether he'd finished his tantrum. You. The breath jammed in Lu Tieju's chest. He'd expected me to bow and scrape, offer a cigarette, and beg. Instead, I stood there with my hands at my sides, not even a guard up, looking at him blandly, as if he were beneath my notice. That was worse than being cursed at. Get him. Teach him to walk with his tail between his legs. Lu Taiju threw the first punch himself, straight at the bridge of my nose, whistling through the air. Zhang Degui came around from the left, Li Laosi swung in from the right, the 3 of them fanning out to box me in. Whoa, dog eats dog, here we go. The villagers watching surged back like an ebbing tide. Wang Lianhua clapped a hand over her mouth with a yelp. Old Sun stood up and dropped back into a squat, his pipe falling out. I didn't move a muscle. In my past life, I'd learned a whole set of hunting skills from my master, Chen Yun, over in Hongxing village. Against these 3 good-for-nothings, I had confidence to spare. Lu Tieju's fist came at me fast and hard, but all brute force, no method to it at all. To my eye, it was slow. A wild boar charging in the mountains came 3 times faster, and I could still twist aside at the last instant. I tipped my head. The fist grazed my ear, raising a gust of air, and hit nothing. The 2 behind me lunged in. Zhang Degui drove a kick at my chest. Li Laosi flung his arms wide to lock up my shoulders. I raised a hand and clamped onto the wrist Lu Taiju had thrown empty. 5 fingers shut around the wrist bone like pincers, and I bore down. Crack. A sharp snap, like a dry branch breaking. His wrist dislocated on the spot, the whole hand flopping down like a puppet with its string cut. Af! A scream like a slaughtered pig tore through the night. His face contorted with pain, tears and snot running together, his legs buckling. Only my grip on his wrist kept him from going down. I shoved backward, palm flat against his chest, like pushing over a wall. He toppled straight back, slamming into Zhang Degui, just as the man lifted his foot to kick. Zhang Degui's balance was already off, struck by 160-some pounds. He lurched with a yelp, his kick hit nothing, and the two of them folded into the mud together, legs tangled, unable to get up for a good while. Li Laosi already had my collar in his grip, a triumphant look on his face. I drove an elbow into his left ribs. The point of the elbow is the hardest, and I put my whole core behind it. A dull thud, like a hammer on a drumhead. His mouth fell open, and all he could force out was a short NGH, as if a hand had closed on his throat, his whole body bowing like a boiled shrimp. I kicked him in the backside. Already bent double, he pitched straight forward and ate a mouthful of mud. I planted a foot on his chest and looked down at him like a bug flipped onto its back. What did Lu Taiju give you that's worth risking your neck over? Li Laosi looked up and met my eyes, and the pain on his face turned instantly to fear. He understood all at once that I wasn't bluffing, that I really could keep him from getting up. He spread his hands and went still. I walked over to Lu Taiju, hauled him up by the collar, and lifted him clear off the ground like a chick by the scruff. Lu Taiju, I'm warning you. My eyes nailed him. Come at me again, or my family, and I'll see you never get up for the rest of your life. Every word came out as if dug from an ice cellar. Then I dropped him to the ground like a sack of trash. He lay face down, shaking all over, not daring to move. His two helpers crept to their feet, one missing a shoe, one clutching his ribs, and exchanged a look, both of them afraid. This was no coward like Lu Taiju had claimed. This was a wolf that bit. Lu Taiju scrambled up and ran, his right wrist dangling and swinging, grimacing in pain but not daring to stop. The villagers parted to make a path. No one blocked him, no one laughed, no one dared throw out even a hard word. 20 or 30 pairs of eyes were fixed on me. One man came back to himself only when his cigarette burned down to his fingers. Another didn't even hear his own child crying in his arms. This is the Yang family coward who never dared cross anyone? No, this is a vicious wolf. Zhao Hongmei stood in the doorway, her knuckles white from clenching, watching me without a blink. This man who'd flattened 3 thugs single-handed and flung Lu Taiju out like garbage. She was probably thinking, if he'd had half this in him back then, there'd have been no divorce at all. Her eyes went hot, but she forced the wet feeling back down, and the corners of her mouth refused to stay flat. My sons finally stood up. Ma braced herself against the doorframe, tears streaming, and tilted her face up to the pitch-black sky. Their father, our son's finally taken after you this time. Tang Xiuxiu showed half her face around the doorframe, almond eyes wide and round, as if looking at someone she'd never met. Chen Yingtao stood at the very back, a pair of scissors gripped in her hand. She'd snatched them up the moment the first shout came. She'd watched it all from start to finish. The way I'd ducked the punch, wrenched the wrist, driven the elbow, all in one clean, unbroken motion, with a ferocity she'd never once seen in me. Her gaze was a little dazed. I paid the murmuring crowd no mind and turned around. Moonlight fell on my face, sweat running down past my temple. In one glance I saw that Chun Yingtao had only a thin jacket on, a strip of collarbone showing, her lips pale, whether from cold or fright I couldn't tell. My brow furrowed. 2 strides over, and without a word I stripped off my own coat and draped it over her, gathered the sleeves in, and did up 2 buttons. She froze stiff. The padded coat hung on her like a robe, falling to her knees. I didn't give her time to react. One hand pulling her, the other catching hold of Zhao Hongmei's ice-cold hand, and led them both inside together. Bang! The door shut, walling off all the staring and the murmuring. Behind it the crowd was still buzzing. That bully Lu Taiju. He kicked an iron plate this time. Young Lin was something else tonight. That stare scared me half to death. Now that's a man. Look how he shields his ex-wives. Those 3 women didn't follow him for nothing. Everyone always said the 3 of them were blind. Turns out they had the eye for it after all. The gates creaked shut one by one. The lamps went dark one by one, and the village fell quiet again. As I passed Chen Yingtao on the way in, she had her head down. Her lips moved slightly, and out came a line as light as wind through treetops. Who are you? My heart lurched. The change today had been too fast. She'd grown suspicious. I might also be called Yang Lin, but I wasn't the Yang Lin of this world. In my past life, I was an old hunter, a loner, a man with no one. The man this body had belonged to was a drunk, a gambler, a coward. Apart from this face, the two of us had almost nothing in common. I could not let it show. I gripped my bowl, knuckles whitening, and stole a glance into her room through the curtain. The lamp was still lit, her shadow cast on the cloth, perfectly still. Young Lin, when did you get so good at fighting? Zhao Hongmei sat across from me with Yaya in her arms, her almond eyes full of curiosity. Yaya's sleepy. Take her to bed. I changed the subject fast. She gave me a look but didn't press, and carried the already dozing Yaya into the inner room. At the doorway she paused, turned her head as if to say something, then in the end said nothing and lifted the curtain and went in. Young Lin, will Lu Taiju come make trouble for you again? Tang Xiuxiu asked softly, even the dimples gone faint. He wouldn't dare. My answer was flat and final. Her lashes were very long. Lowered, they cast a small patch of shadow on her cheek. Her pale pink lips lovely with no rouge at all. She was the one the old me had liked best, from middle school all the way to the divorce. My eyes drifted, against my will, toward Chun Yingtao. She was holding her pen, not a word written, her gaze coming through the gap in the curtain and landing on me like an invisible thread. I pulled my eyes back, stood up, and took Tang Xiuxiu by the hand. Come on. Before she could react, she was hauled to her feet, stumbling a step into my chest. I caught her by the waist and steered her toward her room. Young Lin, what are you doing? Her voice came quick and low, her face flushing red. I'm your man. You tell me what I'm doing. I borrowed the old owner's swaggering, roguish drawl and cocked an eyebrow. Don't behave, and I might just smack you. My palm rested against her side. Through the thin padded jacket, her waist was slender enough to circle with one hand. In my last life, I lived most of my years alone. Holidays, everyone else paired off while I cracked sunflower seeds in front of the TV by myself. Not even someone to warm the bed. This life heaven had handed me 3 at once. Let that slip and it really would be a waste of a gift from the gods. Chun Yingtao sat at her desk, her pen tip blooming a small flower of ink into the workbook. She stared at the closed door Tang Xiuxiu had gone through, her fingers tightening. Maybe she was just overthinking it. She bent back to her grating, but the ink blot wouldn't rub out, like the thought in her head that wouldn't wipe away. Inside the room, I'd backed Tang Xiuxiu up 2 steps. She turned, both hands braced against my chest, blushing to the ears, the pink spreading down her neck. Don't be like this. Sister Hongmei and Yingtao aren't asleep yet. If they saw, they'd think I was an easy woman. I freed a hand and slid the door bolt home behind me, shutting out the world. She buried her face in my chest and said, muffled, this is the last time. That night, her room overflowed with spring. How long passed, I couldn't say. The moon slid from the east to the west, a rooster's distant crow coming faint and far. She lay sprawled on the Kong, the quilt pulled up to her chin, only a flushed little face showing. You devil, you've worn me to death. Her voice was scratchy, lazy, like a well-fed cat, scolding, but without a trace of resentment in it, carrying instead a sweetness she couldn't name. As if you didn't want to. I teased, arm around her. She thumped my chest in a huff, the little fist going thud, 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 no force behind it, and shot me a glare after, the dimples sinking deeper from the pouting, unbearably cute. Young Lin, you're a great big liar. What did I lie about? You're plainly this capable. Her voice dropped, carrying a genuine, puzzled doubt. So how come, in front of outsiders before, you could never even stand up straight? I paused. The question came out of nowhere. My mind spun a few turns, and in the end all I could squeeze out was, people change. I gathered her in closer. From now on I'll provide for this family. Take care of all of you. Be a good man. Big liar. She laughed helplessly, tracing circles on my chest. All you do is sweet-talk us. Is this the same mouth that talked Sister Hongmei into bed too? It's not sweet talk, it's love. I turned suddenly serious. I've thought it through. With all of you, with Yaya, with Ma. If I can't hold this family up, sooner or later it falls apart. I'm going to get you a good life. She said nothing, just nuzzled her face against my chest like a small cat. You've about worn me to pieces. If you feel bad for me, go catch me something good to eat tomorrow. What do you want to eat? Her body went still. Whatever you always catch in the field whenever I'm upset, don't act like you don't know. My head started to ache. I turned the old owner's memories upside down and could not for the life of me recall what he caught in the field. Snake? River snails? Eel? Loach? I ventured. How about I catch you a few fish to cook tomorrow? Tang Xiuxiu's face changed in a flash. She shoved me away, dragging half the quilt with her, and curled up with her back to me like a cat with its fur on end. Yang Lin, don't tell me you forgot I don't like fish? I can't pick out the bones. I'll choke. How can you be like this? I was stunned. This whole world was badly out of joint. 3 wives dropped on me that I knew nothing about. The old owner's memories of them seemed deliberately blanked in places. No matter how I tried, I couldn't read them. I knew Tang Xiuxiu had been my middle school desk mate. Knew she had dimples when she smiled, but I hadn't known she didn't eat fish. I coaxed her a long while, and she kept her back to me the whole time, not moving. In the end, I could only sigh, dress in the dark, and step out. The kerosene lamp was still lit in the main room. Chun Yingtao sat at the table grading papers, her back ramrod straight, but the skin under her eyes had gone faintly blue, worn out like that, and still holding on. I turned to the stove, poured a cup of warm water, and set it gently by her hand. Yingtao, it's late. Go to bed. You've got class tomorrow. She looked up at me and nodded, then took the cup in both hands. I went back to my own room. The smallest one at the far end of the main room, 1 Kong, 1 table, 1 cabinet. The bedding was folded square and neat. Zhao Hongmei had made it up for me during the day. Divorced, and still the women of this house had never once shortchanged me. But lying down, I hadn't the slightest urge to sleep. The deepest longing of my past life was a home, a wife who loved me, the 2 of us keeping house by the warm Kong, a pair of kids chasing after me yelling daddy, riding on my shoulders to hear stories. Everything I'd reached for and never gotten, the old owner had for the taking, and didn't treasure one bit of it. 3 perfectly good wives, each prettier and more capable than the last, everyone good to him, and he divorced all 3. A rotten man, truly. Couldn't sleep, so I got up, went to the kitchen, scooped out flour, cracked the last 2 eggs in the house, and mixed up a dough. The yolks were golden, and I kneaded it to the 3 smooths. Smooth basin, smooth hands, smooth dough, yellower and springier than usual. Tomorrow morning, I'd make hand-rolled noodles for Chun Yingtao, who rose early. But the moment I closed my eyes, the nightmare came. In the dream, Chun Yingtao was walking a student home, passing through the mountain woods, when a black shape burst out of the brush, a bear. She shoved the student clear but couldn't get out of the way herself. In the dream, I screamed my throat raw, but my legs were filled with lead, and I couldn't reach her no matter how I ran. I jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, the shirt soaked through against my back. The sight of Chun Yingtao fallen in a pool of blood was horribly clear. I couldn't sleep after that, so I got up, took the leftover venison from the vegetable basket, and cut it into topping, the cubes squared off neat and even, about 1 pound and a bit. I laid a thin film of oil in the pot, dropped in the meat, and it hissed, the aroma leaping up. A scatter of salt, a few drops of soy for color, then I dished it out and covered it to keep warm. Then I rolled the noodles. The dough that had rested all night was soft and elastic. I rolled it thin enough to show the grain of the board through it, folded it, sliced it stroke by stroke into fine ribbons, shook them loose, and dusted them with flour. At first gray light, Chun Yingtao woke. The moment she opened her eyes, she caught the smell of meat, a rich braised aroma, scallion and soy mixed in, coming through the door curtain and into her nose. She came to the outer room and saw me busy at the stove. You're up. I glanced back at her. I made hand-rolled noodles. I'll cook yours now. The noodles went into the pot, sinking, then rising, tumbling in the boiling water. She moved to help, reaching for a bowl. No need. Go wash up. I put out a hand to stop her, not exactly gentle, but planted steady between her and the stove. By the time she came back from washing, 2 bowls were dished up, thick courseware bowls, the fine white noodles laid in neat. A spoonful of glistening meat topping poured over, a handful of scallion scattered on, green against white. She ate in small mouthfuls, and as she ate her shoulders began to hitch, tears dropping into the bowl until you couldn't tell which was tear and which was broth. In all their married years, I, the old owner, had never once cooked her a meal, had barely set foot in the kitchen. It's just a bowl of noodles. What's there to cry about? I hardened my voice on purpose, gruff in the old owner's manner. I can't stand crying. What good does crying do? Hurry and eat. I've got the pot to scrub. But I kept my eyes off her. She wiped her eyes, ducked her head, and went on eating, the corners of her mouth plainly tipped up. I grabbed 4 or 5 pounds of rice and flour and packed it into a blue and white print cloth sack washed pail, then tied the mouth shut. Young Lin, what are you doing? Taking it to school for you. You're too thin. Eat something decent. It's too much. There isn't much grain in the house. She stood up to carry it back. I pressed my hand over hers, my palm hot. Grain and money, don't you worry about. I've got it. I smiled. Not a smirk, the kind of open smile that grows from somewhere deep. She stared at me blankly, her face flushing to the ears. I'll walk you. I shouldered the hunting rifle, picked up the sack, and went ahead. No need. I can go on my own. Whoever heard of a grown man walking his wife to work? Mortifying if anyone saw. I didn't answer. The morning mist hadn't lifted. The poplars along the trail hung bare with white frost. Ma came out of the house, saw me with the gun on my back and the sack in hand, walking out with Chun Yingtao one ahead of the other, and her eyes lit right up. Young Lin, what's this? Ma, I'm seeing Yingtao off. She's on her own, and she has to cross those woods. I'm uneasy about it. Last night's nightmare had been too clear, her fallen in a pool of blood, those eyes gazing quietly up at me. I had to see her through that stretch of woods with my own eyes before I'd rest easy. Good. Good. Every crease in Ma's face smoothed out. She beamed so wide she couldn't close her mouth. Her own son, finally learning to care for someone. Before, forget seeing her off. When Yingtao went out, he wouldn't so much as lift an eyelid. And drunk, he'd grumble that she'd disturbed his sleep. The air in the woods was fresh, the dew-wet trail slick and soft. Pine needles and dead leaves churned into the mud. The bird song came one call after another, crisp, like a score laid over the stillness. At every puddle I reached back and pulled her along. My hand was big enough to close around her whole wrist. Once she'd found her footing, I'd let go, step back half a pace, and walk on beside her. She walked with her head down, saying nothing, but every time my hand reached over, her step gave a little hitch, and that small smile at her mouth. She couldn't hide it. On the trail, we passed a few villagers up early heading into the hills, hose over shoulders, baskets on backs. Seeing me out front carrying Chun Yingtao's sack for her, they each stared wide-eyed. Isn't that Young Lin? Walking Yingtao to school even? The sun really does rise in the west. A gambler learning to dote on his ex-wife. If he'd been like this, she'd never have left him. You didn't see him shielding those women yesterday, like a hen over her chicks. The man's changed overnight. Chun Yingtao listened and stole a glance at me. The morning light caught her profile, and that flicker of doubt was there to see. She was probably wondering how the Young Lin who used to sleep till the sun was high and then go off drinking and gambling with Lu Taiju could be the one who'd risen early to cook her noodles and walk her to school. I had my own thoughts to chew on. She was painfully thin, her top hanging loose on her, collarbones jutting, neck so slender it looked like it might snap. Years of going hungry. I had to find a way to turn her life around. But slowly, warming her heart bit by bit. The girl was too sharp. Yesterday's line, "You're not him," came out light as a thought spoken aloud, but I'd heard it clear. She wasn't the careless sort like Tang Xiuxiu, nor sharp-mouthed and soft-hearted like Zhao Hongmei. She saw everything and simply didn't say it. If she truly saw through me, she might bolt from this family in fright. Mid-thought, I stopped. A patch of mud at the wood's edge had darkened, churned into a mess, like something had been rolling on the ground. What is it? I didn't answer. I raised the gun and went into the trees. A few minutes turning in the mist, and I came back out cradling several dew-beaded mushrooms. Pale brown caps, edges slightly curled, pine needles still clinging to the stems. Hazel mushrooms, just up, very tender. I held them out. I'll make the kids a mushroom soup at noon. How did you find them so fast? She took them and gave a sniff, eyes full of curiosity. Got lucky. I patted the dirt off my hands. In my past life, I'd built up a living selling mountain goods and game. Which patch of the greater Xing'an, which season, what mushroom grew under what tree, I could rattle it off with my eyes shut. Hazel mushrooms love the hazel scrub and the bases of pines. The first clear day after rain, a whole flush of them comes up overnight. There should be more up ahead. Want me to take you to pick some? Seeing there was still time, she nodded. I took her hand and led her into the woods. Her hand was cold, the fingertips icy, held in mine. The warmth seeped in and chased the chill out little by little. Over here. She crouched and brushed aside the pine needles. 3 or 4 crowded underneath. She pinched a stem and twisted, and the whole thing came up, cap unbroken. Here too. I cleared a clump of dead grass with my foot, uncovering a dozen more, the biggest cap the size of a child's fist. So many. She laughed, eyes curving into crescents. Not showy, quiet and easy, a comfort to see. I didn't bend to pick. I stood 2 steps behind her, ears pricked, scanning all around. Whined through the treetops, a woodpecker drumming far off, the rustle of an insect crossing dead leaves underfoot. Last night's nightmare was still in my head, the sight of her fallen in blood so real I couldn't tell whether it had been a dream. Maybe an omen. A dozen odd minutes in, my nose twitched twice. A rank, musky smell, faint and coming and going, mostly buried under pine and earth, but it didn't escape me. The particular gamey reek of a wild beast. I yanked Chineen Tao up. I clamped onto her wrist, hard enough that she stumbled 2 steps. Stop picking. We're leaving now. I kept my voice low but quick. What is it? There are still hazel mushrooms left. She looked back at the patch, reluctant. I didn't answer, my nostrils flaring to catch the smell, stronger than before, to the southeast, 50 or 60 paces off. There's a big animal. Move. I'd already pulled her behind me, hand going to the gun on my back. Only then did she sense something wrong, her expression sharpening to alarm. A few dozen paces on, I stopped. Under a pine the ground had been rooted into chaos. The earth turned up 2 meters square, grass roots, and all torn out across the dirt. The churned soil still wet, the edges very fresh. What's this? Wild boar. I crouched and stirred the turned earth, still warm with body heat. Just left. The mud still hot. Her face went white in a flash. Everyone in Xioshui village knew the hardest thing to cross in these hills wasn't the wolf, wasn't the bear, it was the wild boar. Especially the vicious one they called Big Cannon. Foul-tempered, charging at the sight of a person, not always killable with a single shot. Don't be scared. If it meant to attack, it'd have come already. My words were airy, but inside I didn't slacken an inch, steering her toward the upwind side. A beast's nose is dozens of times keener than a person's. Stand downwind, and it smells you before you see it. Stand upwind, and you seize the first move. Young Lin, the boar's still around? She asked in a hush, the white in her face fading a little, replaced by a calm wariness, gripping the strap of the sack, her steps steady all the same. Look at those hoof prints. I jerked my chin at the mud by the trail. Pointed in front, split in 2 behind. Deep prints, clean edges, means a heavy pig, still nearby. If the edges were blown out with mud, that'd mean it was running. And this hour is exactly when they come out to root for food. She followed my gaze, and sure enough, several deep prints, pointed front and cleft into 2 behind, a couple centimeters deep, edges crisp. She walked this path every day and had never noticed how much was hidden in the marks on the ground. So this man knew hunting inside out. And the way he looked at me, that thick tenderness, that deep fondness, brimming over. I couldn't get my fill of looking back. The man who'd woken in Sister Hongmei's bed yesterday, was he really still the same Yonglin? The thought surfaced again, a thorn she couldn't pull out. She thought back over this one day since I'd woken, bagging a deer, paying off debts, facing down Lu Taiju, the fight, the hand-rolled noodles, walking her to school, every single thing the old Yonglin could never have done. Frightened? A little farther, and we'll be safe. I pulled her out of her thoughts. I cocked an ear, besides wind and birdsong, not another sound. Too quiet. The string in me drew tighter instead. Not normal. Sure enough, from the woods came a heavy, ragged panting. Huff, huff, like a giant bellows being worked, mixed with a low gurgling growl from deep in the throat. Then crack, crack, branches snapping one after another, something barreling through the brush. The boar's coming. Don't move, don't make a sound. I dropped my voice to its lowest. She pressed her lips tight and nodded. The brush a dozen meters ahead heaved violently, the hazel scrub flung apart as if by a giant hand, toppling to both sides, dead leaves and dirt rising in a brown haze. A wild boar came charging out, bigger than I'd reckoned, black bristles standing up all over it like steel needles, the shoulders humped high. tall in front and low behind, exactly like a heavy truck. The head took up a third of its body, two tusks glinting white, the lower pair like a pair of daggers. A pair of dark red eyes, pupils slit sideways, fixed dead on us. It dropped its head low, the throat rumbling, forehooves pawing the ground, mud spattering against the tree trunks, coming straight for us. Chun Ying Tao seized my hand, nails biting into the flesh, shaking all over, but she didn't give a single step. Any other woman would have screamed and run by now. I turned my hand and closed it around hers, patted it. Ying Tao, get behind that white birch and stay there. I gestured with my chin. This isn't big cannon. I can handle it. I'll help you. Her voice shook, but it was firm, and she turned to grab a dead branch off the ground. I blinked. Gentle as the woman was, she had no small nerve. You've got no weapon. Do as I say. I softened my voice, but the tone left no room for argument, and I gave her a deliberately fierce glare. Don't get to cover, and see if I don't smack you when we get back. She couldn't win against me. She pressed her back tight to the birch, poked half her head out, and watched me without a blink. The boar bore down, head low, tusks forward, like a runaway truck. The hoofbeats went thud, thud, each one landing on the heart. I leveled the rifle, narrowed my eyes, and locked the muzzle steady on its eye. That was why I wasn't rushing to fire. A boar's hide is coarse and its flesh thick, the skull thick and hard. Shoot the forehead, and it's like scratching an itch, the bullet won't drive in. Only those eyes are the kill spot. A bullet in there goes straight to the brain, one shot dead. Hit anywhere else, and you only enrage it. A wounded boar is 10 times worse than an unhurt one. It kicked up the leaves into a brown haze. 10 meters, 8, 6. The dark red eyes fixed on me, white foam at the corners of its mouth. Don't move. I bellowed it and squeezed the trigger. Bang. The shot cracked through the woods like lightning splitting the sky. Birds flapped up in a panic, blotting out half the sky. The boar gave a hideous shriek, its forelegs buckling, but it held itself up and didn't go down. Off the mark. Blood welled from its head, smearing over half its face. But the shot had only grazed the bone above the eye socket and skidded past. I sighed. A dozen years without touching a gun, and my aim had gone rusty. In my past life, I could put a bullet in a deer's eye at 50 paces, never missed. This body was too long out of practice, the hand stiff, off by 2 inches. The boar tossed its head, the unheard eye locked dead on me. The dark red pupil shrunk to a slit, full of hate. It had marked the one who'd wounded it, and it meant to tear me apart. I didn't panic. My left hand flew to the powder and lead shot at my waist and started loading the barrel. But not fast enough. Yang Lin, run. Chun Ying Tao's voice cracked. Her legs moved. She was about to bolt out from behind the tree. Stay there. I didn't even turn my head, the words coming down like a muffled hammer. No time. The boar was already inside 5 meters, and for a boar at full charge, 5 meters is the blink of an eye. I threw the gun aside and snatched the knife from my belt in a backhand draw. Knees slightly bent, center of gravity low, front and back foot dug into the soft fallen leaves like roots driven in. The hilt grew hot in my palm. As the boar came, I didn't retreat. I stepped half a pace forward to meet it. Borrowing the force of its charge, the knife, carrying my whole weight, came down hard on its neck. The most crucial thing I'd learned from Master Chen Yun was knowing where to put the blade, where a beast's bone seams run, where the joints connect, which angle cuts in with the least effort and the most certainty. None of it was in any book. It all lived in an old hunter's hands. The blade slid in along the bone seam. Not the crack of steel on bone, but a SSHD, like cutting into thick wet clay, dull and keen at once, driving clean to the spine. The boar let out half a piercing shriek, cut off short. Its forelegs carried it a few more lurching steps, swaying, until it could hold up no longer and collapsed into the leaf litter, hooves kicking wildly, foam and blood pouring from the corner of its mouth. I went over and finished it with a few more cuts. Warm pig's blood spattered across my face. My chest heaved hard, the hand on the knife still shaking, not from fear, the cramp that comes after too much force. Yang Lin. Chun Ying Tao came out from behind the birch, her voice trembling. It's fine. We're safe. I wiped the blood off my face and grinned. She looked at me drenched in blood. Her vision went black. Her legs gave, and she swayed sideways. She wasn't afraid of the boar. She was afraid something had happened to me. I jammed the knife away and rushed over to catch her. She was so light in my arms, light as a bundle of dry kindling. "Don't be scared. It's not my blood, it's the boar's." She opened her eyes and stared at my face. The blood was splashed on, not seeping out. My color was good, my eyes bright, no wound. The next moment she buried her face in my chest and wept out loud. She gripped the bloodied front of my coat with both hands, the tears coming like a burst dam, soaking my chest, her shoulders shaking hard. I froze, hands hovering, not knowing where to put them. In my past life, I was a man alone. No woman had ever cried for me, much less thrown herself into my arms. The feeling of being remembered, of being held in someone's heart, was so foreign it left me at a loss. I patted her thin back, gently, again and again, saying nothing. Words would only have been too much. I knew her past. Her own parents hadn't wanted her, signing her up for the countryside the instant a slot came open, like dumping a burden. She'd married, and the man sneered that she was cold, that she earned too little, took out his drunken temper on her. Those years she was bruised black and blue, didn't dare wear short sleeves even in summer for fear the students would see. Then with one sheet of paper, he'd cast her off. Now she was like a blade of grass trampled into the mud, rained on, slowly straightening again, pushing a new sprout up out of the earth. When she'd cried herself out, she pulled free of my arms, blushing, eyes and nose red, like a little cat with a tear-smeared face. "You're not hurt." She tipped her head up and looked me over carefully. "Really, no." I grinned wide, a flash of white teeth bright in the mess of blood on my face. Only then did I look at the boar on the ground, shoulders humped high, 200 pounds at the least, more than twice the size of yesterday's deer, tusks like a pair of curved daggers. Every part of a pig is treasure, the bristles especially. The supply co-op bought them specially, and a pound of good bristle fetched several yuan. "Ing Tao, we've struck it rich." She nodded, eyes still red, but the corners of her mouth tipped up. "You go on to school. I'll figure out how to get this pig back. Class is about to start. Don't keep the students waiting." I crouched and tested the boar's foreleg with a heave, not a budge, like it had grown roots in the ground. This body had been wrecked by the old owner. Years of drinking, weak, 200 pounds. I couldn't carry it down the mountain alone. "Young Lin, this pig's over 200 pounds. You can't carry it." She wouldn't go first no matter what, reaching to lift a leg of it, just as immovable. "I'm a grown man, can't manage one pig. There's always a way around a problem." She left looking back every few steps, until her figure vanished into the morning mist. I dropped the smile, glanced around, and my eye landed on a pine straight and limbless, thick as a bull mouth. I had it. I swung the knife full arm at the pine. The chalk dull and heavy, wood chips flying, settling over my head and shoulders. One down, then another, 3 of about the same thickness in all. 2 blisters tore open on my palm, stinging fierce, no time to mind it. I trimmed off the branches and sharpened one end of each. 2 long poles for runners, a few short ones crossed on top in a grid, then grass rope lashed in a figure 8 at each crossing, knotted tight. I gave it a hard yank, not a budge. A drag sled done. I gripped the boar's forelegs and heaved with everything I had, jaw clenched, the veins standing out on my neck, working it up onto the sled inch by inch. The frame gave a creak, wobbled, then held. Back in my past life, I could carry 100 or 200 pounds of game all day in the hills without breaking a sweat. Now just loading it onto the sled left my arms shaking. This body was far too frail. I slung the grass rope over my shoulder, leaned forward, drove my legs into the ground, and started hauling the boar down the mountain. The sled plowed 2 deep ruts in the mud. Uphill I clenched my teeth and dragged for all I was worth. Downhill I leaned back against the rope to keep it from running away too fast. The rope cut a raw red line into my shoulder. The blisters on my hands all burst, blood and sweat gummed together. I hauled it in one go to the foot of the mountain and didn't rest, heading straight for the Wuing Forestry Station. In the station office, the purchasing supervisor, Tang Jiaming, was fretting over his daughter's marriage. The girl was 23 with no match settled. The few they'd introduced either turned up their noses at her job or thought her too plain honest, and the worrying had grayed several of his hairs. Director Tang, there's someone at the gate dragged in a wild boar, asking if the canteen will buy it. A purchasing clerk pushed in, voice quick and bright. Really? Come on, let's have a look. Tang Jianming set his enamel mug down on the desk, grabbed his reading glasses, and strode out. At the station gate, a pitch-black boar lay sprawled on the concrete, tusks pale white in the sun. Beside it stood a tall young man, an old hunting rifle on his back, blood still uncleaned on his face. The watching workers crowded 3 deep. A young fellow from the security section squatted poking at the pig's belly, and the canteen cook had run out without even untying his apron. Tang Jianming hurried over, bent to slap the pig's flank, then pinched the stiffness of the bristles, his smile deepening. Now that's a fine animal, 200-some pounds at the least. This hide, these tusks, all good stuff. Boss, will the station buy it? I stood with both hands tucked in my sleeves, neither fawning nor cowed. Covered in mud and blood, a deep rope burn across my shoulder, yet my back was straight as a rod. Tang Jianming's eyes turned, the little abacus clicking away in his head, and he opened his mouth all smiles. Young man, boar meat's coarse, heavy on the gamey smell, not tender like farm pork. Tell you what, meat at 25 fen a pound, and I'll round up the hide and the odds and ends, 30 total. He said it airily, as if granting me an enormous favor, those eyes rolling all the while. 60. I named it flat out. What? 60. His smile stiffened. This pig's 150 pounds of clean meat and up, at least 4 mao a pound. That's 60. Add 10 for the hide, 5 for the bristles, 5 for the tusks, and the offal fetch a few more, 90 at the least. I looked at him without dodging, laying it out figure by figure. I'm only asking 60. That's already a bargain. Don't want it? Fine. I'll haul it up to the fertilizer plant or the cotton mill. They'll be glad to take it. The watching workers stirred at that. If another plant snatched it away, the station canteen got nothing. Director Tang, the young man's price is fair. Buy it. A wild boar's a rare thing. Buy it. The same accounting had come clear in Tang Jianming's head. Hauled to another plant. 60 was the floor, and it could go past 100. Take it at 60, and the canteen didn't lose out. And he'd look good in front of the higher-ups besides. Not to mention that purchaser surnamed Wang over at the cotton mill. Last time they'd gone red in the face fighting over mountain goods. And if this pig fell into his hands, where would Tang put his face? Fine 60. Next time you've got something good, bring it to our station first. He clapped me on the shoulder, smiling. I tucked away the purchase slip, went to finance, and collected the money, 6 crisp 10-yuan notes, never folded, crackling in my hand. With money in hand, I had to get a few things for my 3 ex-wives. I turned into the station's supply co-op. 2 pounds of pork belly, 20 pounds of white flour, 5 feet of blueprint cloth, 10 pounds of grass carp, 2 blocks of tofu, and 3 jars of Friendship brand face cream. The girl selling the cream had looked down on my shabby clothes at first, the trace of scorn in her eyes not even hidden. But when I bought up the whole armload without batting an eye, she promptly stacked up a smile. Comrade, you've got a fine eye. This is from Shanghai, very fragrant. It all came to under 13 yuan. In my past life, I'd had my own one that got away, never dared to confess. Had a girlfriend of 5 years, me raising deer and bees out in the countryside, her grinding away in the big city, and in the end my true heart was wasted, repaid with betrayal. Later I had money, but never again met anyone worth loving. This life, since I'd come upon these 3 good women, I wanted to lay the very best in the world at their feet. Back in Xiushui village, Ma was feeding the chickens, and the sight of me coming in laden with parcels made her drop a fistful of corn kernels on the ground without even minding the chickens. Son, money or no money, you can't spend like this. How much did all this cost? Her voice climbed, but there wasn't a scrap of real scolding in it, all of it heartache over the money. Then, remembering I hadn't taken it to gamble but had laid in all this instead, the relief came over her, and watching my back as I carried load after load inside, her eyes stung. This wastrel, finally knowing he had a family to provide for. Ma, your son can earn now. From here on you just spend. Smiling, I set the pork belly on the cutting board, poured the flour into the jar, folded the cloth, and lined the 3 jars of cream up across the table. All this I got hunting on the way to walk in Tao to school. I patted the dust off my hands. Comrade ex-wives, this noon, your man's going to show you something. Xiao, come help me cut vegetables. Tang Xiao crouched by the table, picking up the jars of cream one by one, twisting one open and dabbing a bit on the back of her hand, lifting it to her nose for a sniff, beaming. Zhao Hongmei stood by the stove, her gaze sweeping the pile of goods, and pressed her lips. Ying Tao's not back yet. Just cook something simple for noon. You can't cook anyway. I'll do it. Yaya tugged at her hem, eyes fixed on the 10-some-pound grass carp in the basin, its tail still sticking out over the rim. Mama, I want fish. Yaya's never had a fish this big. Tonight, all right? Your auntie Ying Tao isn't back yet. Mama, Yaya wants it, but Yaya will be good. The little thing's milky voice, so dutiful it ached, tears welling in her eyes and held back by sheer will. It broke my heart. My daughter wants it. You won't cook it, I will. I rolled up my sleeves and scooped the grass carp out of the basin. Yaya, today Daddy'll make you fish head tofu, and we'll save a big bowl for Annie Ying Tao. Zhao Hongmei stood there stunned. Since when did I care this much about Yaya? The old owner sneered that she was a money loser, said it drunk, said it sober, hollered until Yaya bawled, then slammed the door and went off drinking. And now I crouched in front of my daughter, and over a craving for fish told her mother, you won't cook it, I will. I bought the fish, Yaya's my girl, I'm glad to. I waved Zhao Hongmei off. Everybody out, just wait to eat, don't crowd the work. A man with money speaks with weight. Ma stood in the doorway of the main room, all kinds of feelings crossing her face. Before, the daughters-in-law cooked while the son slept or drank outside. He'd barely crossed the stove threshold. I knew the hard spot each of these three women was in. Hongmei, sharp-mouthed and soft-hearted, every fin she earned poured into this family. Xiao, parents long gone, no welcome from brother and sister-in-law. Go back and she'd likely be sold off for bride price. Ying Tao, a city girl, her family writing to say they had no room for her, begging her not to come back. She'd sooner die than return. These three had nowhere to go but this family. If I couldn't stand up, I'd be doing them a terrible wrong. After chopping the fish, I looked up to find Tang Xiao still planted by the stove, both hands behind her back, almond eyes sparkling at me, dimples deep, like a morning glory blooming in a corner of the wall. What are you hanging around for? My hand kept slicing scallion. If I recall, a certain someone said she doesn't like fish. I never said I don't like fish. I said I don't like the bony kind. Tang Xiao leaned in, mouth opening to bite my arm. I pressed a hand to her forehead and pushed her off, and her bite snapped shut on empty air. You born in the year of the dog? So fond of biting. I grinned and glared at her. This fish is for Yaya. You want some, you'll have to pay for it. Once you've had a taste you crave more, and a hand of mine wandered where it shouldn't. She shivered, her face flushing red to the ears. The commotion by the stove was not a small one. A good while later, Tang Xiao fled the kitchen with her clothes in disarray, a button done up in the wrong hole, her hair half undone. Shameless thing, doesn't it ever wear you out? She panted, her face red as a boiled shrimp, but the glare she shot me was soft as cotton, no bite to it at all. Being young is good. The corner of my mouth tipped high. I'm frighteningly strong these days. All you do is bully me. Do you have the nerve to bully Sister Hongmei? She pouted, a sour, teasing challenge. Don't worry. One at a time, and not a one left out. Borrowing my own wife now and then, nothing more natural under heaven. Zhao Hongmei, a vegetable basket in one hand and Yaya by the other, had just come back from the garden and walked straight into the sight of Tang Xiao disheveled and red-faced, and saw through it in a glance. Her own face flamed to the hairline. She bit her lip, set the basket on the table with a thump, scooped Yaya up, and headed out. Then couldn't help glancing back at the kitchen, where the pot lid was steaming, fish broth scenting the whole yard. And here she'd thought he'd really turned over a new leaf, going at that in the kitchen. Scold him as she might, her heart was beating faster for some reason. Before long, the food was on the table. A basin of fish head tofu, broth white as milk, squares of tofu floating, the fish head nestled in the middle, a handful of green scallion scattered over, a plate of red braised pork, the fat glistening, the lean a bright red, the sauce coating it to an oily shine, and a plate of potato slivers, tangy and crisp. Most families wouldn't lay out a spread this rich even at New Year. Young Lin, Did you save some for Ying Tao? Ma was afraid I'd shortchanged Chun Ying Tao. The good things in this house had always gone to her last and least. Ma, listen to you. I'd go without before I'd shortchange her. I'd already dished out a bowl and set it covered over the pot, a plate on top against the cold. Grandma, the fish is so good. You have some too. Yaya dug out a little piece of fish and lifted it, trembling, to her grandma's lips. Good girl, Grandma likes tofu. You eat it. Ma took the bite of fish, and the smile at her mouth wouldn't be pressed down no matter what. My girl, you tell me, is Daddy's cooking better, or your mama's? I laid a glistening piece of red-braised pork in Yaya's bowl. Yaya looked at her mother, then at me, her little face all seriousness. Daddy's, better than Grandma's. The little sly thing, she dodged right around her mother. Ma was so pleased every crease in her face smoothed out. That's right, your grandma would never cook up this much meat and fish. She was truly happy, not over the meat and fish, but because this household, at last, looked like a home where people lived. I ladled out soup for everyone. Ma's bowl was the boneless belly meat. Hongmei's had the tenderest fish head meat laid on top. Xiaoxiu's was heavy on fish and light on broth. Whose taste was whose? I had it all kept in mind. The tofu was tender, the fish fresh. Zhao Hongmei sipped her soup, eyes lifting to me with a softness in them. Inwardly, I was pleased. Being this thoughtful, surely she'd pay me back twice over down the line. Yang Lin, where'd you learn to cook like this? Tang Xiaoxiu sipped her fish soup, eyes narrowed, dimples sweet enough to squeeze honey from. Where else? Must have picked it up from that crowd of drinking and card buddies. Zhao Hongmei scolded with her mouth, but her sipping slowed, and the little smile at her lips couldn't be hidden. Yang Lin, my room leaks the second it rains. Could you fix it? Tang Xiaoxiu went anxious. Her room was at the east end of the main room. Several tiles cracked. On rainy days the bed and table were soaked, and she'd wake at midnight to wet bedding. The roof does need fixing. Ma set down her chopsticks and sighed. Last time Hongmei's room leaked so bad it was pouring outside and drizzling inside. That night Yaya ran a high fever, burned for days, lost a layer of flesh. Her voice dropped, her eyes reddening again. I swept a look around the room. Several cracks in the earthen walls, the widest wide enough to take a finger, the wind whistling through. This house of ours needs an overhaul. I nodded. No time this year. First I'll get old Uncle Yang to patch the tiles in the walls. Come spring, a full rebuild, with the gable walls done as 50 walls. A 50 wall, half a meter thick, warm in winter and cool in summer, solid enough a bullet couldn't punch through. Only the best-off families in the village could afford to lay one. Ordinary households made do with 3 7 walls and 2 4 walls, which the wind blew right through. Ma held her bowl, chopsticks suspended in midair, staring at me blankly. These 2 days I'd been like a different man, handing over money, fixing the house. The old wastrel who couldn't keep the money in his own pocket would never have thought of any of it. Hongmei bent to wipe Yaya's mouth, not snapping at me, not calling me a braggart, just listening quietly. Xiaoxiu too, sipping her soup in small mouthfuls, not saying, there you go talking big again the way she used to. But repairing a house in those years wasn't something money alone could do. Timber, cement, brick, all controlled goods, requiring permits and connections. No permit, and your money meant nothing to anyone. I had all that in mind. The permits, I had my own way. Meanwhile, at the school, Chun Ying Tao stood at the front of the class, listening to the children recite a nursery rhyme about the moon and a little boat, their voices crisp as spring bird song. Through a hole torn in the window paper, she gazed toward Xiaoshui village. This morning her man hadn't only sent her off with white flour, he'd tucked in a pound of venison too. In this poor mountain hollow, that was more precious than gold, plenty of children in her class had never tasted meat since the day they were born. At midday, in the little earthen-walled, black-tiled school kitchen, she sliced the meat into thin, even slices. The children all came crowding in. A girl with horn-bun pigtails fought to wash the vegetables, her hands red with cold, but not a peep out of her. A stout little boy squatted by the stove, feeding firewood, the firelight reddening his small face. The smell of meat soon spread out, thick enough you couldn't cut it. Teacher Chen, could we add a little more water? More broth, and everyone can have an extra mouthful. A girl with braids, patches all over her, said it timidly. Almost done. Don't worry, everyone gets a bowl. Chun Ying Tao stirred the pot, her voice gentle. A shrill voice suddenly drifted in from the yard. Whose house is stewing meat? It's torture for a body. Chun Ying Tao frowned. She knew that voice. Zhang Cuihua, Lu Tieju's wife. Yesterday Yang Lin had knocked Lu Taiju flat and left him with hard words, and given Zhang Cuihua's temper, it would be a wonder if she didn't come to get her own back. She didn't dare cross fiery Zhao Hongmei or touch single-minded Tang Xiuxiu, so she singled out the soft persimmon with no one to lean on. Zhang Cuihua sashayed in, a pair of bovine eyes fixed greedily on the big iron pot. Teacher Chun, cooking up a private little feast? Your Yang Lin really does have a knack. She bit down hard on your Yang Lin, all snide insinuation, and reached to lift the pot lid like she was in her own house. A few of the bigger children threw themselves into the doorway. The hornbun girl spread her arms like a hen guarding her chicks. The stout little boy planted his legs and arms across the door. Get, you little brats, clear off. Zhang Cuihua slapped a hand down on the boy's shoulder. He swayed but didn't give ground. If anything, his back went straighter. Sister Zhang. Chun Ying Tao gathered the children behind her and stepped to the front, a rolling pin somehow in her hand now, hanging easy at her side. This is venison Yang Lin hunted, to build the children up a little. Yang Lin hunted it. Zhang Cuihua sneered. Who doesn't know all he can do is drink and gamble? Teacher Chun, an educated city girl like you, better not eat other people's stolen, sneak thief goods. She bit down hard on stolen, sneak thief. Chun Ying Tao's gaze went into her like two knives. Insult her, she could bear it. Slander the Yang Lin he was now. That, she would not. Sister Zhang, did you see Yang Lin steal it with your own eyes? Her voice rose, but steady, without a tremor. Some things you can't go saying carelessly, they'll rot your tongue. Prove this meat was stolen, and I'll let you beat and curse me as you please. Make it up out of nothing, and see if I don't take it to the bitter end with you. The words the bitter end fell, and the whole kitchen went still, cold enough to chill the spine. If it had been the old Yang Lin, with meat of unknown origin, she might truly have doubted. But the man now, who made her hand-rolled noodles, who rubbed clamshell balm into her hands, who'd put himself between her and a wild boar and fought it to the death, he wouldn't steal. Every fun he earned was clean. She believed in him, without a doubt. Zhang Cuihua eyed the rolling pin, then ran into the fire in Chun Ying Tao's eyes, and at last lost her nerve. Fine, I spoke out of turn. But her mouth stayed hard, and she tossed out a line as she left. Throwing your good name away for a mouthful of meat. I'll just see how long Yang Lin keeps a hen that won't lay like you. Fox spirit, hen that won't lay. She cursed the whole way out, the voice fading off into the distance. Chun Ying Tao's grip on the rolling pin slowly eased, and she gave a bitter little smile. The old Yang Lin had thought her cold and wouldn't so much as touch her. In all their married years, the two of them had never shared a bed. She was still a maiden. What egg did she have to lay? And yet she'd worn that slander for years, for nothing. Teacher, don't be upset. I'll go home and have my brother beat that wicked woman. The stout little boy balled his fists, tears spinning in his eyes. Teacher's not upset. She crouched and stroked his head. Today we've got hand-rolled noodles and meat broth. Let's all eat together, all right? Yes. The children cheered, and the moment's unpleasantness was washed clean away. At dusk, I shouldered my rifle and went to meet her. The mountain trail was quiet, the sun gone behind the hills. Only a last streak of orange left at the horizon. When I reached the school, I caught Chun Ying Tao locking the door, a rusty padlock she was fumbling onto the hasp. The children had already raced to tell me about the day. A wicked woman came and cursed Teacher Chun, and Teacher Chun was so impressive, she cowed her with one rolling pin. Hearing it, my heart ached and swelled with pride at once. Yang Lin, what are you doing here? She looked up and saw me, and her eyes brightened, like a lamp lit suddenly in the dusk. Couldn't rest easy about you. I said it as a matter of course, and pulled the box of face cream from my pocket and pressed it on her. Put it on tonight, so your hands don't crack again. The trail back was rutted and broken. She stepped into a leaf-covered hole and pitched sideways. I caught her, and she nearly tumbled into my chest, her heart pounding against me through the padded coat. The road's uneven. I'll lead you. I put out a big hand and closed it entirely around her cold one. My palm was rough, thick with callus, but it held her lightly, like something easily broken. The warmth crept up from her palm, and her curled fingers, slowly, opened, letting my 10 fingers lace into the spaces between hers. The last of the light stretched our two shadows long, overlapping on the dirt road like one person. Home, I set out the red braised pork I'd saved and the fish head tofu, and poured her a bowl of hot water. What are you thinking about? Eat up, they've all eaten. I sat down across from her. And you, have you eaten? You eat first. I'll go wash. When I finished, I brought over a basin of hot water, set it by her feet, wet a towel, wrung it out, and handed it to her. Have a soak. I'll wash the dishes. You've got papers to grade tonight. Leave this to me. Chun Tao looked down at her hands, then turned them over and looked again. The chilblains and cracks were still there, but the places I'd held seemed not to hurt so much now. She nodded hard, and a smile spread across her face. That smile wasn't like her usual one. Not the faint, barely there kind, but the kind that grows from somewhere deep, blooms across the face, and won't be pulled back in. After dark, Chun Tao sat at the mirror putting on the face cream. The cream melted on her fingertips, going on a little at a time, cool, faintly scented. Done, she looked in the mirror, white tinged with pink, a different person from the pale, blue-lipped woman of the daytime. I leaned in the doorframe, transfixed. The kerosene light fell on her face, the skin warm and smooth as jade, her lashes faintly trembling. If I could sleep beside her for one night, just the thought of it was fine. Heat ran down from my chest, parching my throat. But I forced it back down. She still held plenty against me. This sort of thing couldn't be rushed. I had to warm her slowly, and only when she truly wanted it could we share a calm. For now, I could only go find Xiao. That night, I tossed and turned, my head full of the sight of her at the mirror. So I got up, padded barefoot over the cold floor, and crept across the main room. Passing Chun Tao's door, no light through the crack, she was asleep. Farther on, a thread of lamplight showed under Tang Xiaoxiao's door, still awake. I pushed, and the door wasn't barred. I understood at once, the corner of my mouth tipping up, and slipped inside, easing the door shut behind me. Tang Xiaoxiao sat on the edge of the Kong, the jar of face cream gripped in her hand, the cap twisted off and on again. The lamp wick looked like it had been trimmed twice already. She'd left the door for me on purpose. Sitting up on the Kong waiting until the cream jar had gone warm in her hands, waiting until she'd thought I wouldn't come. Who said you could come in here? Her voice was light and soft, almond eyes flicking up and dropping fast, lashes trembling without stop. Her mouth shooed me off, but her face plainly said, "You finally came." I sat down next to her on the Kang's edge, close enough to catch the soap pod scent in her hair. "You were just thinking about me, weren't you? Scoundrel, who's your wife? Don't forget we're both divorced." Her voice shook like a leaf in the wind, her face red to the ears. She raised a hand to push me, but it landed soft on my chest with no force at all. Pushed once, didn't move me. Pushed again, still didn't. Then gave up pushing and gripped the front of my shirt instead, gripped it tight. I bent down and gave her no chance to talk back. Her lips were soft, carrying the faint scent of the cream and a sweetness even she didn't know she had. The kerosene flame leapt, throwing the two shadows onto the wall, folded together, no telling which was which. Tang Xiaoxiao lay limp in my arms, hair spilled across her shoulder, her lips kissed faintly red and swollen, almond eyes half open, like petals after rain. "All you do is bully me." Her fingertip traced circles on my chest. "I just like bullying you." I held her by the waist, chin against the crown of her head. "Young Lin." She lifted her head suddenly, looking at me in earnest. "Today, did you go to meeting, Tao?" A testing note in her voice, a little sour. The road's rough. I couldn't rest easy with her alone." She pouted and buried her face back in my chest. "You're too good to her." Buying her face cream, making her hand-rolled noodles, walking her there and back. "You never used to be like this." I held her closer. "Xiao, I owe all of you too much. I want to pay it back, bit by bit." "And how do you plan to pay it back?" A laugh came into her voice. "First fix up the house so you're all comfortable, then get you new clothes and shoes, dress you up pretty, and then," I looked down at her, "give each of you a big fat son." Her face flushed crimson, and a fist thumped my chest. "Who's giving you a son?" "Shameless." scolding, but the dimples sweet enough to squeeze honey from. I blew out the lamp. What are you doing? Going to sleep. Who's sleeping with? The rest got stopped in her mouth. A good while later, her soft voice floated up out of the dark again. Are you still going to meet Ying Tao tomorrow? I am. Then go. The road's rough. You bring her home, and I'll rest easier too. I said nothing, only gathered the one in my arms closer still. At first gray light, I was up making Chun Ying Tao's breakfast, reheated yesterday's noodles with a scatter of scallion, steamed white flour buns, and a pot of thick rice porridge. She came to the kitchen and stood in the doorway watching me work, saying nothing. You're up? Go wash, eat while it's hot. Just then Ma rose too, and pressed a few crumpled notes on Chun Ying Tao. Ying Tao, take this tin and pay back the barefoot doctor. These years, frail as she was, Ying Tao had taken medicine and shots every few days, running up a tab of several dozen yuan with Dr. Zhao. A while back, the doctor had come down with a sudden illness himself and spent a good deal at the county hospital. Yesterday, his daughter-in-law had come by to chat, every word of it nudging toward the debt. Chun Ying Tao took the money, head down, her ears flushing. The money I'd given her last time had all gone back out too. I saw her gripping that tin, knuckles white, her face anxious, and understood at once. She must be out of money again. How much do you still owe the barefoot doctor? I set down my bowl and turned to her. I'll handle this. Still owe 35. She was deeply embarrassed. Owing money was shameful in her eyes. Owed this long, and now I had to clear it. Ma, don't you fret, I've got money. After breakfast, Ying Tao and I will go pay it together. Ma turned to the cabinet for something, and with her back to us, lifted a sleeve to wipe her eyes. I counted out 50, then peeled off 15 and handed it to Chun Ying Tao. Take it. My fingertips brushed her palm, paused, and gave it a light squeeze. She didn't put on airs, just took it, folded it, and tucked it into the pocket against her chest. Come on, let's go settle that debt. I took her hand, and we went out. The morning path was very quiet. She looked down at our joined hands, her curled fingers slowly opening to lace through mine, 10 fingers clasped. The Zhao place was at the east end of the village. When we arrived, the Zhao daughter-in-law was feeding the ducks. She looked up, her gaze pausing on me. Probably she too could see I wasn't who I'd been. Back straight, eyes steady. Well now, so early, Sister Ying Tao and Yang Lin. She stacked up a smile and came to meet us, eyes stealing over me all the while. The news of my bagging a boar and dealing with Lu Taizhu and his two had spread through the whole village these 2 days. I didn't make small talk, just took out the folded money and handed it over. This is the 35 Ying Tao owes, and another 10 to thank you for looking after her so long. Chun Ying Tao looked at me, startled. She hadn't expected me to think it through so thoroughly. Dr. Zhao had treated her so many times and never once pressed for payment. Always medicine first and money later. That kindness weighed far more than 35 yuan. The Zhao daughter-in-law blinked, then drew out the 10 and pushed it back. It's only 35 owed. I can't take this 10. Her father-in-law had a healer's heart his whole life, never pressing the poor for payment, prizing his good name above all. Take 10 extra, and word of it would tarnish the old man's name. Owed this long, 10's only right, to thank you for taking care of Ying Tao all along. Keep it. I pushed it back. They went back and forth twice before she closed her hand around it, smiling awkwardly. Heard you've been bringing down deer and boar up the mountain. Auntie always knew you'd amount to something. I'll send some boar meat over for you to try one of these days. Then Auntie won't stand on ceremony. Her eyes crinkled to slits. I've been fretting over how to get my father-in-law some meat to build him back up. He's so weak. My sister Ying Tao, your color's so good. White with a flush of pink. What are you using? The Zhao daughter-in-law looked Chun Ying Tao up and down, clucking in wonder. Half a month ago she'd been waxy and pale, and now, in just these few days, she was like a new person. Chun Ying Tao touched her face without thinking, bashful. Auntie, stop teasing me. But the corner of her mouth tipped up and wouldn't come down. Meat every meal, and the face cream besides. Her color truly was different now. Auntie's telling the truth. Her gaze circled twice between the two of us, the smile carrying an I understand everything look. Yang Lin's making something of himself now. You'd best treat the wife at home well. Chun Ying Tao stole a glance at me. Quick as a dragonfly skimming water, and went redder still. Auntie, Yingtao has to get to school. I'll walk her. The Zhao daughter-in-law saw us all the way to her gate and watched until we'd gone far before turning back. I faintly heard her murmur, "That old young woman, her hard days are finally over." On the way to school, Chen Yingtao's step was lighter, the debt cleared, her whole self eased. "Young Lin, thank you for paying it off for me." She looked down at our joined hands. "We're husband and wife." "What silly talk is that?" I said it as a matter of course. "It's still early. Let me take you to see a doctor first, get you tuned up." She was far too thin, her wrists slender enough to snap, winded after a few steps, dizzy when she stood up from a long crouch. This body needed building up properly. The creak of an ox cart came up behind us. "Young Lin, walking Yingtao to school? Climb on. I'll carry you a stretch. I'm headed to town anyway." It was Wang Dihao, Wang Lianhua's clansman, 40-ish, ran a mill. Before, the most he'd give me was a nod, sometimes not even that. Since I'd hauled back the deer and dealt with Lu Taizhu and his two, the way the village looked at me had changed entirely. In this poor mountain hollow, a man who could hunt, could earn, and could protect his women was a man of substance. I helped Yingtao up and settled her on the inside, sitting at the edge myself so she wouldn't fall, holding her hand the whole way without letting go. I was turning over in my mind that old Chinese medicine doctor, old Dr. Qian, in the alley at the east end of town, with a healing touch that drew people from dozens of li around. I still remembered where he was. When we arrived, I thanked Wang Dihao. It was on the way. He cracked his whip and drove off. Going by memory, I led Yingtao through 2 lanes and turned into a narrow alley, a blackwood door at the very end, a paint-flaked wooden plaque hanging from the frame. Qian Family Clinic. A thick smell of medicinal herbs hit us, bitter, astringent, sweet, pungent, all mixed together. Yingtao had come to town so many times and never known this clinic was tucked away in this corner. Without me leading, she could have walked past it 100 times and not found it. Inside, a row of medicine cabinets, black on white. Angelica, astragalus, Codonopsis, prepared Rehmannia. Behind the counter sat an old man of 60-some in reading glasses. Old Dr. Qian. He took off his glasses and looked the two of us over. "Who's the patient?" I drew Yingtao to a seat, resting a hand on her shoulder and pressing it gently. "Have a look at my wife. She's been weak a long time." The old doctor took out a pulse cushion, laid 3 fingers on her wrist, closed his eyes, pressing light then firm. I didn't dare breathe, tenser than if it were me being examined. When he'd read both wrists, he opened his eyes. "Nothing serious. Qi and blood depleted. The foundation's not bad, just depleted too long. It'll have to be built back slowly." He paused, looked at me, then at Yingtao. "And another thing, most important, she needs to plow more land." The air froze. Chen Yingtao went red to the ears, gripping her hem, knuckles white. The old young Lin had thought her cold and wouldn't touch her. In all their married years, they'd never shared a bed. She was a wife in name, no different from a stranger in fact. The words went straight into the sorest place in her heart. "Understood, doctor. I'll work at it." I kept my face easy, my hand sliding from her shoulder to her back, patting gently. "I'll write a few doses to set her right." The old doctor lifted his brush. Yingtao went anxious. "Doctor, I've been eating well lately. Young Lin even got me animal liver for the blood. We don't need the prescription, do we?" She didn't want to spend more money. "Fine then." His brush didn't stop. "The medicine mainly works to move things along. What you eat goes in, but absorbs slowly. The herbs help carry the nourishment where it needs to go. Whether to take it, you two decide." No need to decide. I laid the money on the counter, clean and quick, as if afraid she'd stop me. "Old doctor, write it." Yingtao opened her mouth, met my earnest face, and swallowed the words back, only gripping my hand tighter. The old doctor rose to fill the prescription, weighing it out on the apothecary's balance scoop by scoop, wrapping each in yellow paper, tying it with paper cord, stacking them into 5 neat packets. 1 dose a day, decocted in water, morning and evening. 3 bowls of water down to 1, not too high a flame. Come back when these 5 are done. How much? 5 doses, $3.50. Cheaper than I'd expected. I took out the money and put down to you on extra. Old doctor, this is for the consultation. He glanced at it, neither declining nor thanking, nodded, and tucked it into the drawer. Out of the clinic, the sun was already bright. Ying Tao walked a few steps, then looked up suddenly. Yang Lin, thank you. Silly talk again. I gripped her hand tighter, the corner of my mouth lifting. Out of the clinic, Ying Tao walked with her head down, red-faced, kicking a pebble, and after a long while forced out a line. Yang Lin, don't go listening to what the doctor said. Which thing the doctor said? I asked, smiling, knowing full well. Her head dropped nearly to her chest, her lashes trembling without stop. She'd heard plow more land, every word of it, but a sent-down city girl could hardly say it out loud. It struck me as both funny and tender. The girl was always like this, thinking for everyone else, afraid I couldn't manage 3 wives. Don't you worry. The 3 of you are all easy for me. I cocked an eyebrow, full of swagger. All right, I have to get to class. She cut me off, flushing shyly, like she was fleeing for her life. I drew her in toward me. Don't worry. Your husband's plenty strong. Her body went stiff, and head down. She gave a soft little light as wind through treetops, but I heard it. The truth was, since the day she'd married in, she'd been the one looked down on, never once sharing a bed in all those years. What woman doesn't long to be cherished by her own man? She'd only never dared to hope for it, never dared to say it. I saw her to school, took the medicine home, then went up the mountain for the better part of the morning and came back with 2 hares and a pouch of hazel mushrooms. Hare meat is tender, best of all in soup. I had the medicine decocted before she got off work, 3 bowls of water down to 1, minding the heat, not stepping away once. Tang Xiuxiu griped. All you do is good things for Ying Tao. But her hands were feeding the fire and setting out the bowls. Zhao Hongmei sat in the main room stitching shoe soles, saying nothing, but her eyes kept drifting toward the kitchen, sharp-mouthed and soft-hearted. She cared for Ying Tao too. Dinner filled the table. Hare stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried potato slivers, a dish of home-pickled radish strips, and at the corner a bowl of black medicine. Yang Lin, this medicine's too dear. I'll stop after this course. Ying Tao knit her brows. It wasn't the bitterness, it was the money, knowing I'd traded my life on the mountain for it. Don't worry about money. I can go up the mountain. I can get the costly herbs too. I laid a piece of hare leg in her bowl. But the mountain's too dangerous. She thought of that boar, still shaken by it even now. Don't trust your husband's skills? Tonight I'll show you. There was an edge of meaning in my smile. She flushed again. Eat first, then take the medicine. I'll go heat your bath water. I crouched at the stove heating the water, tested the temperature, scooped it into a wooden bucket, and carried it into Ying Tao's room. She finished her food in a few bites, picked up the bowl of medicine, shut her eyes, and downed it in one go, grimacing at the bitterness but not making a sound, draining it to the dregs. These 2 days' change in me, the whole village had seen, from an idle gambler to a hunter who could earn, provide, and care. A me like this, she'd never once dared imagine. Maybe she really could try to know me. After dark, when the other rooms had gone to sleep, she was still grading papers by the kerosene lamp. Tonight's matter, I'd already told Xiuxiu about during the day. She'd pouted and let out a huff, but in the end she'd nodded. Go on then. I brought in a small packet of honeyed dates and set it on her desk. That medicine's bitter. Suck a date a little after to take the edge off. And I poured her a cup of warm water. She picked one up and put it in her mouth, the sweetness melting and washing the bitter clean away, sweet all the way to her heart. Her eyes welled again. I reached out and drew her gently into my arms. She was light as a bundle of kindling, her forehead against my chest. From now on I'll be good to you. I'll prove it to all of you with real action. Chin against the crown of her head, I said it word by word. This land, I'll tend it well. She buried her face in my chest, hot as if she'd catch fire, fingers gripping the front of my shirt. I blew out the lamp. Only moonlight was left, leaking through the torn window paper, laying a hazy silver across the floor. She was taut as a fully drawn bow. It was, after all, her first time, and she was afraid. In the dark, something quietly, little by little, warmed, like the heat of a calm on a winter night, soaking through a body before you knew it. You really are beautiful. My voice was very low. That night, the tenderness lasted long into the dark. The moon outside the window slid slowly from the east to the west. A dog barked once in the distance. Then it was quiet again. How long passed, I couldn't say. She lay soft against me, like a docile little cat, tears still on her lashes, the corners of her mouth tipped up. The next day, she slept especially deep. She woke to broad daylight, turned over, every bone in her body protesting, her back giving out, so she sat back down. Lucky it was Saturday, no class. I came in with a steaming bowl of sousy noodles and brought the decocted medicine in too, setting it alongside. One bitter, one fragrant, side by side, rather like me, tender and a torment both. You're up? Getting out of bed might be hard today. Rest up, take the day. She pulled the quilt higher, only her eyes showing as she looked at me, a warmth in them. In the main room, Ma wore a smile she couldn't hide, telling Zhao Hongmei, "Look how early he was up this morning. Killing a chicken, mixing dough, decocting medicine, run off his feet. He does know how to dote." Hongmei trimmed vegetables without looking up, her tone hard, the water dipper clanking against the rim of the jar. Ma gave her a glance, understanding in her heart. The eldest daughter-in-law was jealous. In the yard, Tang Xiuxiu crouched washing clothes, the washboard squeaking. She thought of my line last night. Tonight I'll go to Ying Tao's. And though her mouth had said go on then, her heart had been sour all night. Ying Tao was an intellectual, educated and gifted. What did she have to measure up with? But she sighed too. He really had changed. That bit of sweetness outweighed the bit of sour. Inside, Ying Tao ate a few mouthfuls of noodles and got some strength back. "Ying Tao, you walk to class every day and the road's too far. I'll buy you a bicycle." I said it offhand, like I was remarking that the weather was nice. She went blank for a moment. Buy a bicycle? Before, her wages were barely warm in her hand before the old owner pawed them away to play with. Who'd ever wondered whether her road was far, whether it wore her out? There's no need to buy one. The household's got a lot of expenses, and you've promised to rebuild their rooms. It wasn't that she didn't want it, she didn't dare want it. You don't need to fret about money. You just get your health back. I was firm and final. I'm going up the mountain again today. See if there's any medicinal herbs. I'll come with you, an extra person's safer. She was thinking of that boar again. Don't worry about me. Stay home and rest up, there's a good girl. I rubbed her head. She opened her mouth, then shut it. Once this man set his mind on something, 9 oxen couldn't drag him off it. I shouldered the rifle, fixed the knife at the small of my back, checked the powder and lead shot, and at the door, turned to look at her once. "Wait for me. Yang Lin, be careful, come back early." Tang Xiuxiu wrung her hem, seeing me off at the door. "Daddy, are you getting Yaya something good again today?" Yaya poked half her head out from behind Hongmei, clinging to the doorframe, wanting to follow. I scooped her up and kissed her, her little face soft, smelling of milk. "Yes, sweetheart, Daddy's going to get you something good." It set her giggling, eyes narrowed into 2 crescents. Seeing how truly fond I was of the girl, Zhao Hongmei left off the cutting remarks, her dish rag wiping the table in fits and starts, the corner of her mouth twitching as she fought back a smile. "Hongmei, Yang Lin really has changed." Ma came out with a basin of laundry, watching the scene with reddened eyes. Before, he wouldn't give Yaya a straight look, and now he kisses her before he goes out. Changed or not, who knows how many days it'll last. Hongmei turned away to fetch something, her voice hard. "As long as it lasts, it lasts." Ma sighed. "Better than before, anyhow." I set Yaya down and went out the gate. Rifle on my back, knife at my waist, the morning light stretching my shadow long. Just at the foot of the mountain, I ran head-on into Ding Lin, also out for the hills. Ding Lin was the only son of the production brigade leader and dressed to the nines. A brand-new army green padded coat, fur-lined leather shoes, a lamb's wool hat, and in his hand a glossy, new hunting rifle, plainly not bought with his own money. He swaggered along, chin in the air. "Well now, who've we here? If it isn't reformed Yang Lin." He sneered, looking me up and down, biting down hard on reformed. I hadn't meant to bother with him. The dog who bullies on his master's strength, coming to pick a fight himself. Ding Lin had been my nemesis in my past life too. Trading on being the brigade leader's son, he threw his weight around the village and no one dared cross him. I wasn't afraid of him. "You dog riding your master's coattails, think you're owed some face?" The curse came straight out, cold as ice chips hitting the ground. "Damn it, you're asking for it." Ding Lin couldn't hold his composure, fists clenched, pressing in. No one in the village had ever dared speak to him like that. Go on, try laying a hand on me. I sneered. Raping that sent-down girl, spying on women bathing. All the things your daddy buried for you. Want me to air them out? Every word landed where he most feared being known. Ding Lin's face went from rage to fear, and he abruptly leveled the rifle at me. You'd point a gun at your own daddy? Fire in my eyes. I swung my rifle from my back to my chest, but to shoulder, finger on the trigger, all in one motion. Too fast for him to track. Two guns, facing off at the foot of the mountain. The morning light flashed off the barrels in a blinding white. It was so quiet around us, even the birds had stopped. Want to see whose gun's faster, yours or mine? My voice was flat as a dead pool. The look in my eyes broke him then and there. He could see I'd truly fire. They were the eyes of a hunter who'd taken life. Calm, decisive, without a flicker of hesitation. His new gun had barely been fired at a target. He couldn't even work the bolt smoothly. How would he dare actually shoot? His hand started shaking, the muzzle drifting toward the ground. Ever since I'd aired the matter of him raping that sent-down girl, who within 10 Lee would marry their daughter to him, while I, dirt poor as I was, had 3 wives who divorced me and still followed me with all their hearts. The more he thought on it, the more he hated me. Young Lin, you just wait. He threw out the line to save face and all but fled, vanishing around the bend. I gave a cold laugh, slung the gun onto my back, and went on up the mountain. I hadn't gone far when a sputtering roar shook the ground. Li Shuanglong came driving up on a tractor. The village head's son, blue work clothes, white gloves, cigarette in his teeth, his face all spring breeze and satisfaction. Yang Lin, where you headed? He hailed me warmly. I'd been wanting to find him. Quick-minded, well-connected, year-round he drove that tractor hauling goods to the county seat and carrying mountain produce out. He knew the routes. Brother Shuanglong, I was just about to look for you. I came up to the side of the tractor. We've got a lot of mouths to feed at home, and I took Ying Tao to the Chinese medicine doctor yesterday. The doctor said the mountain's full of things that turn into money. I want to gather some herbs to sell to the city folk. Gathering herbs? Good line of work. Nothing turns a profit faster. His eyes lit up, and he jumped down. But do you know your herbs? I'll buy a book and study up. The truth was half a lifetime in the hills with Master Qin Yun. What grew where, what season to gather it, how to process it. I could rattle it off with my eyes shut. But I couldn't say so. A wastrel good for nothing but drinking and gambling. Suddenly an expert in herbs. Who'd believe it? Partnering with you is the solid play. You've got the routes. We gather. You sell. Split 70-30. How about it? The words landed right where Li Shuanglong's heart was. He'd long wanted to deal in herbs, just didn't know them, and had never made the move. His fingers drummed at his trouser seam. This young Lin used to be no good, but these 2 days, hauling deer, killing a boar, dealing with Lu Taizhu and his 2, taking his wife to the doctor. Who could miss the change? Partner with him, and it was double insurance. 70-30 done. He gripped my hand. Tell me ahead when you're going up, and I'll haul whatever we get to the county to sell, guaranteed higher than the town price. The engine sputtered back to life, and he drove off in a cloud of black smoke. The route was settled. The rest came down to skill. I doubled back to the Wuying forestry station and went into the Xinhua bookstore. On the bottom shelf, in a dusty corner, I pulled out an illustrated guide to common Chinese medicinal herbs, black and white plates, root, stem, leaf, flower, and fruit all clearly marked, plus growing environments and processing methods. 1 yuan, enough to buy several pounds of white flour. Painful as it was, I paid it. Then at the supply co-op, I bought an iron herb hoe, 1 end pointed, 1 end flat. Book in pocket, hoe at my belt, I dropped by the clinic to ask old Dr. Qian about a few herbs. The blackwood door stood ajar, and just as I was about to go in, I saw a scholarly-looking young man circling the old doctor in a fluster, gray Zhongshan suit, black cloth shoes, a provincial capital accent. He was begging the old doctor to introduce someone to take him into the mountains. You want to go gather herbs, find your own way. Your teacher can't help you. The old doctor didn't even lift his head, his tone leaving no room for discussion. The young man slunk toward the door, shoulders drooping, and ran straight into me at the threshold. His gaze fixed at once on my outfit, gun on my back, knife at my belt, brand new herb hoe hanging off me, liberation shoes with the pant legs tucked into the socks, plainly a man who ran the hills. Brother, sorry to bother you. May I ask you something? He grabbed at me like a drowning man at a branch on the bank. What is it? Looking at how you're dressed. Are you going up to gather herbs? His eyes lit. That's wonderful. Could you take me along? Brother, my name's Qin Xiangnan. I was a sent-down youth here, a student of old Dr. Qian's, and in 77 I tested into Harbin Medical University. He slowed his speech, scholarly and polite. This time my advisor sent me up the mountain to find a few urgently needed herbs for pharmacological research. I don't know the area. Do you think you could? No deal. I cut him off before he finished, lifting a foot to step into the clinic. Brother, don't be so quick to refuse. I won't have you do it for free. He went anxious, hand hovering in the air, not daring to actually block me. 30 yuan deposit up front as a fee for your trouble, and we settle separately for what we gather. How's that? 30 yuan, a month's wages for an ordinary worker. I stopped. Ing Tao earned only 32 a month, and he opened with a 30 deposit. Generous hand. Seeing me hesitate, he took it from me thinking it too little. 40. I leaned in the doorframe, arms crossed. I'm just a hunter, I don't know herbs well. Testing him on purpose. That's fine. He waved a hand, not the least disappointed. I know the herbs, I just don't know the mountain trails, and I don't dare rush in alone. I need someone who knows the way and can keep me safe. Brother, you're the man for it. That I like to hear. And he was a medical student. Going up with him, I could pick up herb identification on the side. Better than puzzling over a book. But the trails are treacherous, and just me alone isn't safe either. I made a show of pondering. Have you got any friends? What I was waiting for was to bring Li Shuanglong in. If we were going to partner up, he had to see real benefit. I'll give your partner 40 deposit too, and split the profit on whatever we gather 70-30. Chun Xiangnan reacted lightning fast, the accounting clear in his head. 2 guides meant safety, more ground covered, a richer haul. All right. My face didn't change, but inside I was overjoyed. 40 plus 40, 80 in hand, plus the split. This one trip was worth several months for me. That's wonderful. He gripped my hand with both of his and shook it. What's your honorable surname, brother? When do we set out? Just Yang. My partner's Li Shuanglong. We meet tomorrow at the Wuying Forestry Station Library. He drew a wad of bills from the inner pocket of his Zhongshan suit, counted out 8 crisp 10-yuan notes, and held them out with both hands. I tucked them into the inner pocket of my padded coat and gave it a pat. Nice and bulging, overjoyed. I went into the clinic and asked old Dr. Qian about where a few herbs grew and when to pick them. Hearing I was going up, he didn't ask much, only cautioned. There are bears in the mountains. Be careful. At midday, I met Li Shuanglong at the Wuying Forestry Station's state-run restaurant. Red paper on the wall listed today's offerings. Pork stewed with glass noodles, steamed buns, white rice. I ordered 2 dishes and a pot of liquor, told him the whole business with Chun Xiangnan, then pushed that 40 deposit across to him. For 10 yuan notes, neat and square. Li Shuanglong's chopsticks hung in midair, his eyes glazing. He turned the bills over and over, then held them to the light to check the watermarks. Just guide them? His voice was shaking. Pure guiding for 40, driving that tractor and working himself to the bone. He made barely a dozen a month, and out of that came fuel and repairs. And a 70-30 split on whatever we gather. I added. The words landed in Li Shuanglong's ears like a thunderclap. Gripping that 40, he was frozen like a man hit on a pressure point, driving the tractor half to death, barely a dozen a month. And this one trip the deposit alone was 40, plus the split. He didn't dare do the math. Brother Yang, from now on I'll do whatever you say. He stood and threw his arms around me, warm as fire. All right, all right. I patted his back and pushed him off. The whole restaurant was watching, some hiding laughs behind their hands. Sit, let's talk. Tomorrow, the Wuying Forestry Station Library. Done. I'll be there at first light. He agreed readily. As we drank, a dark-faced fellow at the next table raised his voice. You all here? There's a spotted neck over at Inyang Slope. A tiger? You bet. A few days back somebody spotted it from far off, sunning itself on a rock, head bigger than a calf's, scared the piss out of them. Nobody dares go anymore. The whole table sucked in their breath. The color drained a bit from Li Shuanglong's face, and he dropped his voice. That fellow who wants us to guide him, isn't that the area he's after for herbs? Drinking and tall tales, just talk. I sipped my liquor unhurried. Some folks say there's demons and ghosts in those mountains too. You ever seen one? Only then did he ease. I told him to go light on the drink so he could rise early tomorrow. After the meal, he drove me home on the tractor, the headlights jouncing along the dirt road. Brother Yang, I'll come for you at first light. Inside, the kerosene lamp was still lit, Ma and the 3 ex-wives all there. I laid out 3 Tinyuan notes in a row and pushed them to Hongmei, Xiao, and Ying Tao. 10 apiece. And I slipped Ma another 10 on her own. Zhao Hongmei stared at the money, not taking it right away, her tone hard but laced with a surprise she couldn't hide. Where do you get this much money? Took a job, guiding people up the mountain for herbs. They gave a deposit. I poured a bowl of water and gulped it down. Going with who? Li Shuanglong, and a college student from the provincial capital. She said nothing more, just folded the money and tucked it into the pocket against her chest, the movement slow, as if confirming it wasn't a dream. Yang Lin, you're going up the mountain again? Tang Xiao came out with the unfinished mending, almond eyes full of worry. Isn't it dangerous up there? Not dangerous. It's not like I haven't been. I smiled and rubbed her head. Stay home and behave. Wait for me to come back. Yang Lin, you only came down the mountain yesterday and you're going again today. Can your body take it? Chun Ying Tao held her red pen, not a paper graded, and looked up at me, concerned she couldn't hide. It can take it. The corner of my mouth tipped up. Whether your husband's body holds up, well, you'd know. She flushed red in a flash and ducked her head, folding the money and tucking it into the drawer, the motion light and slow. Ying Tao's color is much better, white with a flush of pink. Ma smiled warmly. It's the medicine Yang Lin bought. It's working. Ying Tao's voice was light as a mosquito's hum. The medicine works, and so does the man. Ma dropped a line heavy with meaning, her eyes circling between the two of us. Zhao Hongmei wrung the dish rag into a twist, slapped it onto the stove, and turned into the inner room. Bedtime. Tang Xiao stuck her tongue out at me and went back to her room with the mending too. At first gray light the next day, Li Shuanglong's tractor came sputtering up. I made breakfast, gave the household a word or two, shouldered the gun, picked up the carrying basket, and went out. At the forestry station library, Chun Xiangnan was already at the door, stamping his feet, waiting. Today he'd changed his outfit. Deep blue climbing clothes, fur-lined leather shoes, a bulging army green canvas pack on his back. The moment he saw us, he came over waving both hands. Brother Yang, brotherly. I've got everything. See what's missing. And he yanked the pack open. Canteen, dry rations, flashlight, compass, rope, knife, first aid kit. Spread it all on the ground like he was moving house. He pulled out a hand-drawn herb distribution map too, ringed and dotted, notes packed dense. Plainly, he'd put work into it. I gave it one glance and handed it back. Won't be any use. This mountain's reinvented itself many times over. He froze, his face showing disappointment and confusion both. He'd studied so long over books and with old Dr. Qian, thinking he had this mountain figured. But books are dead and the mountain's alive. Over decades, riverbeds shift, woods change, the tracks of beasts move. How could one map capture it? He opened his mouth, then swallowed it back, and turned humble instead. I'll do whatever you say, Brother Yang. Here's the list of herbs we're after. I took the list and ran my eye down it. Some for clearing heat and toxins, some for dispelling wind and releasing the exterior, and some for tonifying and invigorating, replenishing qi and nourishing blood. Chun Xiangnan's eyes went wide. Those herbal properties he'd spent 3 years at medical university committing to memory, and a hunter rattled them off at a glance. Li Shuanglong clicked his tongue beside him too. These herbs, West Mountain's got them all. I handed the list back. West Mountain? But my teacher said there are more herbs over by Yinyang Slope. More herbs at Yinyang Slope. True, but there's a spotted neck over there. A spotted neck? A tiger? Li Shuanglong cut in low. Chun Xiangnan's face changed. Then he gritted his teeth and steadied. Then, we'll go to West Mountain. I nodded. The young man had nerve, but he wasn't reckless. He knew when to advance and when to pull back. Someone I could work with. Go to the co-op and buy a few things. Strong liquor, big flatbread, salt. Chun Xiangnan blinked. What did those have to do with gathering herbs? The books didn't say, the teacher hadn't taught it. But having said he'd do as I told him, he ran off without a word, the canvas pack bouncing on his back. Once he'd gone, Li Shuanglong dropped his voice. We really going to Yinyang Slope? We are. My answer was clean. West Mountains for that college student's ears. West Mountains got herbs, sure, but all common stuff won't fetch a price. The truly valuable ones are all at Yinyang Slope. He sucked in a cold breath and said nothing. But we're still short the most important thing. What? Short a man who's not afraid of tigers. His face went white. Joking. I clapped his shoulder. A spotted neck's not so easy to run into. And if we do, with me here, it won't touch you. He forced out a smile, his palms slick with sweat. Qin Xiangnan came panting back with a big armload. Brother Yang got it all. Let's go, still one last thing. I walked ahead, leading the two of them toward the most run-down corner of the village. Dirt road gave way to gravel to a narrow, weed-choked path. The houses to either side ever more ruined. Half-collapsed walls, moss-covered roofs, plainly long unlived in. Qin Xiangnan grew uneasy, the alley narrow enough for one. Dead grass rustling in the wind, a stray cat bolting out and making him flinch. A college student. Where had he seen a place like this? Only on TV, and the images that flooded his head were gangsters, bandits, underground deals. At the alley's end was an open lot where 3 or 4 bare-chested men stood in the cold wind, arms all corded muscle, tattooed with dragons and tigers, looking us over with a fixed stare like we were some curiosity. Under their eyes, Qin Xiangnan's back went cold, and he edged toward me without thinking. I stopped before the most run-down door of all. The paint had peeled clean off the panels, the cracks wide enough for 2 fingers, and on the wall beside the frame, strung up on wire, hung several animal pelts. Fox, roe deer, and one big one, black and yellow, swaying furred in the wind, an eerie sight. Qin Xiangnan, this trip up the mountain, we'll have to overnight up there. I turned to him. Think, what could you meet up there? A spotted neck, a 7-step snake. If they come at you, what'll you do? His face went white as paper, the blood gone from his lips. You going to hold up your herb chart and chat with them, beg them to spare your life? The words left Qin Xiangnan speechless. He'd thought going up the mountain was just a field survey, shoulder a pack, bring some rations, find herbs by the book. He'd prepared flashlight, compass, first aid kit, but not a single thing to deal with a wild beast. I understand, Brother Yang. His voice came in broken pieces, his hands shaking without stop. We came here to buy some hard goods. I bit down a little on hard goods. Li Shuanglong patted his shoulder. Listen to Yang Lin, you can't go wrong. He'd grown up in the village, knew how deep the mountains ran and how fierce the beasts. A city scholar being scared was only natural. I went up to that broken door and knocked. Talk, talk, talk. A heavy, hoarse voice from within. Who you looking for? The door opened a palm's width, a cloudy eye sweeping over the 3 of us, the light in it cold as a winter river. A man of 60-some, hair gone gray, the wrinkles in his face like knife cuts, gripping a dead pipe. Master Jean, it's me, come to buy a few things. I held out a cigarette with both hands. The moment Master Jean saw 2 strangers behind me, his face changed, and he pushed the cigarette back. Don't know you. Nothing to sell. The door started to close. I glanced at Li Shuanglong. He took the cue, stepped up, and braced the panel. Master Jean, I'm village head Li's son. My father sent me. Master Jean stared, sizing him up a good while, before pulling the door open. Come in, then. The yard was small but heaped with goods. Fox, roe deer, and weasel pelts drying on bamboo poles, and a few boar hides. In one corner a pile of bones gone bone white, the eye sockets of the skulls black and hollow as if staring. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Xiangnan, his back soaked through. Master Jean led us into the innermost room. The window was boarded shut, damp and cold, a smell of rust and gunpowder. Wooden racks nailed to the wall held iron traps, wire snares, iron caltrops, and some iron lumps I couldn't name. What do you want? Iron caltrops? My answer was clean. Master Jean looked me up and down, brows knitting, mouth pulling down. What do you want those for? They were what bandits used in the old days. Iron rods twisted into spiked lumps, scattered on the ground to pierce feet. Not a hunting tool, a thing for use against people. No proper hunter used them. Young as you are, why reach for a low, underhanded trick like this? Master Jean said it like scolding a junior. Master Jean, it's only just in case. My tone stayed level. Master Jean swept his eyes over the three of us one by one. Me calm, Li Shuanglong honest, Chun Xiangnan tense. He waited a long while, then went to a waist-high tin chest in the corner, grabbed a handful, and wrapped them in black cloth. How much? The bundle was heavy, the caltrops clinking inside. 50. I clicked my tongue, not cheap at all. Paying it stung. Buy it, I'll pay. Chun Xiangnan stepped up without a word, counted out 5 tens, and pressed them into Master Jin's hand without blinking. Inwardly, I marveled. This young man wasn't only generous, he had the rarer sense to keep his priorities straight. What's 50 yuan against your life? Master Jin paused, then went back to the chest, grabbed another handful, and wrapped it in a second cloth. On the house, flying stones. Polished round stones, smaller than eggs, that flew straight and hard. Good ammunition for a slingshot. Thanks, Master Jin. I cupped my hands and motioned the two of them out. Hold on. Master Jin's voice followed from behind. The mountains haven't been peaceful lately. Watch yourselves. He dropped his voice, his face grave. There are outsiders, from the criminal world, by the look of it. That said, he turned his back and spoke no more. My chest tightened. A man like Master Jin never spoke without grounds. If he said there were outsiders in the mountains, then there were. Thank you for the warning, Master Jin. Out of the yard, Chun Xiangnan drew a deep breath, like a man hauled up out of water finally catching it. At the foot of the mountain, I checked the gear one by one. Rifle, knife, herb hoe, liquor, flatbread, salt, iron caltrops, flying stones. All there. Then I broke off a sturdy forked branch and in a few strokes made a slingshot, gave the rubber a pull, and nodded, satisfied. Li Shuanglong watched, dumbstruck. Hunting, herb gathering, slingshot making, dealing with the likes of Master Jin, the man could do it all. The primeval forest ahead rose like a green wall. Pine, birch, linden, Manchurian ash, the canopies merging into one, leaving the sky only a narrow slit. The mountain wind poured out, carrying the damp of leaf mold and pine resin. Chun Xiangnan tipped his head back at that sea of trees, mouth round with awe. The trees in the provincial capital park stood in rows like a military review. This forest was wild, alive, like a giant beast crouched and breathing heavy, waiting for someone to walk in. Let's go, up the mountain. I hoisted the basket and led the way into the trees. A dozen steps in, I stopped, took some flying stones from the cloth, and handed them to Li Shuanglong. These are for you. Good for rabbits and pheasants. One look, and he grinned. Round and egg-sized, the toy he'd played with since boyhood. He could hit a liquor bottle 10 steps off with his eyes shut. I untied the bundle of iron caltrops too and split it, giving him half. Stow these. Don't use them unless there's no other way. Easy to hurt your own people. Li Shuanglong took them solemnly, wrapped them in cloth and tucked them into an inner pocket, pressing it again and again. Chun Xiangnan stared from behind. Flying stones, iron caltrops, knife, rifle. Hidden weapons he'd only seen in wuxia novels and period dramas, now being handed out alive before his eyes. Once we're up the mountain, everything goes by what I say. I looked at the two of them, my voice low but every word clear in the silent woods. Whatever you say, Brother Yang. I'll go by you too, Brother Yang. I led off, not down the well-trodden side path that someone had plainly walked, but straight into thorn-choked brush taller than a man. Chun Xiangnan saw that easy path and grumbled inwardly, but the words died at his lips. He'd just said he'd do as told. He could hardly flip the second he turned his face. The fallen leaves underfoot lay thick as cotton, swallowing a foot to the ankle, sometimes a stone jabbing up, sometimes a crack of a rotten branch underfoot that made you jump. In under half an hour, Chun Xiangnan had lost all sense of direction. The same trees on every side, the same height, the sun shut out by the canopy, not even a shadow. Sweat ran down his face into his eyes, stinging him into blinking. Brother Yang, there's no path here either. Paths are made by walking. I swung the knife at the thorny branches barring the way, not turning my head. The good herbs all grow in places like this, where no one goes. Li Shuanglong egged him on from behind, reaching to haul him over a fallen log. Chun Xiangnan was truly humbled. A top student at a medical university, 3 years of herbal properties memorized, reckoning himself second to none, And yet up here in the deep mountains, he couldn't keep his footing, couldn't tell the four directions apart. While Yang Lin and Li Shuanglong, one breaking trail and one bringing up the rear, moved in easy rhythm. How long we walked, I couldn't say. The woods grew darker, the canopy denser, the air wet and stifling, like a damp towel pressed over the face. Suddenly, I stopped. My body stiffened, and I slowly crouched, driving the knife into the mud by my foot, swinging the rifle from my back to my side. I gently parted a clump of low brush, my eye landing on a few unremarkable leaves, green-tinged yellow, edges faintly curled, hidden in a stand of ferns, thumb-sized, like little fans, ringed with fine sawtooth. The whole of the plant above ground was just these few leaves, mixed in with the weeds. Without stopping, you'd never spot it. What is it? Li Shuanglong came over and stared a good while. Just a few scrappy leaves, weren't they? I said nothing, set down the basket, drew the herb hoe, and carefully dug away the soil around the leaves, a thin layer at a stroke. Then I brushed the loose dirt aside with my fingers, layer by layer. Chun Xiangnan crowded in too, bent double, eyes locked on my hands without a blink. The soil shifted from pale to dark, from dry to damp. At the third layer, something gray-brown showed in the dirt, the surface rough and wrinkled, like a deflated ball. Chun Xiangnan's breath went ragged all at once, his eyes wide, his fingers clenching without thought. That's. I cleared the mud from around it bit by bit, bearing the whole shape. An oval tuber, egg-sized, ringed with bands across its surface, a bud at the top glowing red, like a ruby set in gray-brown. It's gastrodia. Chun Xiangnan's voice cracked. He'd seen the plate in the book countless times. Live, this was the first. I pried gently from beneath with the hoe, and the whole thing came free of the soil. I cradled it and blew off the loose dirt. Full, firm, no wormholes, no rot. The quality almost too good to be true. Damn, off to a flying start. Li Shuanglong leaned in, eyes going glassy. Gastrodia is 50 a pound, and at this quality, 20 yuan at the least. 20 yuan, enough for 20 pounds of white flour, enough for new clothes for Yaya, enough to clear most of the debt to the barefoot doctor. My heart thudded, but on my face I only nodded. This road, I'd chosen right. Brother Yang, you're amazing. Chun Xiangnan reached to touch it, then pulled his hand back, afraid of damaging it. Just lucky. I wrapped the gastrodia layer by layer in soft cloth, set it deepest in the basket, and covered it with dry grass. But Chun Xiangnan knew full well this was no luck. So many identical leaves and stems mixed in the weeds. How had I picked it out at a glance? How had I known where to put the hoe? How deep to dig? Brother Yang, how'd you tell it was gastrodia? Gastrodia grows no leaves of its own. Where there are leaves, there's a tuber. I pointed at those few leaves. Green-tinged yellow, sawtooth edges, netted veins. This season everything else has withered, and it's still green. That means something below is feeding it. None of this was in the books, none of it taught by a teacher. It was the skill old hunters had boiled out of the mountains, generation after generation. Come on, there should be more up ahead. I shouldered the basket and went on breaking trail. Behind me the two exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they read the same two words: I'm sold. Parting a clump of brush hung with dead vines, the foot I'd lifted to step pulled back, my body stiffening. My gaze went through the gaps in the branches and landed ahead, several gray-brown birds pecking at the ground, a bit bigger than pigeons, plump, a tuft of black and white markings on their tails like they'd been painted on. Flying dragons. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Master had said this bird's broth was fresh enough to make your eyebrows fall off. In my past life, I'd only heard tell, never seen one, much less eaten one. I raised a hand and pressed it down, signaling the two to fall back. This thing couldn't be taken with a gun. So small, one shot, and it'd be mincemeat, not even bone to find. Time for Li Shuanglong to shine. We pulled back 20-some steps, a clump of brush between us, just enough to screen us and still see the target clear. Those birds up there, aim for the neck, not the body. I dropped my voice against Li Shuanglong's ear. He fished out a flying stone that sat right in his hand, turned side on, drew his right arm back, eyes narrowing to slits, the toy he'd played with since boyhood. WHSSHD, the stone shot through the gaps like a black bolt of lightning. A moment later, 5 flying dragons lay motionless on the ground. I picked one up and turned it over. The killing wounds were uncannily alike. All at the neck, an egg-sized bruise, skin unbroken, neck bone shattered. Instant death, feathers all neat. Pluck it, and it could go straight into the pot. Brother Xuanglong, fine work. The praise was sincere. You bet. Inside a dozen steps I've never missed. His mouth tipped up to the sky with pride. We tied the 5 flying dragons by the feet and hung them off the basket. Meet tonight. Over the next few days we turned up coptis and wood ear, a few pieces of poria, a small handful of cotinopsis, a few lion's mane mushrooms. Odds and ends, no great money, but they'd sell. Mountain goods can't be rushed, you find them slow. After so many days, everyone was worn out. The sun was sinking, and a thin mist had risen in the woods, veiling the far trees in white gauze. It'll be dark soon. We can't keep going. Need to find a place to rest. I scanned around. Chun Xiangnan looked at the gloomy woods, his voice shaking. Are we sleeping here tonight? There. I pointed at a jutting rock face ahead, hollowed in beneath like a shallow cave. Room for 3 squeezed together, stone overhead to keep off the dew. No beast tracks or droppings around. Safe. Brother Xuanglong, gather firewood. Xiangnan, go fetch water from that creek we passed. Brother Yang, by myself? Chun Xiangnan's face changed. Don't be scared. Take the knife. Shout if anything happens. I handed it over, gripping the heavy blade. His nerve came back most of the way, and he clipped on the canteen and headed for the creek, glancing back every few steps. Li Xuanglong was quick about it, cleared a space, hauled flat stones for stools, stacked the dry wood, set 3 rocks for a hearth. I, meanwhile, circled the camp's edge and scattered a ring of iron caltrops at a measured distance, only the tips showing buried under the leaves, and set a few grass rope snares on the trails a beast would have to use. Chen Xiangnan came back with water and looked at the ring. Brother Yang, didn't you say not to use the caltrops unless there was no other way? Against beasts in the night, I said. The fire rose, its light staining the rock face red, the mist dyed pink. The 3 of us sat around it gnawing rations with water. In the small hours the wood burned low and the fire dimmed. Only a few thick logs smoldering, a spark cracking off now and then. The mist grew heavier, wrapping the camp tight, the dew dripping down onto the leaves. I didn't sleep. Overnight in the mountains you can't sleep dead, that's what Master taught. Gun in my arms, ears pricked, wind, an owl hooting in the distance, the broken hum of insects nearby. All there, which meant nothing big had come close. Half dozing, a sound bored into my ear. SSS, SSS, SSS. Not wind through leaves. The sound was continuous, rhythmic, like something dragging itself slowly along the ground, coming from the south side of camp, the direction of the caltrops. My eyes snapped open. I didn't move, only turned an ear toward it. Threaded through the rustling was a faint metal-on-stone clink, the caltrops, disturbed. I slowly sat up, drawing the gun to my shoulder. Brother Xuanglong. Xiangnan. I shook Li Xuanglong awake. He jolted up and grabbed for his flying stones. Shoo. I held up a finger and pointed south. Chen Xiangnan woke too and shot upright. What is it? Keep your voice down. The mist was too thick, the fire down to embers, can't see your hand dark. But the sound was crystal clear. SSS, SSS, stroke by stroke, slow and heavy. Brother Yang, what is that? Chun Xiangnan's voice trembled. A snake. I listened a few seconds, then was sure. 3 meters at least. Li Xuanglong sucked in a cold breath. Chun Xiangnan went white as paper. Snakes had scared him since childhood, and shrank back against the rock face, gripping his pack strap, veins bulging. How do you know it's a snake? His voice was near tears. By the sound. For legs go tat-tat, 2 beats, or 4. This is SSSSSS, unbroken, a body dragging on the ground. I paused, and it hit the caltrops and didn't cry out or flee, still moving in place, which means no legs, or very short ones. So what do we do? Li Xuanglong's hand was already in his pocket on a flying stone. Wait. Wait for it to leave, or for daylight. But the rustling changed, broken now, the clink of the caltrops shifting, more urgent each time. Why won't the snake leave? It's trapped in the caltrops, I said. Spikes in its skin, it hurts, it's thrashing. The more it thrashes, the deeper they go. I went quiet 2 seconds, set the gun on my legs, and drew the knife. The blade caught a cold gleam off the embers. I'll go have a look. No. Li Shuanglong grabbed my arm. A snake that big. 3 meters means a python. Pythons aren't venomous, but they're strong. They can crush a man to death. My tone stayed level. I scattered those caltrops. I have to see how bad it's hurt. If it panics from the pain and bolts into camp, none of us gets away. I peeled his fingers off one by one. He couldn't win and had to let go. I'll go with you, Brother Yang. Chen Xiangnan's voice came suddenly from behind. His face was still white, his lips shaking, but there was something else in his eyes now. Not bravery, a stubborn I can't hide behind everyone. You take the knife and light my way. Brother Shuanglong, hold the camp, build the fire up, snakes fear fire and light. Li Shuanglong fed the fire, and the flames leapt up, lighting the camp bright. Knife in my right hand, flashlight in my left, a beam cut through the mist toward the south. When it reached the caltrop ring, the beam stopped. A dark mass coiled on the ground, dark green scales like a coat of armor, still rolling slowly, a dull thud with each turn. I stepped forward and saw it clear, 3 caltrops driven in from its midsection to the tail, scales peeled back bearing pink-white flesh, blood reddening the leaves. The snake's head was hidden under the brush, out of sight. As long as the head was unhurt, it could still strike. Brother Yang, is it dead? No. The belly's still moving. It's alive, hurt and panting. I watched a dozen-odd seconds, made out the wounds, and dropped the beam. Back at camp, the fire had built to a man's height. Hurt, badly, 3 of them in. I sat down with the gun in my arms. It can't move long now, and even if it crawls over, it won't get past this fire. We take turns on watch, until daylight. It won't come, will it? Chen Xiangnan was still shaking. It won't. Pythons move by day. Out at night, it was starving, hunting food. Hurt now, its first instinct is to pull back, not charge somewhere with fire and light. Only then did he ease. I sat back against the rock, gun across my legs, ears pricked the whole time. The rustling to the south grew fainter, from rolling to writhing, then to the occasional scrape. Half an hour later, it stopped. At first gray light, the mist thinned from thick white to slate gray. Come on, let's go look. The snake sprawled over 2 meters, its coils slack, 3 caltrops still in it, the blood crusted to black scabs. Its head lay tilted on the ground, eyes half open, pupils blown, glazed with a gray-white film. I prodded the head with the knife. No response. Dead. Killed by the caltrops? No. A few spikes wouldn't kill it. It bled too much in the night, hadn't the strength to hunt, and froze to death. A waste of that hide. Li Shuanglong clicked his tongue. Brother Yang, is the skin worth money? It is. But you have to skin it right. Tear it, and it's worth nothing. I crouched and looked at the belly, lifted a scale with the knife. Underneath it bulged. Brother Shuanglong, you want the gallbladder? The gallbladder? His eyes lit. Isn't that good stuff? Soak it in liquor, clears the liver and brightens the eyes. This snake's not small, neither's the gallbladder. I'll take it out, we'll split it. I scraped the knife twice on a stone, held the body down, and cut up from the cloaca. The reek poured out, and Chen Xiangnan covered his nose and stepped back. I reached in and felt around, pinched an oval thing, and drew it gently out. A dark green gallbladder, thick as a thumb, the surface smooth, the bile rolling a deep green shadow inside. That big. Li Shuanglong leaned in, eyes glazing, cradling it and turning it over and over. How much liquor can that flavor? An ounce or so. He wrapped it carefully in a leaf and tucked it against his chest. Brotherly, you're really going to soak it and drink it? Chen Xiangnan frowned. My teacher says snake gallbladder is cold in nature and bitter. It has to be processed first. You can't just take it raw. Process nothing. Liquor does the job. Li Shuanglong waved him off. Never mind the soaking. Pack up. Eat breakfast. We move on. Chen Xiangnan asked suddenly. Brother Yang, could there be a second snake? My teacher says some snakes live in pairs. I circled around and checked the ground. No second one's tracks, no back and forth trail either. This one's a loner. He was sold again. We buried the fire, shouldered the baskets, and set off. Not far on, I stopped again and parted a stand of ferns, a few thumb-sized, little fan leaves, the soil at their base faintly mounded, cracked with thin fissures. Don't touch. I stopped Chen Xiangnan from reaching for it, drew the hoe, and dug layer by layer. In the dark brown loose soil showed a dense white web of fungal threads, tangled over the dirt clumps like a spider's web. My fingers paused. Mountain guarding Tai Sui. The soil came away, and beneath was a tuber bigger than a fist, like a gray-brown deflated ball, dense with rings, a blood-red bud at the top. Not Gastrodia. Gastrodia wasn't this big, the rings not this dense, the bud not this red. I cupped it and gave it a sniff, a faint, pure medicinal scent, and wrapped it carefully into the very bottom of the basket. Brother Yang, what on earth is that? Tai Sui, Li Shuanglong, and Qin Xiangnan both froze. Isn't Tai Sui supposed to be fleshlingji, growing in the soil like a lump of meat? Qin Xiangnan couldn't believe it. That's one kind. I shouldered the basket. There's another that grows in the mountains, rarer than the fleshlingji. The apothecaries pay more for it than for ginseng. Li Shuanglong sucked in a cold breath. About half an hour more brought us to a gentle slope. At the top stood a few old pines, 2 armspans around, the ground beneath them never touched by sun, the leaf mold thick as sponge. I cleared the leaves by my foot, pinched up a tuft of soil gone glossy black, and sniffed it. A faint, rank scent, and my gaze went to under the pines at the slope top. There's something there. Up close, in a clearing behind the brush, one plant stood out sharply among the weeds. 7 palm-sized leaves whirled at the top of the stem, a dark purple stalk a foot or so tall, a cluster of blood-red round berries at the top, more than a dozen of them. 7 leaves, single stalk, red berries. 7-leaf ginseng. I gripped the knife. Brother Yang, that's ginseng? Qin Xiangnan's voice shook. It's banshui, not ordinary ginseng. I crouched. 7 leaves, 50 years at least, dark purple stem, 80 at least, berries this dense, 100 years, and then some. Qin Xiangnan's scalp prickled. Look at the ground. I pointed around the plant. The soil for half a meter in every direction was packed dense with snake tracks, overlaid one on another, the earth worn glossy. That big python was guarding this. I took out a red cord and tied it to the stalk, 3 slip knots. The snake's dead. Why still tie the red cord? Custom. I took up the hoe and dug gently, layer by layer. Li Shuanglong didn't help. He faced the slope top, gripping his flying stones, eyes sweeping the pine woods. The main root was thick as a little finger, yellow-white, finely ringed. 2 lateral roots, the fibrous roots fine and dense as an old man's beard. I peeled the soil off the roots bit by bit, not harming a single fiber, then a gentle pry from the bottom of the hoe, and the whole plant came out with its earth intact. I shook off the loose dirt, wrapped it in soft cloth, set it deepest in the basket, and covered it with dry grass. Got it. I let out a breath. The words were barely out. Bang! A huge report exploded from the east, crisp and shrill, ricocheting back and forth through the valley. Birds burst up from the whole forest in a flapping panic, blotting out half the sky. My face changed in an instant. Up the tree. Now, I grabbed the basket and flung it onto the fork of the nearest pine, crouched, and clasped my hands together. Step on my hands. Go first. Li Shuanglong put a foot in. I heaved, and he flipped up. Qin Xiangnan's feet slipped. I shoved hard against his backside with my other hand, and he scrambled, crawling, onto the fork. I backed up a couple steps for a running start, kicked off the trunk, and swung up. 3 of us crammed onto the fork, not daring to breathe. The woods went unnaturally still. No wind, no birds, not even an insect. What gun was that? Li Shuanglong pressed his voice low. A military rifle. My voice dropped to its lowest. Not a hunting gun. His face went white in a flash. About half a minute later, the brush was suddenly thrust apart. A Manchurian tiger came charging out. Far bigger and stronger than any I'd seen before. Shoulders and back heaved high. Legs thick as tree stumps. The black stripes on its golden coat wide and deep. It didn't walk out. It burst out, as if something behind were driving it. It stopped dead under the pine, looked up at us in the tree, opened its mouth and bared 2 rows of fangs, but didn't spring, only began circling the base of the trunk. A wound on its belly was still oozing blood, staining the gold fur dark red. Its breathing was heavy and fast, the chest pumping like a broken bellows. It was afraid. A tiger afraid. After a few circles, It finally lay down at the pine's roots, head on its forepaws, but its eyes stayed open, fixed on us in the tree. It wasn't leaving. Li Shuanglong's legs shook hard enough to rattle the branch. One hand gripping a limb to steady myself, I pressed his shoulder with the other. It's not guarding the ginseng. My voice was very low. Then what's it doing? It's hiding. I looked at that still bleeding wound. Someone's after it. That shot, it was fired at the tiger. What kind of person uses a military rifle to hunt a tiger in the mountains? Not a proper hunter, not a forest ranger, not your ordinary poacher either. Someone who could wield a military gun and chase a tiger all over the hills was no ordinary man. I gathered the basket closer to me. That 7-leaf ginseng lay quiet under the dry grass, a faint medicinal scent seeping through the gaps, far too distinct in these woods. Below, the tiger's nose twitched twice, sniffing toward me. It struck me then. The tiger hadn't been chased here by the gunshot. It had been drawn here by the ginseng's scent. The snake had guarded this route for years. The snake dead, the scent spread, carrying for miles. The tiger had tracked it in, run into the man with the gun on the way, been grazed by a stray round, bolted here in a panic, and stopped when it caught the ginseng's fragrance. The snake guarded it, and the tiger guarded it too. The snake died, the tiger came. I slowly raised the rifle, muzzle on the tiger below, didn't pull the trigger, only let it see. A man and a tiger, eyes meeting in the morning light. It looked a few seconds, turned its head away, and settled back down. It wasn't afraid. I frowned. It still had a gunshot wound in its belly, so it wasn't that it didn't fear guns. It didn't fear this hunting rifle. It had seen a real gun, and it knew the one in my hands wasn't the same as that report. I lowered the gun. Brother Yang, we just wait like this? Li Shuanglong forced the words through his teeth. Wait for it to leave, or to sleep. What if it fakes sleep? I'd thought of that too. Cats are the masters of feigning sleep. The moment you're down from the tree, it's on its feet, and 2 legs can't outrun 4. Then we wait for it to sleep for real. Chun Xiangnan murmured suddenly. After that shot, why no second one? If it's a hunter, he wouldn't leave a wounded tiger. If it's a poacher, even less so. 2 possibilities. Either the shooter wasn't after the tiger and it was grazed by a stray, and he doesn't know he hit it, or he can't catch up. These woods are too thick, the tiger ducks in and a man can't follow. Below, the tiger lifted its head, ears swiveling toward the east, a low rumble in its throat. Not a threat, unease. It turned twice in place and lay back down, but facing the other way. Toward the east, its back to the tree, tail tucked between its legs. Chun Xiangnan thought of what the book said. A tiger tucking its tail meant fear. What was it afraid of? I held up a finger for silence and listened east. There were sounds in the woods to the east, very faint, broken, a branch snapping, footsteps on leaves, and the blur of human voices. People were coming. The tiger heard it too, ears whirling, its body pressed lower, legs bent, ready to spring. The sounds drew nearer. Not one person, at least 2. The steps weren't light, made no effort to hide, walking easy, like crossing their own yard. I caught it now, a coarse, hoarse male voice, brutal. The tiger moved. It didn't charge east, didn't flee west, but cast one last look up at the tree, turned, and shot off to the west, fast as a gold bolt of lightning, gone in under 2 seconds. A Manchurian tiger, scared off by the sound of human voices. Li Shuanglong let out a long breath and went limp on the fork. Chun Xiangnan covered his face, shoulders heaving. But I didn't ease. The tiger fled, and people came. People were more dangerous than the tiger. A tiger means to eat you, and you can see it coming. A man means to harm you, and you don't even know when he'll move. Down. I pulled the basket onto my back. Now, those people. Precisely because they're here, we have to go fast. Even the tiger feared them. We should fear them more. The 3 of us slid down the tree. Which way? South. I pointed. North to Inyang slope is too deep. Go in and you don't come out. East has people. West the tiger ran. Run into trouble. Loop south back to our route. Over that ridge, and we hit the foot of the mountain before dark. We plunged into the woods and pushed on with our heads down for half an hour. Chun Xiangnan tripped on a root. His basket flew off, the contents spilling everywhere. Li Shuanglong helped him gather it while I kept the gun up and listened back along our trail. I'm sorry. He was near tears. It's fine. Pack it up, walk steady. 20 minutes more and the woods thinned. I could tell we weren't far from where we'd left the snake carcass. Over the dirt bank ahead was our path. Rest 5 minutes. I leaned against a tree to catch my breath and handedly schwanglong the canteen. Anyone who can use a military gun in these mountains is no government man. Government hunting uses licensed rifles with paperwork. The road a military gun comes out by, nobody good walks it. Then what are they chasing the tiger for? Not for the tiger. The tiger was spooked by the shot, maybe grazed by a stray. What they're after is something else, maybe people. Brother Yang, don't scare me. I'm not scaring you. We don't provoke them. They don't provoke us. Well water and river water keep to themselves. Come on. The sooner we're off the mountain, the easier I'll rest. Over the dirt bank and onto our path. I looked back once at the forest. The mist had cleared, the sun gold and bright. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something in there was watching us. Not the tiger. Something else. Heading down, the sun westering. Lights slanting through the canopy in golden bands. I stopped suddenly and raised a hand in the signal to halt. 30 or 40 steps ahead, a moss-covered fallen log lay across the path. Behind it rose a very thin thread of smoke. Not a campfire, a cigarette. People. I swung the gun to my front and jerked my chin toward the roadside. Li Shuanglong pulled Chen Xiangnan back behind the brush. The moment we'd fallen back, 3 men stood up from behind the log. A short one in an army overcoat so filthy you couldn't make out its color, a ragged felt cap, his face streaked black and gray, a cigarette between the fingers of his right hand. A tall one, a head taller, shoulders broad as a door plank, a scar running from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth splitting his face in two, a rifle in his right hand, a military rifle, matching that shot, and a third who rose slowest, in a wrinkled blue-gray Zhongshan suit, his face clean, decent-looking, but his eyes watched people the way a snake watches a frog, cold and without feeling. I recognized that gun, a Type 56 semi-automatic militia issue. Anyone who could get hold of one either had backing or had a record. Come out, why hide? We saw you the moment you started up the mountain. The tall one shouldered his gun and grinned, the scar on his face twisting into a centipede. The short one ground out his cigarette and pressed forward a few steps. Roaming 2 days, shooting birds and digging herbs. You think we're blind? I came out from behind the brush with the gun up, muzzle down, but not lowered. Li Shuanglong stuck close beside me. Chen Xiangnan shrank at the back, legs shaking but standing straight through gritted teeth. Set the basket down, open it up. I didn't move. The tall one's muzzle hung toward the ground, but his finger was already on the trigger, the motion as casual as if he'd done it 1,000 times. There was a tiger guarding this area. Ours. We'd tracked it for days. You made a racket and spooked it off. How's that debt going to be settled? The short one put out a hand, palm up. Ginseng, Tai Sui, we saw it all. Leave the goods, you go your way. We know people. We can sell it high. Call it your compensation. I looked into his eyes, lying. They hadn't tracked the tiger. It had been spooked toward us by the gunshot. What they wanted was just a pretext to rob us. The tall one lost patience and raised the muzzle to my shin. Don't throw away a kindness. Bullets don't have eyes. Li Shuanglong raised a flying stone to my flank. You dare. Brother Shuanglong. One word and I held him down. That third one, leaning on the tree, hadn't said a single word the whole time, but his eyes had been appraising all along. First my gun, then Li Shuanglong's flying stones, last Chen Xiangnan's glasses and canvas pack. These 3 had a military gun, dared fire it in the mountains, didn't fear drawing attention. Either they had nothing to fear or nowhere left to run. Desperados or fugitives. I thought of what I'd heard last month at the supply co-op. Someone in the provincial capital had robbed a bank. There'd been a death, the killers still at large, not yet caught. The timing matched, the direction matched. I took a gamble. You're the fugitives, aren't you? I said it like stating a fact. The short one's grin froze. The tall one's muzzle hitched. The one against the tree finally moved, straightening and stepping forward twice, eyes half narrowed, sizing me up anew. What fugitives? What nonsense are you talking? The short one's voice climbed, but it rang hollow. Type 56 semi-automatic, militia issue, but you're not militia. I held the man's face in my gaze. Last month something happened in the provincial capital, a death, the killers at large. The timing matches, the direction matches. That gun of yours came by a crooked road. The man suddenly laughed, very lightly, though his eyes didn't. You've quite the imagination. The only one of the three who spoke without a curse in it. I brought the gun to my front, muzzle to the ground, ready to lift in an instant. One shot from you, and 3 villages in these hills will hear it. No wind today, it carries far. This mountain's under the Wuying Forestry Station. The protection team's captain is surnamed Zhou, ex-army, a dead shot, and one reports all he needs to fix your bearing. I looked into his eyes. You want to fire? Go ahead and try. See whether you kill us first, or bring the patrol down on you first. All 3 of them went quiet. The short one's face shifted from red to ashen, and he glanced back at the ringleader. What's your name? The man asked. Yang, a hunter from these hills. You've got nerve. Not nerve, my life's just not worth much. My tone stayed level. I'm a hunter with 3 divorced wives, an old mother, and a daughter to feed at home. Dead is dead. You're different, fugitives. Caught means death. You can't afford the bet. The woods went still enough to hear the wind cross a gun barrel. A dozen-odd seconds passed, and then the man genuinely laughed, an unreadable interest in it. Interesting. He waved a hand at the other 2. Move aside. Let them go. Boss. Move. Next time we cross paths, I won't be this easy to talk to. I tipped my head at the 2 of them, and the 3 of us walked on, neither slow nor fast. Passing the tall one, the muzzle was less than 2 feet from my flank. He didn't raise it. Around the bend, the 3 of them out of sight at last, Li Xuanglong's legs gave, and he nearly dropped to his knees. Don't stop, keep walking. My pace only quickened. They could change their minds any second. 200 steps on, I stopped abruptly. This is wrong. I set the basket down gently and looked back the way we'd come. They let us go too easily. Didn't you say they were afraid of the patrol? That was to bluff them. The protection team won't come this deep. They've been up here several days. They know that better than we do. My speech could buy a moment, not forever. My eyes narrowed. They let us go on purpose, to follow behind and make their move once we're far off and worn out. In the mountains, no one comes. In the village, they wouldn't dare. The only place to do it is up here. Li Xuanglong sucked in a cold breath. I crouched, took the bundle of caltrops from the basket, a dozen-odd left, and dug out a coil of hemp rope we hadn't used on the way up. Brother Xuanglong, how far can you throw a flying stone? Inside 30 steps, near certain. His voice steadied a little. Good. I read the terrain. A stretch of gentle slope, brush dense to both sides. A man-high jutting rock on the right with a clearing behind it where a few thick pines stood. You get up on that rock, high ground, and greet their heads with flying stones. No need to kill, just the eyes, the nose, the hands. Li Xuanglong scaled the rock face in a few footholds and lay flat, only half his head showing. Xiangnan, you hide behind that pine and don't come out. Whatever you hear, no sound, no movement. Chun Xiangnan clutched his canvas pack and trotted behind the pine, crouching, hand over his mouth. I wrapped a few caltrops in a scrap of cloth into a loose pouch and tied on a thin cord of hemp. Master had taught this. Scattered, they cover a wide area but aim poorly. Bundled in cloth and thrown, they're one solid lump you can hurl like a stone, and they scatter into ground spikes where they land. I picked the narrowest stretch of path, buried 5 under the leaves down the middle, 3 on each side, points up, covered them with leaves and tamped them, no trace showing. Then I withdrew behind a big tree at the roadside, gun up, and waited. About a quarter hour, footsteps came around the bend. No effort to hide, unhurried. 2 heavy, 1 light. The short and tall ones in front, the Zhongshan suit behind. The short one was first into the trap. His left foot came down. A caltrop punched through the sole into his arch, and he lurched with a cry, grabbing at the brush. His right foot took another, and he went down flat. Ambush. The tall one reacted fast, halting and swinging the gun across both sides of the path, but he couldn't see the men hidden in the dense brush. He just stepped back. The Li Xuanglong on the rock let fly. The flying stone whistled in and struck his right wrist with a crisp crack. The military rifle flew from his hand and rolled to the roadside. The second stone hit his knee and he dropped to one knee. His left hand went for the gun. The third stone struck the back of it, and he pitched down screaming. The Zhongshan suit rolled to the roadside the instant the stones flew, ducking into the brush, a clean, practiced motion, like he'd drilled it. I flashed out from behind the tree, muzzle on the shaking brush. Don't run. My voice wasn't loud, but carried. Caltrops are scattered to your left and right. It's clear in front. But to run, you'd have to stand. And the moment you stand, I'll hit you. The shaking stopped. A few seconds later, the Zhongshan's suit rose, his clothes torn in several places by the thorns, 2 streaks of blood on his face. His expression neither panicked nor angry. What was your name again? Yang Lin. He nodded and raised both hands over his head. You win. I surrender. Kneel. He slowly knelt. Li Shuanglong came down and searched the tall one. A dagger, a few rifle rounds, a blank craft paper envelope. Chen Xiangnan poked the motionless short one with a stick. Brother Yang. He doesn't seem to be moving. I turned him over with my toe, eyes half open, pupils blown, a thread of dark red at the corner of his mouth, a small pool of congealed blood below his neck. I felt for a pulse. None. Dead. Chen Xiangnan went white as paper and stepped back, retching dryly. Those caltrops were buried in the mud for years, gone rusty. Punched through a soul and its tetanus. I glanced at the black blood. I crouched before the Zhongshan suit, muzzle to his chest. Who sent you? I'm not negotiating with you. Someone paid us to follow you. From your village. Surnamed Lu. Lu Taizhu. How much did he pay? 500. I gritted my teeth. Lu Taizhu was a freeloading lout. Forget 500. He couldn't put up 50. There's someone above him. Who? I can't say. Say it, and I die. Keep quiet, and I might live. You say you don't care whether you live or die. I do. He looked into my eyes. Want to kill me? Shoot. Don't. Then let me go. I thought suddenly of that dream. In my past life, Chen Yingtao walking home from school, through the mountain woods, much blood, dead. The dream so real I'd woken in a cold sweat. That hadn't been a dream. It had really happened. My finger tightened on the trigger. Last winter, a sent-down girl in our village was stopped on the road home from school. My voice was very level. You might not know her name, but what you did, you know well enough. The Zhongshan suit's pupils contracted, less than half a second, but I saw it. Was it you who did it? He said nothing. Was it you? My voice climbed, and I drove a kick into his shoulder, knocking him over, then pinned his throat to the ground with one hand. Last winter, the road by the Xiushui village school gate. Was it you? His face flushed dark red, both hands clawing at my wrist, unable to budge it. Li Shuanglong came and pried my hand off. Choke him to death and you'll get nothing out of him. I let go and stepped back, my chest heaving hard. The Zhongshan suit coughed and gasped. Li Shuanglong crouched. Won't talk now. You'll talk all the same at the station, and there it won't be asked this gently. He shut his eyes. I'll talk. But you have to promise. I tell you who, and you let me go. You talk first. No, you promise first. I was silent a few seconds. Fine. That thing you asked about, it wasn't us, but we know who. The man above us is surnamed Zhao. Everyone calls him Zhao Si. Lu Tieju's the contact. Zhao Si's the one with the money. That business in the provincial capital, he led the men who did it. My head buzzed. The business in the provincial capital, the one I'd heard about at the co-op. The bank robbed, a death. How many men under him? 7 or 8 on our line alone, and there are other lines. He never lives with us. We can't find him. Lu Taizhu the go-between, Zhao Si the mastermind, a killing on his hands, and tied to Chen Yingtao's grim death in my past life. Bind them. Take them down. Full dark now. I trust the Zhongshan suit's arms behind him with 3 turns and stuffed cloth in his mouth. Li Shuanglong bound the tall one and gave him a twig to bite so he couldn't bite his tongue. Bury the dead one. Take the living down. I found a patch of soft soil, dug a shallow pit with the herb hoe, rolled the short one in, kicked the dirt over and tamped it, and covered it with dead branches and leaves. Chen Xiangnan watched, his lips trembling. Let's go. Xiangnan, take the flashlight and lead. Brother Shuanglong, keep close on the wounded one. Driving the 2 prisoners down the mountain, about an hour, the lights of the forestry station at the foot showed through the gaps in the trees. I pushed the Zhongshan suit down to sit under a pine and pulled the cloth from his mouth. In a bit, I'll take you to see someone. You say what I tell you to say? A word more or less. Weigh it yourself. I called Li Shuanglong and Chen Xiangnan to the roadside, crouched, and dropped my voice. The station's got a patrol chief, Zhu Jiangwo. I know him. Up on the mountain, once a boar chased him up a tree, and I shot the boar and got him down. Ex-army, fair dealing, the whole station's afraid of him. I picked up a twig and drew a circle in the dirt. We don't take them to the Public Security Bureau. No telling whether their people are inside it. But hand them to Chief Zhu and let him report up, and it goes by the forestry station's line. The station answers to the province. However long those men's arms, they can't reach the province. Pull the vine, and the melons come. Lu Taizhu, Zhao Si, all of them get dragged out. The credit's his, the arrest's his, and it's got nothing to do with us. And why would Chief Zhu help us? Not help us. Help himself. A wanted killer caught by his patrol. How big is that? Promotion and a raise, both locked in. We hand him this favor, and from now on doing business on the station's turf goes easy. What if someone above tips Zhao Si off and he runs? Chen Xiangnan asked. If he runs, all the better. It means he really has people above him, and then we want even less to do with it. Let Chief Zhu carry it. He's got the position, the gun, the state behind him. 3 plain commoners like us waiting in. We die not even knowing how. The 3 of us went quiet. Hard words, every one of them sound. That's how we do it. Xiangnan, go to the state-run restaurant at the station gate and bring back 3 bowls of noodle soup. Half an hour later, Chen Xiangnan came back with 2 aluminum lunch tins, still steaming. The noodles had clumped, the broth still hot. I lifted a chopstickful to the Zhongshan's suit, and he ate. Li Shuanglong spooned it into the tall one. The 3 of us took turns on the noodles too. Come on, Chief Zhu should be home by now. Chief Zhu's place was the last row of the family quarters, red brick and tile, an old locust tree at the door, like an open umbrella in the dark night. You 2 wait here. I'll go feel it out first, call you once it's set. I handed the gun to Li Shuanglong. I'll go empty-handed. I knocked the mud off myself, wiped the sweat, pushed the creaking yard gate, and rapped 3 times on the main door. Who's there? A coarse voice inside, a northeast accent. Chief Zhu. It's me, Yang Lin, from Xiushui village. The door opened. Zhu Jiangwo held an enamel mug, his army green shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow. Yang Lin, what brings you at this hour? Come in, sit. I won't sit. I've got something to see you about. I didn't step in, my gaze going past his shoulder into the room. 2 dishes on the 8 immortals table, 1 set of bowl and chopsticks, no one else. Go on. His expression tightened a notch. I stepped closer and lowered my voice. Chief Zhu, I caught a man up on the mountain. His brows knit. What kind of man? Hard to say, but he had a military gun, not a hunting rifle, a military gun. Zhu Jiangwo's face changed. He set the enamel mug on the shoe cabinet, stepped forward, and pulled the yard gate shut. Say that again. 3 men in the mountains. 1 dead, buried, 1 wounded, at the foot. 1 alive, I brought him. He's got a military gun and something on his record. What? You ask him yourself. The men are yours, the credit's yours. But I've 1 condition. No one can know it was me who caught them. Zhu Jiangwo stared at me several seconds. Where are they? At the foot of the mountain. Come with me. He went in for a coat, fetched a flashlight and a pistol, checked the magazine, and tucked it at the small of his back. Let's go. At the foot of the mountain, his flashlight lit the Zhongshan suit's face, then the military gun on the ground, and he nodded at me. I'll take them. Go home and rest. Follow this line down, and you'll land a big fish. I dropped my voice. I know how to work it. You saved me once, and now you've handed me a big gift. He switched off the flashlight. Yang Lin, you're a smart man. I won't say the extra words. We shook hands. He called over 2 team members, loaded the men into the patrol vehicle, the headlights cutting 2 white lines as it drove off down the station's main road. I handed the seized military gun to Li Shuanglong. Hide it well, don't let anyone see. He covered it with dry grass on his back. We walked through the night toward the village, resting 2 hours when the sky turned fishbelly white. At the fork, I drew out 3 Tinyuan notes, 1 each. Chief Zhu's fee for our trouble. Chun Xiangnan restak the herbs, 7-leaf ginseng, tai sui, Cotinopsis, astragalus, gastrodia. I'll take them back to the city for my advisor. Once they're sold, I'll wire you the money. Careful on the road, don't let anyone see. His eyes read. He shook hands with me and Li Shuanglong and set off for the town, waving back every few steps. Li Shuanglong shouldered the gun and headed for his own village. In the village, I turned first into the supply co-op. Uncle, 2 pounds of pork belly, the fattier cut, 5 pounds of white flour, 3 pounds of brown sugar, a pound of hard candy, and 2 cans of fruit. Then I stopped at the cloth counter and pointed at the blue ground floral print cotton. 3 lengths of this, enough for 3 people. And 1 length of navy. 3 of the floral? The uncle measured with his rule, clicking his tongue. Dressing up all 3 wives, are you? I smiled and didn't answer, counting out 160 yuan. And that flying pigeon bicycle next door. Will it to the door for me. The uncle nearly dropped his rule. A bicycle? For Ying Tao. She walks to school every day and the road's far. Black frame, gleaming handlebars, a bell that rang bright at a press. I hung the basket on it and wheeled it out, the uncle shaking his head behind me. That young boy, he really has become a different man. The yard gate stood open, Ma feeding the chickens. At the bell, she looked up and dropped a fistful of corn on the ground. Son, you're finally back. Where'd this bike come from? Bought it. I held the navy cloth up against her. Ma, this is for you. Make yourself new clothes. Ma touched the cloth, her eyes reddening. What does an old woman want new clothes for, waste of it? You look nice, and we're glad to see it. Tang Xiuxiu trotted out and spotted the bicycle at once. Oh, a bicycle. You bought it. For Ying Tao. She pouted, always doting on Ying Tao. I took a bag of hard candy from the basket and handed it over. Yours is right here. Tang Xiuxiu unwrapped a candy and popped it in her mouth, mumbling, that's more like it. Then she scooped up the floral cloth and rubbed it against her cheek. This cloth's for me too. That length's Hongmei's. Zhao Hongmei came out of the kitchen in her apron, glanced at the bicycle, then at me, and wiped the spatula on her apron. You're back. I stuffed a handful of candy into her apron pocket and held the floral cloth up against her. This cloth's yours. Make yourself new clothes. She looked down at the candy, looked at the cloth, pressed her lips, and turned back into the kitchen, the spatula scraping twice. Food's ready. Wash up and eat. Yaya threw herself at me. Daddy, did you bring something good? I unwrapped a candy and put it in her mouth, and she narrowed her eyes into crescents. Sweet. The family sat around the table, a whole basin of stewed pork belly, glistening and fragrant. Yang Lin, the mountains are dangerous, don't go again. Zhao Hongmei ate with her head down, her tone hard. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. You know my foot. Her bowl paused, and catching her own slip, she muttered. I mean, the house isn't short that one mouthful you bring. Tang Xiuxiu translated for me under her breath. Sister Hongmei's worried about you. I didn't ask you to translate. Zhao Hongmei glared at her, but a stretch of her ears went red. Ma watched, smiling, her eyes reddening again. If your father were still alive and saw you like this, he wouldn't know how happy to be. In the afternoon, I wiped the bicycle down, oiled the chain, set the floral cloth on Chun Ying Tao's desk, and weighted it with a note. For you. Make new clothes. At dusk, Chin Ying Tao came home from school, her gaze landing on the brand new bicycle, her step halting. Bought it for you, a flying pigeon. Ride to school from now on, no more walking. She went over and touched the seat, the handlebars, her fingers sliding lightly over the black paint, her eyes reddening. How much was it? Don't you mind, just ride it. She looked down at her hands, the chilblain scars still on them, her shoulders trembling faintly. I put a handful of candy in her palm. Don't think so much. Things will keep getting better. She gripped the candy, looked up at me, and after a long while said only 2 words. Thank you. And in those 2 words was all the years' hurt, all these days' warmth. Thank me for what? I'm your husband. Go try the bike. I'll ride a stretch with you. She wheeled it out of the yard, put a foot on the pedal, and rode off wobbling. 100 meters out she turned around, and this time she was much steadier. Zhao Hongmei poked her head out the kitchen window, her spatula pausing, no sound. Tang Xiuxiu draped herself over the sill, sucking a candy. Sister Ying Tao looks so good on a bike. Ma held up the unfinished sewing, needle and thread suspended in midair, and at last couldn't hold back her tears. She braked in front of me, planted a foot, panting, her face all smiles. It rides well. Then ride it to school tomorrow. She wheeled it into the yard, covered the seat with old cloth against the dew, and turned for the house. 2 steps on she stopped, not looking back. That cloth, I saw it. Thank you. That night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So many days on the mountain, no closeness with a wife, a cat clawing at my heart. Who's tagged to turn tonight? Ing Tao? No, just bought her a bike and slipping into her room that very night. That'd be taking advantage, looking like there was a price on the gift. Hongmei? She'd stopped scolding me lately, even saved me food, but sleeping with her was still a long way off. Slip in, and she'd beat me out with the broom and curse me 3 days. Counting it all up, still xiao, shameless, scoundrel on her lips, in her heart wishing I'd come. And last time she'd left the door for me, the lamp lit into the small hours. I slid off the Kong and crossed the main room on tiptoe, barefoot. Past Ying Tao's door, no light. She was asleep. Past Hongmei's I walked faster still. Outside Xiuxiu's door, a thread of dim yellow light showed through the crack. I smiled. This girl, waiting again. I pushed, and the door wasn't barred. Xiuxiu leaned against the head of the Kong, a book upside down in her hand. Not a word read, almond eyes glistening. Who said you could come? You did. You didn't bar the door. I forgot. She went red to the ears. Forgot? Forgot last time, forgot the time before. That memory of yours needs treating. I lifted the quilt and slid in. You're cold, don't get next to me. Cold, so warm me up. I drew her over, soft and warm, like a little stove. Scoundrel. A scoundrel who's still your man. You are not, we're divorced. Divorced, and you leave the door for me? I gave her no chance to answer, bending down to stop her mouth, the sweetness of fruit candy on her lips. She struggled twice and then stopped, her hands going from pushing me off to around my neck. Those days you were away, did you miss me? Every day. Miss me or Ying Tao? Both. She shoved me off and turned her back. I gathered her from behind. You know full well you're the first one I come to. Only you keep no grudges, no accounts, and leave the door for me the next day all the same. She turned back and poked my chest. You bully me and turn it into a virtue. Not bullying, doting. You're like a honey jar. Whoever touches you turns sweet. She buried her face in my chest, voice small as a mosquito's. All you do is sweet talk. I blew out the kerosene lamp. Only a wash of silver-white moonlight from beyond the window was left in the room. In the dark, she said softly, "Be gentle. You hurt me last time. All right. Hurt me, and I won't leave the door for you anymore. All right. All right what? Every time you promise nicely, and every time you." The rest got stopped in her mouth. A good while passed before her voice floated out of the dark again. Young Lin, did you really almost get eaten by a tiger this trip? Nothing of the sort. It looked at me once, decided I was too ugly to bite into, and left. She burst out laughing. That mouth of yours, all nonsense. And yet you like this mouth. Shameless. After a moment her voice softened. Don't go up the mountain again. I'm scared. Scared of what? Scared you won't come back. I said nothing, only gathered the one in my arms tighter. Don't worry, I'm tough to kill. Beyond the window the wind rustled the leaves, a dog barking now and then in the distance. Remember to get up early tomorrow, so Sister Hongmei doesn't catch you again. I know. Brother Yang. A shout like a thunderclap crashed in from the yard. My eyes flew open and I nearly rolled off the Kong. Tang Xiuxiu yelped and yanked the quilt over her head, curling into a ball. Brother Yang, you home or not? It was Shafu, the village's famous half-wit. Big voice, slow mind, not a bad bone in him. Coming to bang on the door at this hour, what was he asking for but a scolding? I groped barefoot for my clothes. Tang Xiuxiu poked half her head out of the quilt, hair a bird's nest. This is all your fault. You're the one who let me come. I let you come and you come. You leave the door, and I'm supposed to stay away? Brother Yang, you up yet? Shafu's voice was loud enough to lift the roof. Coming. Stop yelling. I shouted back, louder than him, did up my buttons in a few quick moves, and bolted out. Crossing the main room my step caught. The stove was cold, the pot empty. Making Ying Tao's breakfast, the job I hadn't done today. I pulled the yard gate open. Shafu hunched his neck and grinned at me, one button of his padded coat done up crooked. What are you howling about at dawn? Brother Yang, I was scared you'd left again. He rubbed his hands. Take me along, up the mountain. You're skilled now. Ride a bike home, buy things for your wives. I want to learn from you too. I've got strength. You hunt a boar, I'll help carry it. You dig herbs, I'll haul them. You tell me to do anything, I'll do it. Shafu had run a high fever as a child that addled his brain, and ever since he'd been a half-step slow. No one in the village would play with him. Only the old owner, back in the day, had been willing to take him along fishing and gathering wood, and so he'd fixed on the idea that Brother Yang is good to me. Going up the mountain's no game. Can you carry a boar? I can. He thumped his chest, a hollow drumming. Last year our pig got loose, over 100 pounds, and I held it down by myself. The simple lad was solid of build, truly strong, better than most at hauling and carrying. And once he fixed on a thing, 9 oxen couldn't drag him off it. Fine, next time I'll take you. But you do as I say, no wandering off. He grinned wide as a sunflower, stuffed a handful of roasted peanuts into my hand, and tore off. The main door opened, and Zhao Hongmei came out with the wash basin, not lifting her head. Who's here at dawn? Shafu, wanting me to take him up the mountain to earn money. She wrung the towel and hung it, then turned to look at me, a calm that said nothing and knew everything. You're up? I'm up. Standing in the middle of the yard, I felt oddly guilty. Xiuxiu up too? Cold sweat broke down my back. What do you mean? She shot me a glance and didn't press, probably spitting truly shameless to the bone in her heart, but her mouth turned it deliberately. I mean, did you sleep well last night? Pretty well, pretty well. Good then. She picked up the basin to go, took 2 steps, and stopped. Oh, Ying Tao's breakfast didn't get made. She had first period, left early, went off without eating. I froze. I cooked her a bowl of noodles, did 2 poached eggs. The eggs you bought I couldn't bring myself to use, so I let her have them. Not looking back, she went into the kitchen. What are you standing there for? Wash your face. There's porridge left for you in the pot. I stood there rubbing the back of my head. Hongmei knew everything, and hadn't said it, hadn't scolded, hadn't made a scene. Saved the eggs for Ying Tao, left me porridge, and told me to carry on. This woman, never sparing with her mouth, softer-hearted than anyone. I washed my face and went into the kitchen. The porridge on the stove was still steaming, 2 buns and a dish of pickle beside it. Hongmei, those eggs. Next time, eat some yourself. I don't need them. I don't teach. I don't need building up. Zhao Hongmei scrubbed the pot with her back to me, hands not stopping. I went over and took the spatula out of her hand. Hongmei, thank you, it's been hard on you. She paused, then shoved me off and snatched the spatula back. None of that, it's cloying. Go drink your porridge, don't waste the grain. Smiling, I went back to the table for the porridge. Just as I finished, the yard gate banged open again. Shafu, a green army cap dug up from somewhere cocked crooked on his head, a bulging canvas pack slung on, a coil of hemp rope on his back, grinning a mouthful of white teeth. Brother Yang, I'm ready. Rope for tying boars, and my ma griddled me 5 flatbreads. I never said we were going up today. Sooner or later, right? He chuckled and sat on the stone stool. By now Tang Xiuxiu had come out in a clean floral coat, 2 braids, cheeks flushed pink. Yang Lin, I'm coming too. It's tiring up there. Can't walk, you carry me. Her voice went sticky. Zhao Hongmei sat down with her porridge, not lifting her head. You carried on all night. You've got strength left for the mountain? The whole yard went silent. Tang Xiuxiu's face flamed to the base of her neck, both hands wringing the ends of her braids. I bent down and pretended to tie my shoe. Shafa looked blank. Sister Hongmei, what did Sister Xiuxiu carry on about? Eat your flatbread. Yaya ran out and tipped her face up at Tang Xiuxiu. Annie Xiuxiu, your face is so red, like a monkey's bottom. Are you sick? Tang Xiuxiu went redder still. Zhao Hongmei held her bowl, the corner of her mouth tipping up and pressing back down. Crouched over my shoe, my shoulders shook. Daddy, be careful up the mountain. Don't get eaten by the big tiger. Yaya hugged my neck again. Daddy runs the second he sees a tiger, faster than a rabbit. Liar, Daddy can't outrun a tiger. She thought it over. Daddy has a gun. When the tiger comes you shoot it, then come home and make Yaya meat. All right. I kissed her and set her down. Tang Xiuxiu tugged my sleeve again, her voice small. I really am coming. I can't rest easy with you alone. All right then, change into good walking shoes. Her eyes lit, and she trotted back inside. Shafa wiped his mouth. Sister Xiuxiu isn't strong, but she can cook. The noodles she made up the mountain last time were really good. Tang Xiuxiu came out in liberation shoes with the knife at her belt. Zhao Hongmei carried a cloth bundle out of the kitchen and pressed it into my hand. Rations, don't go hungry. Hongmei, take good care of Yaya and Ma at home. Don't need telling, go on, go. The three of us went out the gate. Yaya draped herself over the doorframe and called, Daddy, come back early. Bring me something good. Zhao Hongmei stood in the yard, dish rag in hand, watching the gate a good long while. Ma came out with the sewing basket, smiling. Hongmei, hard mouth and soft heart, how'd you turn out just like me? Yaya says your cooking's no good. No good. Let her father cook when he's back. Zhao Hongmei slapped the dish rag onto the stove, but the corner of her mouth tipped up. Half an hour on, a few villagers with hose over their shoulders sat on rocks at the roadside, smoking and chatting. You hear? Zhao Ci's whole nest got busted. A lot of people came up from the provincial capital, and yesterday Chief Zhu from the forestry station led them in and took the lot in one swoop. They caught Zhao Ci too. Caught him. Nabbed him in a gully, on the run for days, half-starved. So there really were people above him. Pull the vine and the melons come. Not one got away. Chief Zhu's earned a big merit. Word is he's up for promotion. Sounds like one of them slipped off. Whoever he is, with Zhao Ci in the bag, one man can't stir up waves. My steps slowed, and something in me settled. Zhao Ci had been caught, not let slip. Zhu Jiangwo was as good as his word. He hadn't given me up. The credit he took, the trouble he shouldered. That favor, I'd remember. Tang Xiuxiu murmured. Young Lin, they're saying that Zhao Ci. Mind our own road. I cut her off. We reached a clearing in the pines halfway up the mountain, and behind us a voice suddenly exploded. Young Lin, you stop right there, damn you. Tang Xiuxiu flinched and pressed to my side. Shafu reacted fast, swinging the knife at his belt and turning. I set the basket down before slowly looking back. Lu Taiju stood 20-some steps off, a dark, scrawny, shifty-eyed man at his back. He wore a half-new army overcoat, his face cycling from livid to pale. Young Lin, whatever rich little scheme you've been running, you know in your heart. He pointed at me, fingers shaking. Beneath the high pitch it was hollow. It was fear. I fished out a fruit candy, unwrapped it, popped it in my mouth, and chewed slowly. Taiju, what are you on about? I don't follow. Playing dumb? Zhao Ci's nest got busted. You think I don't know whose fine work that was? I've got the whole story on you cozying up to Chief Zhu at the station. He pressed a step forward, finger nearly jabbing my face. Shafa moved suddenly, 2 strides over, raised the rifle and leveled it at Lu Taiju, finger on the trigger, not fast but rock steady, a different man from his usual muddled self. Don't move. His voice was deep and fierce. Lu Tieju's legs went weak and he backed off half a step. The scrawny one stepped back too, hand sliding into his pocket. Shafu, what are you doing? Put the gun down. This is none of your business. You curse Brother Yang. That's not allowed. Shafa's muzzle didn't waver a hair. I'm talking to your Brother Yang. What's it to you? You've got it in for Brother Yang. You've got it in for me. Lu Taiju looked at the gun, then at me, leaning on a tree chewing candy, my posture unchanged. Young Lin, you'd let this idiot point a gun at me? Sweat beaded on his forehead. He's not an idiot. I swallowed the candy and straightened. He's my brother. Call him an idiot one more time, and I'll see you don't walk out of these woods today. Every word like a nail driven into the ground. Lu Tieju's lips trembled. He'd seen this look before, the look that had wrenched his wrist out of joint last time. Tang Xiuxiu hid behind me, gripping my hem, her hand ice cold. I patted it. Xiuxiu, don't be scared. Young Lin, I'll ask you one last time. The Zhao Ci business, was it you? Lu Tieju's voice softened, all the bluster gone. Who's Zhao Ci? Don't know him. I said it easy. Taiju, if you know people like that, my advice is keep your distance. The provincial capital crowd came up. Zhao Ci's caught. His men all rounded up. Get tangled in it, and don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Taiju went white in a flash. The scrawny one behind tugged his hem and muttered something low. He gritted his teeth and backed off 2 steps. Young Lin, you wait. He threw the line out and turned to go, nearly tripping on a tree root. Shafa still had the gun trained that way. All right, lower it, he's gone. I pressed the barrel down. He handed the gun back and scratched the back of his head. Brother Yang, was I fierce just now? Fierce. Haha, I was faking. I was scared inside really, but I couldn't let him see it. Well done. I patted the back of his head. Young Lin, well Lu Taiju maybe. Tang Xiuxiu's face was still pale. He won't. He came to rattle the cage. He won't actually move. With Zhao Si caught, he's more scared than anyone. That whole speech just now was for his own ears. He wants me to keep my mouth shut. Oh, so will you, Brother Yang? Keep your mouth shut. I never opened it to begin with. Shafa chuckled. Tang Xiuxiu held my hand, slowly warming, and looked up. You said just now Shafa's your brother. Do you really mean it, treating him like a brother? Shafa froze, eyes round, mouth pulling wide, and the tears came. He wiped them with a sleeve, swipe after swipe, smearing his face like a mottled cat. Brother Yang, what did you say? I said you're my brother. He let out a wail and squatted down crying like a child. Nobody's ever said that to me. I waited till he'd cried himself out, then pulled him up. All right, cry any longer and it'll be dark. Come on, up the mountain. He snuffled, straightened the green army cap, shouldered the pack, and walked out front, his back straighter than before, muttering. He comes back, I'll point the gun at him again. Wipe your nose first. The path narrowed. Shafa stopped suddenly and sniffed. Brother Yang, there's a boar ahead. I caught that rank, musky reek too, in the dense woods to the left. I took up the gun, and Tang Xiuxiu grabbed my sleeve, tense. Taking a boar wasn't out of the question, but with Xiuxiu along it was awkward. A charging boar is heedless of its own life, and getting her hurt wasn't worth it. Hongmei, that fierce woman, was bold enough to take a cleaver to a boar. Xiuxiu didn't even dare watch a chicken being killed. Forget it, too bloody with a woman here. I lowered the gun. You're saying I'm a coward. She pouted. Not a coward, I just won't have you risking it. I rubbed her head. She flushed and fell obediently in behind. Not far on she crouched with a little, oh, and parted the brush. A bird's nest, 5 small eggs gray-green with brown spots. Yang Lin, look, bird eggs. I knew them at a glance, quail eggs. In a later age, supermarkets would sell them by the carton, dearer than chicken eggs. In these years, quail were everywhere in the hills, and no one gave them a thought. Edible, good stuff, more nourishing than chicken eggs even. Gather plenty, we'll fry them up at home. Her eyes lit, and she cupped them up one by one, still warm. Quail eggs? Pretty name. Sister Xiuxiu, over here too. Shafu called from ahead. She ran over and crouched again. A nest on the fork of a low pine, 6 of them, darker, with a touch of green. Quail like to nest on the ground or in low brush, never high. How do you know everything? She looked up at me, all worship. Run the hills enough, and you just learn it. Tang Xiuxiu set the eggs into the basket one at a time, cushioned with dry grass, her eyes no longer on the path, darting instead to the trees and the brush. In under 2 hours, the bottom of the basket was layered thick, 3 or 4 dozen at least. Enough, enough, we'll fry a plate at home and steam an egg custard for Yaya. She counted on her fingers. Sister Hongmei eats some, Yingtao eats some, Ma eats some, Yaya eats some. Eggs are good things, they build you up. The sun westered, and we headed down. At the foot, I tied a flying dragon and handed it to Shafu. Take this home for your ma to stew. You put in the work too. Shafu cradled the bird, his hands shaking, his eyes reddening again. Brother Yang, you're too good to me. Quit the talk, and don't go trading it for liquor. I won't. I'll eat it myself. He clutched the bird and tore off, calling back from the village mouth. Brother Yang, thank you. In the yard, Yaya threw herself at me. Daddy, did you bring something good? I did, flying dragon meat, quail eggs. I went into the kitchen to dress the bird, cut it into pieces and blanched it to clear the gaminess, popped ginger and scallion in hot oil, and the pieces hit the pan with a sizzle, the aroma leaping up at once. Catching the scent, Zhao Hongmei turned and handed over a few dried chilies. Put these in, cuts the gaminess. Yang Lin, your stewing's getting better and better. Tang Xiuxiu crouched, feeding the fire. From now on, I'll handle the cooking at home. You're up the mountain every day? Where's the time? Zhao Hongmei put in. I thought a moment and had no answer, and she gave a snort. The quail eggs went 3 ways, fried with scallion, into an egg drop soup, and a steamed custard. The custard for Yaya, tender, drizzled with a few drops of sesame oil. Chen Yingtao came home on the new bicycle and froze at the smell filling the house. You're back? Wash up and eat. Sister Yingtao's in luck today, Tang Xiuxiu said, handing her chopsticks. Quail eggs, I gathered them, a whole lot. Yang Lin says they're more nourishing than chicken eggs. Chen Yingtao took a fried egg. Very good. And took another. Annie Yingtao, my daddy cooks better than mama. Eat lots. Yaya's mouth was stuffed full. Zhao Hongmei's chopsticks paused. What did you say? Yaya quickly ducked her head and dug into her rice. Kids don't know how to talk. I smoothed it over. She knows fine. But Zhao Hongmei laid a piece of fried egg in Yaya's bowl. Your dad's cooking's good. Eat plenty. Your mom's won't poison you. Yaya said in a small voice. Mama's is good too. Zhao Hongmei said nothing, the corner of her mouth tipping up. As we ate, Zhao Hongmei spoke up suddenly. Young Lin, these quail eggs. Could we catch the quail and raise them like chickens? My chopsticks paused, and I looked up at her. Catch them live and raise them. Let them lay. There's none on the market, a rarity. Get it going, and there's eggs every day, money coming in every day. Her tone was hard, but the mind behind it was genuinely sharp. Hongmei, that's a clever head you've got. Cut the flattery. She turned her face away, a stretch of her ears red. I mean it. Make this work and it's steadier than hunting. Hunting lives on the weather. Raise them and there's income daily. Chen Yingtao nodded too. There really aren't any quail eggs for sale in the city markets. Rare means dear, the price won't be low. Then catch some, quick. Tang Xiuxiu's eyes lit. No rush. To raise something you've first got to sort the whole path. What they eat, where they live, winter, illness. Work it out before you catch any, or they'll just die on you. You finally know to use your head. The corner of Zhao Hongmei's mouth tipped up. Learned it from you. After the meal, Zhao Hongmei packed the leftover eggs in a basket and set them in the cool. Boil a few for breakfast tomorrow. Boil plenty, one each. You've got the money, you supply the eggs. Haven't I supplied enough eggs? I said it offhand, then caught myself. Tang Xiuxiu snorted with laughter. Chen Yingtao ducked her head over her soup, ears red, and Zhao Hongmei shot me a glare. I gave a couple of he-hes and finished my soup. After dark, with Ma, Hongmei, and Xiuxiu turned in, Chen Yingtao grated papers by the lamp while I sat beside her sucking a candy. What are you staring at me for? She didn't lift her head. You're nice to look at. Boring. But her ears went red, her red pen not stopping. Finish up and sleep early. I'll go check Yaya hasn't kicked off her quilt. At the door I stopped. Really not taking Yaya on the bike tomorrow? Let me practice a few more days. All right, ride slow. Early the next day, I tied the flying dragon and quail eggs to the bike's rear rack. Yaya, in her little floral coat, eyes shining. Daddy's really taking me? I'll drop you at Auntie Yingtao's first, and come back for you once I've sold the goods. Zhao Hongmei pressed a cloth bundle of rations on me and bent to straighten Yaya's collar, her voice hard but her hands gentle. Go slow on the road. Yingtao, you sit on the back. I patted the rear rack. You're carrying both of us? Yaya's light, just hold steady. She sat side on, one hand resting lightly on my waist. Hold tight, don't fall. Her fingers tightened a little, her face going faintly red. One bicycle, Yaya in front, Yingtao behind, down the dirt road to school. The morning mist hadn't lifted, the wheat seedlings green and frosted white. Yaya's little pigtails fluttered in the wind. Yingtao's hand on my waist slowly tightened. Even through the padded coat, she could feel how solid my back was. In town, I set the goods on the co-op counter. Flying dragon, ate a bird. Quail eggs, 2 a pound. A bit dear. The uncle picked up the dragon. Chief Zhu side at the station takes them at 8. I'm giving you the same price. Fine, I'll take it all. He counted out 20 yuan. I was about to ride back to the school when a voice came from behind. Yang Lin, hold it. Ding Lin came out of an alley with 2 men, leather jacket, slicked hair, cigarette in his teeth, the whole hoodlum look. Heard you struck it rich? Selling flying dragons and quail eggs? You pay tax to do business in this town. Did you? My dad says unlicensed trading gets fined when we catch it. Your dad's reach doesn't cover the town. And fines come from industry and commerce. Who do you think you are? I leaned on the bike, unhurried. He flashed a little red booklet. I'm a temporary market administrator for the town. I've the authority to inspect you. Hand over the money to show me proper respect, or I'll have you investigated. Temporary administrator? Your dad bought that for you, didn't he? I scoffed and pulled out a paper, unfolding it. The purchase certificate Chief Zhu had issued, stamped with the station's official seal. My goods are sold to the forestry station, not the towns to govern. You want to inspect? Go to Chief Zhu at the station first. He signs off, and then you come. If you think you outrank Chief Zhu, go ahead. I won't stop you. Ding Lin's face changed. Zhu Jiangwo had just busted Zhao Xi's nest. The whole county knew it. And his own father, a brigade leader, didn't dare cross the man. You quit using Chief Zhu to scare people. His voice softened. Scare you? You're not worth it. I swung onto the bike. Make trouble for me again, and I'll air the whole thing. Forcing yourself on that sent-down girl, spying on women bathing. Want me to bring the girl here for a face-to-face? The onlookers began to murmur. Ding Lin's face cycled red and white. No words coming. I pedaled off. At the school Ying Tao was teaching. The bell rang, and she came out, smiled when she saw me. Sold out. 20 yuan. Bought you this. I handed over a packet of Taosu cookies, golden brown. You earn it the hard way. Stop always buying things. Earnings for spending. You eat better. Nothing beats good health. She ducked her head, the corner of her mouth tipped up. Yaya threw herself at me. Daddy, you're amazing. Ying Tao untied the cord, broke the cookies, and shared them out among the students crowding around, the children cupping the crumbs and nibbling, eyes bright. She broke the biggest piece for Yaya. Yaya took a bite and held it to my mouth. Daddy, try some. I took a small bite. Didn't you save any for yourself? Ying Tao only smiled, tipped the crumbs from the oil paper into her palm, and ate them with her head back. On the way home, Yaya chattered on the crossbar. Daddy, I want tanghulu. All right. And I want quail eggs. I'll steam you a custard tonight. Mama's isn't as good as Daddy's. Then Daddy'll steam it for you. A few strands of Ying Tao's hair blew against my face, ticklish. I freed a hand to brush them aside, and, in the same motion, touched her cheek. Her face warmed, but she didn't pull away. Home, Zhao Hongmei was airing the quilts. Sold. 20 yuan. I handed over a packet of brown sugar. To build you up, you get well, and the whole family's better off. She turned her face away, pretending not to hear, and carried the quilt inside. The corner of her mouth tipped up. Yang Lin, what did you buy me? Tang Xiuxiu poked her head out of the kitchen. I took out a red hair cord. You said yours broke last time, so I got you a new one. She undid the old one on the spot and tied it on, flipping her braid. Pretty. Pretty goes without saying. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she scampered happily back into the kitchen. That night the family sat around the table. Chewing her meat, Yaya asked suddenly, Daddy, you bought Mama brown sugar, Annie Ying Tao cookies, Annie Xiuxiu a hair cord. So what did you buy yourself? Daddy bought himself a candy. I pulled a fruit candy from my pocket and waggled it. Daddy, you're so stingy. Zhao Hongmei laughed out loud. The first time since I'd come back I'd seen her laugh out loud. She caught it quick, but Xiuxiu and Ying Tao both saw, exchanged a glance, and smiled too. Ma held her bowl, her eyes welling. At first gray light, Shafa's cracked gong voice exploded outside the yard. Brother Yang, we going up today or not? My hand jerked as I put my shoes on, and I knotted the lace dead. In the main room, Zhao Hongmei was already busy at the stove, heating porridge, setting out 2 buns. Eat before you go. I shoveled it down in a few bites and went to her. Hongmei, I'm off up the mountain. Take good care of Yaya and Ma. I know. Do you ever stop nagging? I patted her on the shoulder, and her body stiffened, the spatula pausing, but she didn't pull away. Xiuxiu came out rubbing her eyes and tugged my sleeve. Be careful, don't overdo it. Ying Tao came out too and pressed a cloth bundle on me. Yesterday's leftover cookies for the road. Don't be greedy with the herbs, just enough is fine. I gave her hand a squeeze, cool, and it trembled but didn't pull back. Done yet? Shafu's been waiting outside till he's frantic. Zhao Hongmei gave a snort. I looked back at the 3 ex-wives, Hongmei against the doorframe, the corner of her mouth faintly up, Xiuxiu with her almond eyes bright, Ying Tao quiet and smiling. I'm off. At least Shuanglong's, he was wiping down the tractor. Brother Shuanglong, Chun Xiangnan wired the money. Here's your share. I counted out 10 yuan notes. 100 yuan. His eyes glazed, and he tucked it into the pocket against his chest and patted it. Brother Yang, you're a stand-up man. Next good thing like this, call me in. Didn't I just call you in today? Come on. Up the mountain I led the way, missing not a thicket, a tree root, or a crack in the rock. Stop. I parted the ferns. Brother Shuanglong, astragalus, good for the qi. I dug into the loose soil, a yellow-white root thick as a little finger. We went stopping and starting, astragalus or cotinopsis, now and then a small ginseng. Shafa's basket grew heavier, and he bore it through gritted teeth without complaint. Li Xuanglong sat on a rock, drinking water, waggling his eyebrows. Brother Yang, 3 wives at home. How do you keep up? Got some secret trick? A man's weapon's got to be hard. I didn't even look up. Shafa looked blank. What weapon? The hunting gun. Li Xuanglong nearly rolled off the rock laughing, slapping his thigh and wiping tears. Right, the hunting gun. I shoved the herb hoe back into my belt. Shafa scratched his head. But my dad's only got my ma, and even he can't keep up. Says he's worn out every day, drops right off to sleep. Brother Yang, you've got 3 wives. How come you're not worn out? Li Xuanglong laughed so hard he clutched his belly, gasping. Looking at Shafu's earnest face, I couldn't bring myself to keep teasing him. Shafu, you'll understand when you're grown. Oh, he nodded and asked no more. At a gentle slope, I cleared the leaves, the soil dark brown and loose, deeper than elsewhere. There's something here. I dug down half a foot and uncovered something yellow-white and round, the size of a child's fist. Ginseng, Li Xuanglong cried out. I peeled the fibrous roots free layer by layer. Main root thick as a thumb, the fibers long and dense. 20 years at least, 500 yuan the very least. Shafa sucked in a cold breath. Well, if it isn't Yang Lin, up the mountain getting rich again. Ding Lin came pushing out of the woods with 3 tattooed, brawny men, brand new army overcoat, lambswool hat, a new hunting rifle in hand. This mountain's under my dad. You dig things up, you pay tax. He had the basket. Shafa stepped out in front of me, fists cracking. Who are you? What right VE you got to block Brother Yang? Well now, the idiot. Come with me. I'll pay you double. I'm slow, but I'm not bad. You're bad and slow. Shafa said it word by word. Ding Lin's face darkened, and the men behind him pressed a step forward. Li Xuanglong's hand slid into the basket for the knife. I stopped him. Ding Lin, Chief Zhu's set up patrol checkpoints on the mountain lately, especially to catch poaching and unlicensed herb gathering. Anyone caught goes straight to the station. Is that gun of yours licensed? Do these men of yours have herb permits? I flashed the little red booklet, the forestry station's herb gathering license. I've got a permit, do you? Ding Lin's face cycled red and white, and he backed off half a step through his teeth. You wait. And he slunk off into the woods with his men. Where'd you get the permit? Li Xuanglong let out his breath. Chief Zhu issued it. After the favor I did him, he couldn't well refuse. Li Xuanglong gave a thumbs up. We filled a basket and hunted a few hares besides. Shafu asked suddenly, Brother Yang, that weapon of yours, is it really that hard? Really? Then I want to get hard too someday. Dead earnest. Li Xuanglong cracked up again, breathless. Walking on, my nose twitched twice, a rank musk, in the dense woods to the left. I raised a hand in the signal to halt. The wind died in the woods. The birds went quiet, unnaturally still. I crouched and parted the brush. A boar 20-some steps off under a pine, rooting at acorns, shoulders heaved high, black bristles like steel needles, tusks long and sharp. I brought the gun up and edged closer step by step. A leaf rustled and the boar lifted its head toward me, dark red eyes, pupils slit sideways. Man and boar held each other's gaze 2 seconds, then it dropped its head to root again. I slowly raised the gun, lined up on its eye, and squeezed. Bang! The shot exploded, scattering birds from the whole canopy. The bullet went wide, plowing a bloody furrow across its face past the eye socket. The boar roared, blood-red eyes glaring at me, and charged tusks first, 4 legs driving, like a tank rolling in. Clear out. I sprang aside behind the pine. The boar slammed into the trunk, pine needles raining down. Li Xuanglong's flying stone struck its head. It checked and rounded on him, glaring. Shafu rushed in from behind and chopped at its hind leg. The cut shallow. The boar wheeled in pain and rammed him. Shafu couldn't dodge in time, and a tusk flicked him into the air, dropping him to roll twice on the ground. Shafu! I charged out. No time to reload. Slung the gun on my back and drew the knife to meet it, hacking at its neck. The hide was too thick. The blade sank half an inch and jammed. The boar wrenched its head and flung me off, my back slamming hard into a tree, the knife still stuck in its neck. It turned, eyes red, fixing on me, the knife swaying in its neck, blood running down the bristles. Brother Yang. Shafu scrambled up and hurled stones at its head. It ignored him, closing on me step by step. I had nothing to hand. The gun was meters off, the knife in the boar's neck. I dug in my pocket, grabbed a fistful of iron caltrops, and flung them at its eyes. Several drove into its face and eyes. The boar shrieked and thrashed its head wildly. The more it thrashed, the deeper they went, spinning in place in agony, flattening a stand of brush. I scrambled up and dove for the gun, seized it, rammed in lead, drove the ramrod home, cocked the hammer, all in one motion, and lined up behind its ear, the thinnest spot, where the bullet runs straight to the brain. Off you go. Bang. The bullet went in through the left ear, the boar's body locked, its legs kicked twice, and it crashed down, throwing leaves across my face. The woods went still. Shafa limped over and gave it a kick. Dead. You all right? Li Shuanglong's face was still white. Fine. I felt my back. The padded coat scraped through in one patch, the skin unbroken. 200 pounds at least, too much to carry. I had Li Shuanglong cut 2 thick pines and Shafu fine vines, and we lashed a grid drag sled and together heaved the boar onto it and tied it down. Me hauling in front, Li Shuanglong pushing behind, Shafu steadying. The way down was rough, the sled jamming several times. Shafu lost a shoe in a mud pit and kept on barefoot, blisters worn raw on his sole and never a cry of pain. The rope cut a red line into my shoulder. Nearly 2 hours before we reached the foot. In town, the co-op uncle's eyes glazed at the sight of the boar. Clean meat over 150 pounds. Name a price. 6 mao a pound. I'll take it all. The uncle reckoned. 90 yuan. 7 mao. 6.5. 6, no more. Done. I gutted and skinned it myself, kept a set of heart, liver, and stomach, sold the rest down to the bristles. 95 yuan in all. I peeled off 10 for Li Shuanglong, 10 for Shafu. Both waved it off. You put in the work, it's yours. Don't take it, and I won't bring you up next time. Shafu gripped the money, eyes reddening. Brother Yang, you're too good to me. Quit the talk, go honor your ma with it. The 3 of us parted. Shafu carried 2 pieces of meat back to his village, full dark by now. His mother was busy at the stove, and looking up to see blood on his face, she started. Fuer, what happened to your face? Been fighting. Shafu set the 2 pieces of meat on the board and laid 10 yuan on the table. Wages from Brother Yang. I went up the mountain hunting boar with him. His father, smoking, saw the 10 and nearly dropped his pipe. Yang Lin? That gambler. Brother Yang doesn't gamble now. He's something else. Took down a big boar by himself. Knows herbs too. Even Chief Zhu at the station got him a permit. His father knocked the pipe on the Kong edge and after a while sighed. That Yang Lin really has become a different man. Fuer, you've thrown in with the right one. Shafa grinned like a sunflower. Meanwhile, I biked home. A big piece of boar for Zhao Hongmei. A handful of her favorite hazel mushrooms for Tang Xiuxiu. A set of heart and liver for Chun Yingtao's blood. Thank you. Yingtao took it with her head down. Thank me for what? I'm your man. I patted her head, and she flushed and turned back into the main room. The family ate a good meal. Ma looked around the full table, every wrinkle smoothing. Son, you've made something of yourself. Your mother can rest easy now. In the middle of the night, a faint rustling woke me. Not wind through leaves, footsteps, with a clink of metal on metal. I didn't light the lamp, felt my way to the window, poked through the paper, and looked out. In the moonlight, a boy crouched by the bicycle, face masked, working a wrench on it, the brake already loosened. Heat shot up in me, stealing right at my door, and the bicycle no less. From the main room came a soft sound of a door opening. Zhao Hongmei came out in a coat with a rolling pin and put a finger to me. Shoo. The 2 of us crept to the gate, drew the bolt, and slipped out. I grabbed the boy by the scruff and lifted him like a chick. Hongmei, quick-handed, balled a handkerchief and stuffed it in his mouth. The wrench clanged to the ground, and I picked it up. Take him out. Don't wake Yaya and Ma. Under the old locust at the village mouth, the moonlight showed the boy, 15 or 16, scrawny, his face a mess of acne. I pulled the cloth from his mouth, and he gulped air. Who sent you? My voice was cold, and I waggled the wrench. This wrench is new, not from your house. Who gave it to you? He bit his lip and said nothing. Zhao Hongmei spoke, unhurried. Young as you are, The police station and your whole life's ruined. Tell us who put you up to it. We go after him, and we won't pursue you." The boy's tears burst out. It's Lu Taiju. Gave me 20 yuan to loosen the brakes. He said it's just a few screws. The rider takes a spill tomorrow, gets embarrassed, nothing serious. I really didn't know it could kill anyone. Hongmei and I both went grim. With the brakes off, tomorrow Ying Tao would ride to school down that downhill stretch and go flying, person and bike, dead or crippled. "You nearly killed someone." Zhao Hongmei's voice dropped low, every word edged. The boy cried harder. "I was wrong. Don't take me to the station." I pocketed the wrench. "Lead the way. We're finding Lu Taiju." Hongmei made to come. I held her back. "I'll go alone." "Lu Taiju, that man. You go alone, you'll come off worse." "A woman, you? What about a woman?" "He lays a hand on me, and I'll see he can't carry it all home." She spun the rolling pin. I laughed. "All right, come on." At Lu Tieju's, the yard was dark. I had the boy Xiao Jun knock. "Who is it, middle of the night?" "Brother Taiju, it's me, Xiao Jun." A lamp lit. The door opened. Lu Taiju in a thrown-on coat, bleary-eyed. And at the sight of me and Zhao Hongmei behind Xiao Jun, his face changed in a flash and his hand shot out to slam the door. I drove a kick into the door, and the panel knocked him back several steps to sit on the floor. I hauled him up by the collar and pinned him to the wall, waggling the wrench. "Cutting brakes? This is yours, isn't it?" Zhao Hongmei stepped up and cracked a slap across his face. "That's for Ying Tao. Crack, for Yaya. Crack, for Yonglin." Blood seeped at the corner of Lu Tieju's mouth. He tried to hit back, and I held him fast. I never had anyone cut brakes. "Xiao Jun, don't talk nonsense." Still hard-mouthed. "Brother Taiju, you gave me 20 yuan to cut the brakes on Yonglin's bike, and you gave me the wrench too." Xiao Jun's legs shook, but his voice held. Lu Tieju's face went from white to purple. I shoved him into the middle of the yard. Zhao Ci's already caught. His men all rounded up. "Your dealings with them, Chief Zhu knows all about. Before noon tomorrow, you go turn yourself in at the station. Lay out how you knew Zhao Ci and how you had me waylaid, every bit of it. Don't go, and I'll tie you up and deliver you myself." And, Zhao Hongmei added, "You'll fix that bike. Fix it wrong, and I'll have you laid up a month." Lu Taiju kowtowed several times. I'll fix it. Outside, I said to Xiao Jun, "You're young. Take a wrong step, and there's still time to turn back. Whatever he tells you to do from now on, don't. He's not a good man. I'll keep the wrench. You keep the 20. Don't spend it foolishly." Xiao Jun bowed and ran off. The moon was already westering on the way home, the world silver-white. Zhao Hongmei carried the rolling pin a few steps before asking, "Will Lu Taiju come back at us?" "He won't. His type looks tough, but the bone's soft. A few blows just now, and he folded. He'll turn himself in tomorrow, sure enough." Home. I crouched to check the bike. The brake cable was half off, but still connected. I tightened the screws, tested it. It worked. Ying Tao's fine to ride it tomorrow. The moonlight spilled over Zhao Hongmei's loose hair, her profile softer than by day. "Hongmei, thank you for today." "Thank me for what? Isn't she my little sister too?" She stood and brushed off her knees. "Go to bed. You've still got to be up early to take Ying Tao." At the door she stopped. "If you really want to thank me, stew me a bowl of meat soup tomorrow. Yours is better than mine." I smiled. "All right." She was still standing at her own door, a hand on the frame, looking like she'd go in and yet hadn't. "Can't sleep?" I went over. You too." I didn't answer, just pushed her door open. She blinked. "What are you coming in for?" "To sleep. Up half the night, and I've got to rise early." I took off my shoes and felt my way onto the Kong in the dark, laid down against the wall, leaving half the Kong free. She stood holding the rolling pin a long while. "Your room's over there. The bedding over there's cold." In the end, she set the rolling pin on the table, blew out the lamp, and got onto the Kong, keeping well away, her back to me. "Don't touch me." She tossed and turned. "You griddling flatbread?" I said from the dark. "You're the flatbread." She shot back, but went still. After who knows how long, my hand came to rest on her waist, over the quilt, neither light nor heavy. She slapped at it, didn't knock it off. I said, "Don't touch. There's a quilt between us." She gripped the edge of the quilt, gripped it a while, then slowly let go. "Yonglin, you dare bully me, and I'll smack you with the rolling pin." That rolling pin's on the table. She reached for it, couldn't reach. I laughed, my breath against her neck, and she shrank her neck, ears red. Yang Lin, you really are shameless. If you wanted face, why'd you let me in? I didn't let you in. You came in yourself. You didn't throw me out. She buried her face in the pillow, muffled. Just this once. I gathered her over. Her body pressed against me, rigid, like an iron plate. Relax. Mind your business. After a while, the iron plate slowly softened. The third day after Lu Taizhu went in, Zhang Cuihua came. I was splitting wood in the yard. Tang Xiuxiu crouched gathering kindling. Zhao Hongmei stitching shoe soles inside. Ying Tao off at school. Zhang Cuihua burst in with 3 of her brothers and started wailing the moment she was through the gate. Yang Lin, you bastard. You got my man thrown in. Today you owe me an answer. The 3 brothers blocked the gate. The eldest, Zhang Dihao, broad and thick-set. The second tall and lean. The third young and just as mean-faced. Tang Xiuxiu dropped her kindling, her face whitening, and pressed to my side, gripping my hem, legs shaking but not running. Zhao Hongmei came out with the half-done soul, no expression. Lu Taizhu got himself in for his own crimes. What's that got to do with Yang Lin? Quit playing the saint. If Yang Lin hadn't reported him, would my man be in? Lu Taizhu had someone cut a bicycle's brakes. That's trying to kill. If Ying Tao had a wreck on that bike, would you answer for it? Zhao Hongmei came down the steps. Having me waylaid in the mountains. Do you understand that's a matter of life and death? Zhang Cuihua plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs and bawling. Come look, everyone. Yang Lin ruined my man, and now he's beating a widow. Zhang Dihao pointed at me. Give us an answer today, or don't blame us for getting rough. Li Shuanglong poked his head in from outside the yard. Bringing people to make trouble, not afraid of the police getting called. Tang Xiuxiu hid behind me, gripping tighter and tighter, whispering, should I go get people? Her voice shook, but she didn't cry. I patted her hand. I looked at Zhang Cuihua. That bundle buried under the jujube tree in your backyard. What is it? Want me to go dig it up right now and let everyone see? Zhang Cuihua's wailing cut off dead, her face going white. You, what nonsense is that? The night before Lu Taizhu was caught, he dug a hole in your backyard and buried something. The payoff he took from Zhao Si. I drew a folding knife and gave it a turn. 10 minutes round trip. Shall I go dig now? Zhang Dihao looked back at her. Sis, is there really something buried in your backyard? Zhang Cuihua bit her lip and said nothing. Go on home. I won't call the police, but don't come making trouble again. Lu Tiezhu's business, he carries himself. Mix into it anymore, and the next one going in is you. Zhang Dihao tugged her sleeve. Sis, let's go. Zhang Cuihua left through gritted teeth, throwing back a line. Anything happens to my man, I won't let you off. Zhao Hongmei stepped forward. Say that again? Looking at that cold face, Zhang Cuihua swallowed and didn't dare, and slunk off with her 3 brothers. Tang Xiuxiu let out a long breath. Scared me to death. That those 3 sorry goods would dare come make trouble. Zhao Hongmei snorted and glanced at her. You couldn't even stand steady just now, and still toughed it out. I didn't tough it out, my legs went a little weak. Tang Xiuxiu's ears reddened. Li Shuanglong hadn't left. Is something really buried in her backyard? No idea. Bluffing her. But she's got a guilty conscience, or she wouldn't have gone. I took up the axe and kept splitting wood. In the afternoon, Ying Tao came home from school and kicked down the stand. Something happened at home today. How'd you know? Ran into the security officer on the road. Said someone was making trouble at your place. Asked if I wanted help. She came up to me. Zhang Cuihua came, and went. How'd you make her go? Zhao Hongmei answered for me. Your man said there was something buried in her backyard and scared her off. Ying Tao didn't press, just went in and brought me a cup of water, the temperature just right. You're not going to ask what was buried. You said it was a bluff. What's to ask? Whatever you do, you've got your reasons. Her tone was even. I smiled at her back. This woman, asking nothing, understanding everything. That night a pot of boar stewed the whole yard fragrant. Yaya ate until her little belly was round, leaned on my leg hiccuping, and asked suddenly, Daddy, did bad people come today? Children have sharp ears. No. A few flies came. I shooed them off. Then why didn't you use the fly swatter? The fly swatter wasn't big enough. Then next time big flies come, use the broom. Tang Xiuxiu covered her mouth laughing. There was light in Ying Tao's eyes too. At night, after washing my feet, I thought it over and went to Zhao Hongmei's door, not shut tight. What are you here for again? She set down the sole. The fly swatter wasn't big enough. I came to borrow the rolling pin. She grabbed a pillow and flung it. Shameless. Before light the next day I was up, minced meat for a filling, pinched a dozen odd meat buns into the steamer, then cut some astragalus into segments and simmered it with red dates. Astragalus water builds the qi. Steamed, I carried 3 of the biggest buns and 2 bowls of astragalus water to Zhao Hongmei's room first. Astragalus water builds the qi. You hurt your throat yelling at Zhang Suihua yesterday. She took a sip and frowned. Bitter. Good medicine's bitter. I handed her a bun. You made these. She took a bite, and her eating sped up noticeably. 2 in a row, the water drained. Where are you off to today? Nowhere. Staying home with you all. Who wants you around? The corner of her mouth tipped up and pressed back down, and she turned over with her back to me. I carried a plate to Tang Xiuxiu's room too. She huddled in the quilt, only her face out. Meat buns. You made them? Delicious. Better than the co-ops. She drank a mouthful of astragalus water and frowned. So bitter. To build your qi, you got such a fright yesterday. You feel bad for me? Her eyes curved, and she leaned over and kissed me. Then how come you went to Sister Hongmei's room last night? Jealousy in the almond eyes. You heard? That door of yours doesn't shut tight. She put her arms around my neck. Next time I'll leave the door for you too. I flicked her nose. Eat your food. I'm going to see Ying Tao. Ying Tao was already dressed. I handed her the basket. Meat buns, poached eggs, eat while it's hot. What time did you get up? Before light. Aren't you tired? Not tired. I patted her head. Mind the bike today. I checked the brakes again. Sister Hongmei told me all about yesterday. You carried it alone. We couldn't help. How couldn't you? Hongmei traded curses. Xiuxiu didn't run. And you went and found the security officer. All big help. From now on, come to me first with this kind of thing. Don't go alone. She smiled. I know. I watched her ride off before going back in. Zhao Hongmei called from the chicken coop. Go to town and sell the boar. The house can't eat it all. Bringing Yaya back from town, the sky turned eerie. A layer of grimy gray cotton bearing down from the northwest, pressing lower and lower. The wind cut like a knife. Halfway back, what fell from the sky wasn't snow. It was rain that froze the instant it landed. The road soon glazed with a shell of ice, the wheels slipping. I locked the bike to a tree, put Yaya on my back, hung the basket on my front, and walked home, deep step and shallow step. The freezing rain came harder, ice hanging off every branch. My padded coat soaked through, my hair frosted over, nearly an hour before I reached home. One look and Zhao Hongmei started, quickly taking the cold purpled Yaya into her arms and heating water to soak her feet. I crouched by the stove warming myself, my past life's memories churning. After this ice storm came a record blizzard, sealing the mountain and the roads for nearly a month. Not enough grain, not enough firewood. In several households, the old and the young froze to death, and some ran out of food and gnawed bark. One old woman died in that disaster and wasn't found until 3 days later. I stood up abruptly. Hongmei, how much grain is in the house? 20-odd pounds of white flour, 2 sacks of cornmeal, a few jars of pickle. What? I went to the door and looked at the sky. The clouds hadn't broken. They'd thickened, pressing low. A big snow's coming. The mountain will be sealed a month at least. The grain's not enough. We need to stock up fast. But you sold all the boar. Zhao Hongmei slapped her thigh, vexed. Not your fault. I'll go up the mountain and bring back some game. Up the mountain now? In the freezing rain? Are you crazy? Tang Xiuxiu went anxious. It's precisely because of the freezing rain that it has to be now. Once the snow seals the mountain, you couldn't go up if you wanted. Ying Tao came over, brows knit but not flustered. Stocking just our house isn't enough. Nobody else in the village knows the big snow's coming. You mean go tell everyone? I'll broadcast it from the PA station. House to house is too slow. All right. Have Hongmei and Xiuxiu go with you. The 3 of you together, you'll carry more weight. The 3 of them headed for the broadcast station. I grabbed hemp rope and knife, shouldered the gun and basket, and went to find Shafu and Li Shuanglong. At the station, old Lu, who ran the broadcast, started at the sight of the 3 wives lined up in the doorway. A big snow's coming. We have to tell the whole village to prepare. Ying Tao's voice was quiet but firm. How do you know? Yang Lin said so. He reads the sky. When's he ever read it wrong? Zhao Hongmei put in. Old Lu thought it over and flipped the switch. Ying Tao drew a deep breath at the microphone. Folks, Yang Lin asked me to tell you. A record blizzard is coming in the next 2 days. It'll seal the mountain and the roads. Please stock grain and firewood quickly. Shore up your houses. Keep the old and the young warm and stay indoors. The village erupted. Ding Lin, out loafing, kicked the station door open. Who does Yang Lin think he is? Doing the Weather Bureau's job now? You women quit embarrassing yourselves. Has Yang Lin brainwashed you? Believe it or not, when your house runs out of grain, don't come borrowing. Tang Xiuxiu glared from behind Hongmei. Ding Lin snorted and left. But most people still believed. Yang Lin hunting boar, gathering herbs, making money. Everyone had seen it. His word carried more weight than Ding Lin's wind. Some hauled firewood. Some replaced tiles. Some rushed to town to grab grain. At Shafu's, he took up his gear without a word. His father came out with an old hunting rifle. I was a hunter when I was young. I can't rest easy with my son going up with you. I'll come along, an extra hand. He called in Li Shuanglong too, and Li Shuanglong tossed aside his whetstone. Let's go. The 4 of us hurried up the mountain, rain laced with snowflakes stinging our faces. Into the woods, I crouched to read the signs and frowned. Something's off. The roe deer tracks are all churned, no consistent direction. They're panicked too, don't know which way to run. Shafa's father pinched up a bit of dirt and rubbed it. 30 years in these hills, and I've never seen roe deer move like this. The snow's not even here, and they've already scattered. Animals are keener than people. They know the weather's turning. I looked up at the gray sky. We won't get them on the usual routes. They've gone for higher ground. We'll take the south slope. Higher, sheltered from the wind, dense trees. I turned into a brush-screened path, breaking trail with the knife, fast and sure. Shafa's father, following behind, grew more astonished the more he watched. The way this boy moved through the mountains, knowing each step's footing by feel, without looking down, skirting hidden pits naturally, without lowering his head. Not like someone just learning, more like someone who'd knocked around these hills for decades. 40 minutes on, I parted some dead grass to reveal a fresh dung pit. Roe deers, left not long ago. I plucked a leaf and sniffed. Wind's wrong. They caught our scent and went around. Shafa's father looked at me, the I'm sold writing itself bigger. Who'd you learn this from? Worked it out myself. Some things aren't learned, they're a gift. I led them around from the downwind side to a great pine 2 arms pans round. Up for a look. Shafa shinnied up like a monkey and called within seconds. Herd of roe deer in the gully to the south, 7 or 8. Don't shout, come down. I split the 4 of us 2 ways to flank them, setting live snares on both sides. Not the kind that strangles, leaving them alive. Why alive? Live ones we can raise. Pin them and butcher them when the disaster hits. Fresh meat. Killed and carried down, they won't keep more than a few days. Quick-handed, I laid 5 or 6 snares. Yang Lin, this hand of yours is better than mine. Shafa's father's tone was even, his eyes anything but. I made a roe deer call and clapped twice. The startled herd plunged into the trap zone. 1, 2, 3 caught in succession. Snared. 3 snared. Shafa jumped up and down. 2 does and a buck of the 3. I picked the smallest doe, freed it, and let it go. Too small, won't grow out, let it go. Shafa was sorry. We just caught it. Mountain rule, don't kill to the last. Shafa's father took the words from me, his eyes full of admiration. 30 years hunting, he'd seen plenty who shot whatever they saw. This boy knew to leave a way back. We tied the 2 live ones in a sheltered spot for Li Shuanglong to watch, bled and skinned the dead one, and buried the meat in snow. Come on, let's find boar. Half an hour deeper into the south slope, the musk reached us. In a pit beneath a fallen log in a clearing ahead slept a 200-pound boar, its snoring louder than a man's. This big fellow's no easy kill, Shafa's father said low. I said nothing, dug a half-foot pit, scattered iron caltrops in it, covered it with dead leaves and a thin lid. The boar would step in and crash through. I set a rope snare to each side, the lines tied to big trees. Drive it. The 4 of us closed in from all sides. I made a boar call, coarse and dull. The boar jerked its head up and charged. eyes red, each step heavy, the ground thudding. I stood still, and as it came within 2 steps of the pit, I sidestepped. It couldn't break, and a foot went into the pit, caltrops driving into the hoof. It shrieked in pain and tried to back out, and its hind leg caught the snare, which drew tight, and flipped it onto its back. I rushed in and drove the knife into its throat. Good. Shafa's father's shout cracked. 30 years hunting, and he'd never seen it done this cleanly. No brute force. All head. The boar stepping on the calculated spot at every step. Brother Yang, are you a god? Shafu circled the pig. Just use your head. Shafa's father came to my side and lowered his voice. I'm sold. Whatever you've got going from now on, call me. I'll work with you. Deeper into the south slope, I gathered more bone-knit herb for bruises and swelling, coptis for clearing fire, honeysuckle for fever. The snow would seal the roads, and anyone who caught a cold or a fever couldn't get to a hospital. These would tide them over. I snared 3 live hares too, and by a hollow tree gathered a glossy red lingji. How much is that worth? Shafa's father's eyes glazed. At this quality, 50 at least. He sucked in a cold breath. A lifetime hunting, and he'd never seen anything worth this much. Dark, and the snow heavy. Going down, Li Shuanglong led the 2 live deer. The dead deer and the big boar went on the drag sled, and I carried the herbs, the lingji, and the 3 live hares. The snow was over the ankle, shoes and socks soaked through, toes frozen numb, no daring to slow my pace. At the foot, I told them to haul the game back and split it, and headed home myself, pressing 2 hares on Shafa's father. Uncle, take these 2 back. You're a stand-up man. I pushed the gate open to find Zhao Hongmei, standing in the snow looking off into the distance. Snow settled on her head and shoulders, unbrushed. Seeing me, she turned for the house. You're back. Her voice hard, plainly forced back. Tang Xiuxiu ran out, almond eyes red. You're finally home. I was worried to death. She took the basket and staggered at its weight. I brought the things out one by one. Live hares, herbs, the red lingji, and the deer meat buried in snow for tomorrow. Enough to last a good while. Zhao Hongmei crouched and picked up the lingji, her eyes reddening, biting her lip against the tears. Can't you go all out one less time? Go all out this once, and there's a month ahead I won't need to. I patted her shoulder. Go cook, I'm starving. The spatula clattered, heavier than usual, like it was fighting the pot. Tang Xiuxiu crouched at the stove, wiping her eyes on the sly. What are you crying for? I'm not, it's the smoke. Chen Yingtao brought warm water. Drink a bit first, warm up. Many in the village believe it. Most do. Ding Lin doesn't. Said we'd nothing better to do. Doesn't believe, fine. Don't let his house come borrowing when they're out of grain. She smiled and turned back, her back ramrod straight. I was about to follow in and rest when, the moment I let the breath out, the body gave, a black wave over my eyes, my legs buckling, and I pitched forward. Young Lin. Chen Yingtao flew back 2 steps and caught my head, her hand against my face, ice cold. Zhao Hongmei's spatula hit the floor. Tang Xiuxiu smeared soot across her face. Ma with Yaya in her arms nearly couldn't stand. Ma, don't panic. Chen Yingtao's voice was steady, testing my breath, feeling for a pulse. It's the cold and the exhaustion. Sister Hongmei, boil water, the more the better. Xiuxiu, heat the calm, get a few quilts. She laid my head on her lap, opened my coat, wrung a hot towel, and wiped me inch by inch from face to neck to chest, until the skin reddened, swapping it when it cooled. Then she rubbed my ice-cold fingers one by one. A dozen minutes, and my color eased, the blood back in my lips. Then I was shaking all over, the shake of a body coming back. Keep him covered, no drafts. She wrapped me tight. The shaking passed, and my temperature came up like a sluice gate thrown open, a sudden burning, sweat beading on my forehead. Water. Tang Xiuxiu brought warm water, and Yingtao held me to drink a few mouthfuls. I opened my eyes to see her kneeling beside me, hair loose, face sheened with sweat, a big patch of her coat front soaked, wet from wiping me down, her eyes red but not crying. I grabbed her wrist, my grip uncannily strong, and she pitched forward, nearly falling onto me. Yingtao. My voice was hoarse. Lie still, don't move. I pulled again and pulled her into the quilt. The quilt covered the 2 of us. Zhao Hongmei and Tang Xiuxiu froze a second, then turned away together. I'll go check on the food. Zhao Hongmei all but ran out. I'll go help. Tang Xiuxiu followed, ears flaming. Ma, Yaya in her arms, took one look, turned, and shut the inner room door. Grandma, why's Auntie Ying Tao sleeping with Daddy? Auntie Ying Tao's worried your daddy's cold. Oh, Yaya yawned. In the kitchen, Zhao Hongmei sat at the stove staring into space. Tang Xiuxiu crouched at the door, trimming vegetables, shredding the leaves to bits. You think they're... Sister Hongmei, don't ask me, I don't know. Zhao Hongmei asked no more, lifted the pot lid, and stirred the soup. About half an hour later, Chen Ying Tao came out, her hair retied but her clothes rumpled, her face red to the neck, her step a little unsteady, her back still straight. Zhao Hongmei poked her head out for a look, and that one look told her everything. Ying Tao's usually quiet eyes were soft and scattered now, like a pool that had been stirred, the ripples not yet settled. She said nothing, drew her head back, and turned the spatula a notch faster than usual. At the table, everyone with their own thoughts. Daddy, what happened to you back there? Too tired, took a nap. Then you slept with Auntie Ying Tao? I'd just taken a mouthful of soup and nearly spat it out. Auntie Ying Tao was looking after Daddy. Auntie Ying Tao, your face is so red. Yaya added. Chen Ying Tao ate with her head down, ears red enough to drip blood. Tang Xiuxiu snorted with laughter, swallowed it under one glare from Zhao Hongmei, her shoulders still shaking. Mama, your face is red too. Yaya turned to Zhao Hongmei. Eat. Zhao Hongmei's chopsticks paused. Ma laid food in my bowl, smiling. Eat plenty, build yourself back up. A meaningful look in it. I quickly ducked my head over my rice. After the meal, Zhao Hongmei cleared the bowls and slapped away my offer to help. You sit, don't move. She brought a pillow. You sleep in my room tonight. I'll sleep in yours. Your kang's warm. Don't ask so much. The snow was still falling that night. I lay on her kong, the bedding carrying her faint soap pod scent, tossing and turning, my head full of the day, the freezing rain, the faint, Ying Tao's back, Hongmei's look, Xiuxiu's ears. Thinking of it, I smiled, and facing the wall, slowly fell asleep. The next day, Zhao Hongmei was already busy in the kitchen. Porridge is in the pot. Serve yourself. Have you eaten? Not hungry. Scrubbing the pot with her back to me, she said suddenly, Yang Lin, mind your health from now on. Not that you're not capable. It's, she paused. Never mind, forget it. I went up behind her and turned her around. Her face was red, and she shot me a glare, not much heat in it. What? Thank you for boiling water for me yesterday. Who boiled water for you? I was heating Yaya's bathwater. She turned back to the pot, the spatula scraping. I went back to the table smiling and drank my porridge. Tang Xiuxiu pressed a fruit candy on me. For you, I don't like candy. And her ears reddened, and she ran out. Chen Ying Tao came home from school in a new padded coat, made from that floral cloth I'd bought, cut to fit, and it lit her whole self up. You look lovely in that today. She flushed and ducked her head into the house. Such a sweet mouth. Been eating honey? Zhao Hongmei poked her head out of the kitchen. Ate the candy Xiuxiu gave me. She said nothing, went into the inner room, and came out in new clothes, red dacron, also bought by me, stood before me a second, then turned to feed the chickens. Watching that streak of red, so vivid against the snow, I laughed into my porridge bowl. The snow fell 3 days and 3 nights before it stopped, drifts half a man high in the yard, the door near impossible to push open. I shoveled snow at dawn until I was sweating. Yang Lin, there's not much coal left in the stove, 3 days' worth at most. Zhao Hongmei tossed out a basin of wash water, hissing steam. I went in and checked the coal basket. A thin layer of cinder at the bottom, crumbling at a pinch. Chen Ying Tao set down her red pen and came over. The school's coal is short too. The principal says if coal doesn't come, the children will have to stop classes.